ballooned to over $6 trillion a year. So DOGE is promising to slash inefficiencies and rethink how Washington spends our money. And Americans agree. You know, it's time to cut the fat and get real about a government that actually delivers.
Yeah, it's an exciting moment. And AMAC has been at the forefront of this debate. Long before it was popular in Washington, AMAC was already leading the charge in this. Over the course of the next hour, we're going to tell everybody how you can get involved with AMAC and become part of that 2 million person strong army that is part of AMAC. Right now, you go to amac.us/no noise. You can check out how to become a member. Very special discount. We'll mention that throughout the show. But we're very lucky at the top of the show to be joined by someone who's on the front lines of this extraordinary debate. She chaired the hearing today that delved into a very important question. Do we need to spend tax dollars on taxpayer-funded news organizations anymore? We're going to get a great answer. Buckle your seatbelt. All right, joining us now from the great state of Georgia, the Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was just shot out a few minutes ago by President Trump at an event at the White House. Congresswoman, great to see you again.
Great to see you, John. Hi, Rebecca.
This was an amazing hearing today. I think people got to see what elitism looked like and how disconnected these government-run news agencies are from the American people. I was thinking that maybe today the obit was written for government-funded journalism. Am I wrong about that? Is this the end of government-funded journalism?
Absolutely, it's the end of it. You know, like I said in my closing statements, they can hate us on their own dime, not the American people's hard-earned tax dollars. So yes, we need to end corporate public broadcasting and completely defund NPR and PBS.
Wow.
You know, Congresswoman, I think Americans' concerns over this biased information being spouted by NPR, I mean, just look at their handling of Hunter Biden's laptop story and PBS's reporting on Elon Musk's actions. What do you share a little bit about what you heard from the CEO of PBS and NPR, and what information should the American people know about their views?
Well, it's actually shocking. Catherine Marr, this was her first time appearing before Congress under oath during a hearing. And, you know, she has so many past statements on her social media that are shocking. She called President Trump a sociopath. She thinks white supremacy is the biggest problem in America. She is as far left as you can possibly get. Now, listen, she hasn't been with NPR for even a year yet. NPR knew about all of her radical social media posts. They hired her anyways, because today we found out that 87 people that are on the board for NPR are registered Democrats, and there's not one single registered Republican on the board for NPR. So it's no wonder that they hired Catherine Marr. We also discovered that today on NPR's own homepage for all of their news that they're reporting to the entire country on the American people's hard-earned tax dollars, they didn't have one single news story on my colleague, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, who had attacked Governor Abbott for being in a wheelchair. What a horrific thing she said, and it's so shameful. So their news is so biased. As a matter of fact, most of the news that they report, not only NPR but PBS, has a 90% left-leaning bias, and America's so sick of it. They are so sick and tired of it. So Americans have basically been taxed and forced to fund this left-leaning, hard left-leaning bias, and we're going to make sure that we stop that.
I can tell you one thing for sure. AMAC members really applaud your efforts, and we appreciate that you're putting a spotlight on this. We're also thrilled to see what DOGE is doing, and want to just shift a moment here to talk a little bit about the specific evidence that led the DOGE subcommittee to conclude that the recent attacks on Tesla vehicles and facilities are coordinated. Perhaps the subcommittee's letter suggested potential involvement of certain NGOs in those attacks. Can you elaborate on those assertions?
Yes, and that's an ongoing investigation. We're very concerned about the groups that are organizing these different so-called protests that have really led to firebombing Tesla dealerships, burning Tesla vehicles, even attacking regular citizens who are just simply Tesla owners and drivers. We believe that there is funding going and massive support going in to all of these organized, dangerous, and violent protests. And let's be honest, we've seen this before, right? Remember BLM? So they were supposed to be, mostly peaceful protests, and then we watched cities across America burn every single night. Police officers were attacked, over 93 police vehicles destroyed, and over $2 billion in damage all across American cities during the entire so-called Summer of Love. Well, I think this is the same playbook with the same groups and the same donors, and what we don't want to see is any federal tax dollars funding that. So this is an investigation that is ongoing, and I personally had asked our great new Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to be looking into that, as well as watching very closely members of Congress like my colleague Jasmine Crockett, who is fueling these so-called protests.
Yeah. Such an important thing to tackle, confront hate on the front lines. Congresswoman, you mentioned this about the nonprofits, and it opens up a really interesting avenue for saving Americans' taxpayers, because there are a lot of the nonprofits that got their tax exemption under the notion that they serve the public interest. But if they're lying, if they're not telling the American people the truth, if they're encouraging violence, they could be taxed on that money. That means new revenues for the government. Is one of the ideas you have to revoke some of these tax exemptions and treat these groups as taxable organizations going forward?
I think that's a great idea, John. We'll be looking at all kinds of solutions like that. But yeah, why would any group be allowed to be tax exempt and not pay taxes just like everyone else in this country when they're using their money to fund such dangerous and radical ideas and attacks on an American business? Tesla is an American business, and Tesla owners are regular Americans. By the way, most of them are probably Democrats because they all believed in the Green New Deal and looked at Tesla as a cure to the so-called lies of climate change. But yeah, I like that one, John. We'll probably be looking into many things like that.
Wow, interesting.
President Trump, we know he's looking, or actually has issued a recent executive order aiming to terminate taxpayer-funded housing for undocumented immigrants. Now, this really emphasizes that those resources should be prioritized for American citizens. But it raises the question, what policies or legal frameworks previously allowed undocumented immigrants to access public housing assistance?
Isn't that such a shocking statement that you just said? Publicly funded housing for undocumented illegal aliens. None of that makes sense. Here we have senior citizens that can hardly afford to buy groceries these days, and they have to make choices between being able to pay their rent or mortgage, afford their life-saving medication, and really afford the cost of living. But yet here our government and many state governments and sanctuary cities and states have been housing illegal aliens. It's the most insulting, absurd idea, and I can't even believe it's happened. But yeah, that's definitely going to stop, not only with Republicans in charge in Congress, but definitely with President Trump.
Yeah, really remarkable. Congresswoman, there's obviously a sand clock ticking to get a budget bill that codifies everything that President Trump's agenda already has in place, and all these incredible savings that you're identifying through your work. Walk us through a little bit of the process of how you'll be able to get some of these savings, get them into the budget bill, and get them done, and when do you think that will be done?
It can't happen soon enough, John. I was one of those that was not happy about voting for a CR, but we are working very hard and looking forward to doing reconciliation between the House and Senate, where we can actually pass our budget and our policies and fund the government the way that we believe it should be funded, the way America voted for it to be funded. You know what else is an interesting concept? When we get that done, John, this will also shut down a lot of these rogue judges and the rulings that they have been making, because with Congress, we're the lawmakers, and when we make laws, judges have to uphold our laws. So we look forward to putting into law things like complete border security so that a judge can't stop deportation flights. We look forward to getting those things done, and we can do that with our budget and reconciliation process. So we're hoping to see movement probably by the second week of April, before we have a 2-week break in April for Easter, we should be seeing good news on that.
Wow, that's quick. That's exciting.
That is great news, especially as we watch the national debt continue to increase, surpassing $36 trillion, and addressing government spending is certainly a priority. So beyond reducing the federal workforce and real estate, what specific agencies or programs do you see as maybe the highest priorities for reform?
I think the highest priority, in my opinion, came out of my first hearing that I did chairing this DOGE subcommittee on oversight, and it was discovering that we need identity verification software put into all of our government payment processing systems. I know that sounds like a boring concept, but it could literally save approximately close to $1 trillion. Identity verification software will identify who people are. Number one, are they a citizen or not? Are they in our country? Are they a criminal organization? Are they dead or alive? These are important things that could save the American people a tremendous amount of money, approximately $1 trillion, and that's all by stopping waste, fraud, and abuse. And I think that's one of the biggest changes that we can make, and I'm working with President Trump, and I'm also working with several of our chairs in Congress to get that accomplished. See, that's my number one priority because I think it's so simple.
Yeah. Running government like a business would do a lot to make us better off in America. You're a former businesswoman. You know exactly what that means. Congresswoman, what a great honor to have you on today. Thanks for joining us on such a busy day. We sure appreciated the time.
Thank you. I enjoyed it too. We'll see you soon.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll get to another House DOGE subcommittee member, Congressman Michael Cloud. He's working just as hard as Margie Taylor Greene, getting a lot done. But before we go, I want to ask you a favor. Go to amac.us/no noise right now, because for a limited time, you can get 47% off an AMAC membership. That's not an accident. Yes, it's for the 47th president. But where do you get 47% off anything in America today? Go do it. Go join the Patriots. I'm a card-carrying member. You go do it too at amac.us/no noise. We'll be right back. Welcome back, America, to this Just the News, Real America's Voice special report. Dodgeball, shrinking government waste and fraud. Joining us now is someone that is working to do all of that in Congress. The DOGE subcommittee member and Texas Congressman, Michael Cloud. Congressman, good to have you back on the show, sir.
Well, thank you. Good to be with you once again.
You're doing a lot of work. You had a very meaningful hearing going on today about whether the government should and taxpayers should be subsidizing news media. Tell us a little bit of your takeaways of the first few weeks of Congress's DOGE subcommittee work.
Yeah, it's really awesome to be involved in this. You know, a lot of the questions that we've been asking for some time as an oversight committee, it's certainly nice to finally have an executive branch who's working with us to find the answers to these questions, to make sure we're returning a good investment to the taxpayer on their dollars. And of course, what's been uncovered just in the first couple months of the Trump presidency has been quite astounding, to find some of the ridiculous, some of the outlandish, and frankly, some of the evil things that our taxpayer dollars have been going to. And it's left the American people, you know, for a while you'd hear the elite saying, oh, this is important. It's, you know, we don't like paying taxes, but this is really important work that we're doing for whatever reason. And we're finding out that that's certainly not been the case in the tune of billions and billions and billions of dollars. And so to finally have the technology tools that have been brought to the table, and to be able to work with an executive branch that's working to get these answers instead of obfuscating, has certainly been a tremendous blessing.
No doubt.
Congressman, you've advocated for dismantling the Department of Education, really suggesting that the move could redirect more funds directly into local classrooms. Can you elaborate on how eliminating the federal department would translate into increased resources at the local level, and then maybe what mechanisms could ensure that these funds are effectively utilized?
Sure. Well, you first start off with the principle that, you know, the people who have the greatest onus and ownership in educating their kids are the parents, the families, the communities, those people closest to the child. And to think that we, way far away from the Capitol, should be, you know, mandating these sort of things and directing this sort of policy is inerrant. And then certainly when you see that since we've really taken stock in this, the Department of Education since the 70s, the more money we've poured into it has really just created a layer of administration in education, has not led to better outcomes. Reading, math, science scores have stayed relatively flat. And when you look at how we're competing on the world stage, our students are falling behind compared to other countries. And so the major investment we've made from a federal perspective is not having the desired outcomes. And so every dollar that the federal government takes, every dollar we spend, we have to first take it from state, communities, from the people we are supposed to be serving, or from their kids and grandkids. And so that's exactly what's been happening. And wouldn't we be better to, instead of taking the money and then having them beg for it back, to just not take the money in the first place, let them keep that in their families and their communities, and let them be more effective at providing an education for our kids and for our grandkids.
I like that approach. Now, a recent poll shows that 68% of voters, including 85% of Republicans, do support redirecting DOGE savings to bolster Social Security and Medicare. These trust funds, we know that they're set to go insolvent in a short 8 to 10 years unless something is done. So given your focus on fiscal responsibility, what specific reforms would you advocate for to really ensure that those programs remain solvent without increasing taxes?
Sure. Well, first of all, the thing, as you mentioned, we've got to point out, because, you know, anytime you hear any sort of conversation from the left, you'll hear, oh my gosh, they're working to dismantle, people are going to be left out on the streets, and all these sort of, the sky is falling talking points coming from the left. But the truth is if these are going to be sustained, then we've got to course correct. Right now, we're headed off a fiscal cliff as a nation, and certainly these programs are a part of that. And so we've got to course correct. And what we're finding, first of all, through DOGE, is that there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse through it. The president, in his joint address, went through the millions of people who are on the rolls, over 120 years old, who are getting these. And then you compare that database with what's going on in, for example, the Small Business Association, and then you find out that that they're receiving grants and loans as well. So there's a lot that can be done just through being the due diligence that any sort of business or company would provide in taking that to every agency of our federal government. And then you look at right now how states are incentivized, specifically, for example, in Medicaid, where the people that the program was designed for getting 50, 60 cents reimbursement from the federal government for every dollar spent, but then single adult males who are able-bodied, could be, should be in the workplace are incentivized at something like 90%, a much higher rate in some of these states. And then if you're an illegal alien, you're not supposed to be in the country, then you're reimbursed at 100% for some of these dollars. This is a backward perversion of what that program was designed for and built for. And so obviously that's the first place to start. But when you say, look, we're going to address the misuse of this, of course, from the left, you get all the Chicken Little stories and messaging from them. But this is about making sure, again, that we're turning good return on investment to the American taxpayer.
Congressman, you gave some of the great examples of small business loans that were going to 11-year-olds and under, extraordinary waste to people who've long been dead but still on the rolls, eligible for money. You've picked one that I think a lot of people didn't believe at first, but it is definitely true. We spent 20 years trying to keep the Taliban out of power in Afghanistan. In the last few years, we've given a lot of money, taxpayer money, to the Taliban. Tell us what you found.
Well, exactly. That came up in a hearing to where we find out that taxpayer dollars are going, if any other business had been funneling money to the Taliban, they would be in jail. But because it was going through the agencies in our federal bureaucracy, somehow that was okay. And to find out that the taxpayers are funding both sides of the equation of war they are very mad, very upset, and like, what in the world am I working this hard for if this is the stuff that our dollars are going to? The fact that we're funding our nation's enemies is egregious. It's treacherous. It's just immoral. And obviously, finally we're bringing light to this so we can address it.
Yeah, so important.
Congressman, you've been such a strong supporter of our Second Amendment, and Second Amendment advocates have really been urging DOGE to halt what they're calling gun control studies by health agencies like the CDC and the NIH. They're arguing overstep into policy areas beyond public health. So as a staunch defender of gun rights, how do you view DOGE's role in really reining in these agencies? What oversight measures would you push to ensure that those taxpayer funds aren't used for what some see as really politically motivated research?
Yeah, that's one of the huge ways that the federal government grows is from study, and they're presented on the floor usually through a suspension bill as, these benign things. And so it's a study, it's a report, and that's usually the toe in the door, so to speak, to the greater programs, the greater control. Those studies are usually going to left-wing organizations who come up with the data that they want to find in order to advance the agenda that they want to advance. And so certainly we saw through COVID how this federal government under the Biden administration had well exceeded their authorities and emergency powers to do all kinds of nefarious activities against the American people, from taking away their choice in health care to running people out of their business. People were threatened to lose their law license, their medical license, all these things that would happen because they overused what was supposed to be emergency health authorities. And we even saw some governors at the state level begin to take those sort of authorities, and it was concerned, certainly at the federal branch, of using that to confiscate firearms among law-abiding citizens. And so this is a tremendous concern. Thankfully, we can trust this administration not to go that route, but it's important for us to use this window of opportunity with this administration to codify these things into law. We've introduced legislation actually to deal with the fact that many people are concerned about the federal government using a health emergency, for example, to confiscate firearms from lawful abiding citizens. And so we have legislation. It's gaining a lot of support here in Congress, and we're working to get that through this term.
You've been working tirelessly. I've seen this real quickly, sir. We've got about 20 seconds left. What do you think the final number that Congress will achieve? What will those savings look like when we get through the summer?
Well, Elon's proposed that we could find $1 trillion in waste, fraud, abuse, mismanagement, corruption. That sounds like a lot, but we've just gotten into a couple agencies and we're finding hundreds of billions. And so you begin to look at that and you're like, wow, this may be real. And President Trump talked about $2 trillion as the goal to get us back to a balanced budget. And so I'm optimistic that we'll get close to that.
Wow, that's pretty exciting. Well, I know one thing, you are tirelessly working at this. We've seen you day in and day out on the DOGE subcommittee. It's a great honor to have you on the show, sir.
Oh, thank you. Honored to be here. God bless you.
Thank you so much. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, a man who's been preaching about waste, fraud, and abuse in government for decades. He's the former Comptroller General of the United States, David Walker. He'll join us. In the meantime, I got a quick homework assignment for you during the break. Go to amac.us/no noise and go sign up for a great AMAC membership. You're going to get 47% off this month if you go there today. Go check it out. It's an incredible investment, one of the best investments I've ever made. Go match me on my 5-year membership, 47% off. All right, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. When I first came to Washington, one of my first beats was to cover waste, fraud, and abuse in America. And I would turn to an agency called the Government Accountability Office. It was the ultimate expert on exactly what was being wasted and how government was misspending taxpayer money. We're very lucky to be joined today by someone who spent his career, or a good part of his career, digging into those issues and keeping the American people informed. He was fighting fraud and waste before it was popular in Washington. He's the former Comptroller General of the United States, David Walker. David, good to have you on, sir.
Good to be with both of you today.
We love the work you've done over the years, and I was thinking of you not too long ago because I saw this headline in the New York Times which said, in the Oval Office, Elon Musk said there was fraud in government without any proof, and I thought, well, anyone who ever read a GAO report would have known there's a lot of it. How bad is the problem? You've seen it for decades. How bad is our waste and fraud and abuse problem in America right now?
Well, first, we should have zero tolerance for fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement, but it'll never be zero. Every year, there's a improper payments report that's issued by the government with the Inspector Generals and GAO that estimates the amount of improper payments, which includes but is not limited to fraud. The GAO issued a report a year ago that estimated that fraud was anywhere from 200 to 500 billion a year over a several-year period. But it's important to understand that included COVID. And I would not be surprised if there was $1 trillion worth of fraud associated with COVID alone. And so I think the fraud numbers were higher during the COVID period than they are in regular operations, but they're still too high.
Sir, given your extensive experience leading the Government Accountability Office, how do you assess DOGE's current strategies that they're using to identify and eliminate waste and abuse within the federal agencies? Are there any specific methodologies or maybe best practices from your tenure that you think DOGE should adopt to really enhance their effectiveness?
Well, first, I think DOGE is good news, bad news. I think what they're doing needs to be done, but I think the way they're going about it has got some fundamental problems. First, they're not doing an audit. They're basically doing a transactional review using artificial intelligence to try to identify possible or probable fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement. A lot of the things that they're identifying, quite frankly, are not fraud. They're not illegal. There are differences in policy positions between the last administration and the current administration. In other words, the last administration funded a bunch of things that this administration would not fund, and therefore they're canceling a bunch of contracts, redirecting the funds. I think one of the things you need to understand is only Congress can cut spending. DOGE can't cut spending. The president can't cut spending. Only the Congress can. And so the only way that they can save money immediately is through hiring freezes and reductions in force. And I think that's why they pivoted rather than just looking at contracts to be able to look at headcount, because in that situation, the Congress just gives you a maximum. They don't give you a minimum.
Great point.
Interesting, but critics are saying that DOGE is going too far, maybe acting outside of their legal bounds. Specifically, what is your take on the pushback from the courts?
Well, there are a lot of different cases that are pending, if you will, and, those will have to play out in the court. People have argued that a lot of the things that they're doing are illegal. I haven't seen any evidence of that. They do, however, need to be much more transparent with regard to what they're doing, how they're doing, who's doing it, and what they're finding. For example, if you look at Grok, which is the AI application of X, which is owned by Elon Musk, DOGE claims that they've saved $115 billion. But when you ask Grok says that's what they claim, but only 2 to 12 billion can be verified. So I think, the bottom line is that we need to separate the wheat from the chaff. I think both sides, both proponents of DOGE and opponents of DOGE, are saying things that are inaccurate. And ultimately, the courts will resolve the issue.
Yeah. David, you did one of my favorite things. I was a little bit younger when you did this, but in 2012, you toured the country and you just asked Americans what reforms would they like to see. Common sense people who have to make their own balanced budgets in their own families, what they wanted to see. Remind us some of the things that you learned on that amazing tour.
Well, I had a hypothesis that the American people are a lot smarter than the politicians realize, that they could handle the facts and the truth, that they knew you couldn't spend more money than you make, charge it with a credit card, not have a day of reckoning. And basically what I was able to get was 77 to 97% agreement from representative groups of Americans on a goal for debt to GDP, on a ratio of spending reductions to revenue increases, on budget reforms, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, healthcare, defense, taxes, government organization operations, and political reforms. 77 to 97%. Washington is a lag indicator. They don't want to end up doing anything until there's a crisis that forces them to act. We're in a bad situation. It's getting worse every day. We need more leadership, and we're going to need a fiscal commission and a constitutional amendment that limits debt to GDP if we want to restore sanity and sustainability to our federal finances.
Yeah, great point.
And during your tenure as Comptroller General, you really did emphasize transparency, but long-term fiscal sustainability. So how do you envision a Department of Government Efficiency really balancing the political pressures of this short-term cost-cutting with really the need for, strategic investments and long-term efficiencies?
Well, the truth is that at best, DOGE is going to make a very modest dent in our huge fiscal gap. We're spending $2 trillion a year more than we're taking in. DOGE is going to have a modest impact on that because the big changes are going to require legislation. And legislation will require bipartisan support in order to be successful and sustainable. And one of the concerns I have about DOGE is that, it's pointing out that there is fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement. That shouldn't be a surprise, but it's further undercutting trust and confidence in government and further dividing Republicans and Democrats in Congress, when in reality, the major things that we have to get done are going to require bipartisan support and legislation.
Yeah, Congress is the ultimate purse string holder. They're going to have to fix this when it's all done. David, when you look out, there's always been this third rail politics. We can't even talk about entitlement programs, but those major programs, particularly Medicare and Social Security, have been stolen of money for a long time. They need to be replenished, and entitlement reform is going to have to be on some radar. Is there a political will to have the right, responsible conversation for entitlement programs right now?
The truth is that the biggest deficit we have in Washington in connection with social insurance programs is the leadership deficit. They want to wait until there's a crisis at the doorstep before they act. That's irresponsible, and it also is inconsistent with the will of the American people. As I mentioned on the tour that I did, the framework we came up with got 77% support for Social Security reform, 82% support for Medicare reform. The key is you need a statutory commission where everything's on the table, but not everything is equal, that engages the American people with the facts, the truth, the tough choices, that solicits input, and makes a package of recommendations for an up or down vote in Congress. That's how you get it done. And in order to be able to sustain it, you need a constitutional amendment. I'm working on all of these. And stay tuned, because the states are getting fed up with the federal government. And they may end up exercising their rights under Article 5 of the Constitution and sue the Congress for failure to call a convention of states to propose such an amendment as far back as 1979.
Wow. That would be a big moment. Do you think that's on the horizon?
I hope and pray that it is, because God knows we're on an unsustainable path.
Yeah. Well, one thing I know.
And you've said that.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, you've said that DOGE has, is really doing a good job, but perhaps a drop in the bucket. I mean, how deep does the waste in these programs like USAID contracts, the canceling of millions of aid for USAID, how deep does that really go?
Well, it's significant, but understand, waste is not necessarily illegal, and waste in many cases is because of policy differences. And what DOGE, I think, didn't realize when they first started, but now I think they do, is you can cancel any contract you want, but that doesn't reduce spending. It just frees up resources to spend on something else. Only Congress can cut spending, and the president has to ask for, basically an impoundment, and then the Congress has to rescind it. And it doesn't look like that's going to happen this year.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's a lot of talk, but the action is what's going to really matter. David, one thing I'm certain of, for the last 3 decades, you have dedicated your life to getting this issue on the forefront and getting Americans' voices involved in it, much like AMAC does in all of the policies it does. It's a great honor to have you on the show today.
It's my pleasure. Thanks to both of you for having me. All the best.
Yeah, thank you, sir. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, one of my favorites, the former Assistant Secretary of State and current national spokesman for AMAC, Bobby Charles, will join us. But in the break, do me a favor. AMAC is on the front lines of this debate of making America's spending reasonable again and getting common sense back into government spending. Go join AMAC today. Join me. I'm a 5-year member. You can get a 47% discount right now on an AMAC membership in celebration of President Trump's, of course, 47th presidency. To do that, just go to amac.us/no noise. That's amac.us/no noise. Go do it. Go match me and get 47% off. That's a great deal. All right, we'll be right back. Welcome back, America, to this Just the News, Real America's Voice special report, DOGE Ball, Shrinking Government Waste and Fraud. We're being brought to you by our good friends at AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. And I'm still here with AMAC CEO Rebecca Weber. She's my special co-host for tonight. We're going to bring in another special guest. He's a frequent on this show. He's AMAC's national spokesperson, former Assistant Secretary of State, all-around great guy, Bobby Charles. Bobby, great to have you back on the show.
Always a pleasure to be with you all.
All right. You once occupied one of the great seats in all of Washington, chief investigator for one of the great congressional oversight committees. Have you ever seen anything like what we've seen in the last few days, and including today, where the real receipts are being asked for, which is, what are you spending our money on?
You know, often we worked hard at oversight in Congress, but we did not have the power to get in. We had subpoena power, but we were often turned back. We were not given really the authority to go in and get underneath the rocks. We wanted to flip all the rocks, but we couldn't get under all of them. And you have to remember, there's a very small body of people who do oversight in Congress. There are 2,000 federal agencies, and they spend trillions of dollars. And so we were, in many ways, a symbolic effort to kind of keep people on their toes. What's happening now with DOGE is absolutely spectacular. I just cannot tell you how happy I am that we have a president, and Donald Trump is doing in spades what Ronald Reagan started to do back in 1982 with the help of Elon Musk, who of course works for OMB, the same way that Peter Grace was an outside businessman who worked for Ronald Reagan. But the extraordinary cuts, I mean, I've looked at that. Just yesterday I did a deep dive on how many federal jobs are there, and what do they really look like, and how many contractors are there that work for the federal government, since the federal government itself doesn't produce anything. They have to contract for everything. And, you know, you're looking at somewhere between, you know, roughly 3 million federal jobs and maybe twice or three times that in terms of contractors. We actually don't even know. What so far has been put in the crosshairs is about 200,000 of those jobs. But, you know, it's a great start. And, even if that's just 1/15 of the overall FTE, what you're telling people is you can't stay at home. You can't spend money on what people don't want. You can't spend money we don't have. And by the way, if you're involved in any kind of fraud or abuse, you will be caught. So I love it. Honestly, it makes me sleep better at night. And as far as I'm concerned, you know, put more fuel in the DOGE gas tank and let them go.
Bobby, as a lawyer in the White House, former chief counsel on an oversight committee and Ninth Circuit clerk, I have a few questions. First, are we seeing a judicial coup with these activist federal judges really trying to stop President Trump? How does that end?
Boy, two very good questions there, packed into one. Yes, I think in some ways we are. Everyone from, you know, Bill Barr to sitting federal judges look at this and I think roll their eyes. The first thing you've got is I counted them up last week, there are 123 cases challenging President Trump's executive orders, and those range broadly from the birthright citizenship to the relief of these probationary employees to stopping things that are genuinely waste, fraud, and abuse, including at USAID and other places. Interestingly, of those 123 cases, and there'll probably be more tomorrow, the ratio of Obama-Biden judges to all other judges is 10-1. So the first thing that tells you is, in terms of a judicial coup, that tells you that the plaintiffs, who are largely unions and leftist organizations, are picking, they're forum shopping. You're not supposed to do that, but they are. They're picking Obama and Biden judges. Then you look at the rulings, and the rulings are also, even though not all of them are complete, they are 10-1 in favor of this activist, anti-Trump judicial bench. The bottom line is you've got federal district judges, and there are probably I don't know, 800 or 1,000 of those in the country. You have federal district judges who are saying that they want to play president of the United States for a day. They want to turn around our national security policy. They want to stop the protection of the borders. They want to reinvigorate agencies that have basically been spending money and force those agencies to spend money on things that are, if not illegal, at least imprudent and certainly not faithful to the appropriations that gave rise to the spending. And you've got this judge who wants to bring back 300 Venezuelan gang members, and the gang members, that particular gang is designated a foreign terrorist organization. It's an FTO. So the rules change when you're exporting people who are admittedly members of an FTO. Their rights are completely amputated, and they're not citizens to begin with. And besides which, most of them were actually criminals, had a criminal record in Venezuela before they ever got here. So the president is the president, and a federal district judge like this fellow who's gotten quite forward-leaning, shall we say, in his bench seat, they need to sit down and be quiet because they have a role. Their role, by the way, is as an inferior court judge. The only thing the Constitution tells us is we have to have a Supreme Court, and we do have a Supreme Court, but we also have circuit courts and district court judges created by Congress. And, these federal district judges need to, stop, in a sense, behind the curtain colluding to stop Trump.
A quick moment on DOGE. Is everything DOGE is doing, in your view, legal? And how deep do you think the cuts really are? The left is really going nuts.
Yeah, well said. So the cuts are utterly legal. I mean, the bottom line is back to Dwight Eisenhower, presidents have had what they call presidential advisors. They've had national security advisors who are not Senate confirmed. They have all kinds of advisors. In fact, today we probably have 100 advisors for every advisor that Dwight Eisenhower had. And this particular advisor, Elon Musk, is a businessman who is very similar. I mentioned a moment ago, Peter Grace, very similar to Peter Grace. Peter Grace had led a very big organization with, I think, 48,000 employees. Elon Musk has led companies with, I think, with contractors somewhere in the range of 145,000 employees. Those people know, in the same way that Jack Welch and others knew, how to make an organization efficient. They are not bureaucrats. They are deliberately not bureaucrats. They understand that there is a bottom line, and the bottom line in this case is the return of money to the American taxpayer. So legally, what's happening is very similar to the executive order that Ronald Reagan signed in 1982 to bring the Grace Commission to life. This one is called DOGE. It's the same basic thing. The shell or the core element of that unit was established in 2014 by Obama, and it was established as an oversight unit to do digital oversight. The president just expanded it by executive order. It works for the head of OMB, who is Senate confirmed, and that is Mr. Voigt. And what it does is the advisor, in this case Musk, gives his advice to Mr. Voigt and the president. The president, in turn, directs his cabinet members and Voigt to make the cuts. It's what an executive branch does. An executive branch manages the executive agencies, and that's what President Trump is doing with the help of Elon Musk. So yes, every I has been dotted, every T has been crossed, and this counter narrative that there's some sort of an illegality going on, I would say, is the last gasp of a group of leftists who have basically lost the House, the Senate, the White House, and now they're trying to use the judiciary and they're trying to protest for fraud and break in and protect it. Well, it's a bad plan. It doesn't work. If there are laws being broken, I suspect they're on the other side. And what worries me, Rebecca, and we know this, I was just at a Federalist Society meeting where a guy that sort of waved himself around profanely and looked like he might be interested in doing some violence. I think they've lost all their tools. I think the left is pretty much out of options, and so they're attacking DOGE and they're using the courts, unfortunately, to overreach and try to amputate the president.
Yeah. Bobby, got about a minute left. The founders gave the power of the purse ultimately to Congress and the House. How important is it for Congress to use the power of rescission? It's not a term we've heard a lot in the last 30 years, but literally pull back and call back money that was allocated that should never have been spent.
Yeah, so that's the beginning of the reform process. A rescission is when you have money that doesn't get spent at the end of the fiscal year, or it was being spent or planned to be spent on the wrong things. And if it can't be spent, if it's what they call zero-year money, that money has to come back into the federal treasury. So that's the beginning of the process. I would argue that we ought to start literally redlining agencies and departments, and only Congress can formally redline them or eliminate them. I'll be honest, the Department of Education pre-1979 did not exist, and the scores of all American students were better pre-79 than they are today. So what have we gotten for that $268 billion except a bunch of bureaucrats?
Yeah, great point. I think most Americans are nodding their head when you hear you say that. Bobby, as always, a great healthy dose of wisdom from you. We always appreciate you joining us. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Good to have you. All right, folks, we're going to take another quick commercial break. When we come back, Rebecca and I have just one more break to talk about things that we learned today. We learned a lot, but in the meantime, I got a homework assignment for you. Please go to amac.us/no noise, amac.us/no noise, because right now, for a limited time, you're going to get 47% off an AMAC. There's nothing in America you get 47% off now. Go check it out today. Go match me on a 5-year membership. I'm a proud card-carrying member. You should be too. amac.us/no noise. Go check it out during the break. We'll be right back to wrap things up. Welcome back, everybody, to this final segment of Just the News special report, DOGE ball shrinking, government waste and fraud. I've been joined for this whole hour by the amazing AMAC CEO, Rebecca Weber. I'm going to bring her in. We just got a minute left or so. Rebecca, we heard a lot of big ideas today, whether it was David Walker, Marjorie Taylor Greene. A lot of people have big ideas to get this fixed, don't they?
They sure do. And, the guests really peel back the layers of a government really drowning in excess. I mean, look, Trump, he's backing DOGE to slash the fat from the $6.5 trillion federal budget, spiraling out of control. And Americans support that. I mean, fraud, waste, and abuse aren't just buzzwords. They're bleeding taxpayers dry. And with the national debt topping $36 trillion, the clock sure is ticking, John. So the vast majority of Americans, they want to make Washington accountable again. They support President Trump's critical mission to root out fraud, waste, and abuse. And they're looking forward to seeing, what's going to come of it all. I think today's guests, they're really putting on real pressure for real change.
Well, the best part about today is that these storylines don't get in the traditional news media, but the great partnership we have with AMAC, we're able to bring this to the American people. I want to thank you, Rebecca, and all the great patriots at AMAC for the support you do in putting on these great conversations. I think they really benefit the American public.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, good to have you. All right, folks, that wraps things up. One final homework assignment before we hand things off to Grin Stinchfield. Please go to amac.us/no noise and go consider a membership. Match me. I'm a 5-year card-carrying member of AMAC. You could be too, and you get 47% off. Just go to that incredible website. Use the promo code JUSTNEWS. You'll get that great discount. We'll be back tomorrow. Grin Stinchfield will take you through the next time.
Everyone, welcome to Stinchfield. So this signal chat controversy continues to swirl, pushed by a rabid mainstream media. Now, could the Trump administration have done something to negate some of the effects of this? Yes, I think they should have just said, hey, Jeffrey Goldberg, thanks for not releasing this stuff. Big mistake. We'll never let it happen again. But I don't want to focus on that tonight. What's done is done. Here's what I do want to focus on. The witch hunt that the mainstream media is now waging against President Trump's disruptors, people like Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, John Ratcliffe, and the likes of those that were in on this signal chat. Because what the mainstream media is forgetting, that these attacks were wildly successful. And they continue through the night and through today as well. The Houthis are on the run. The mainstream media doesn't want to talk about that. Instead, they want to weaponize this story, which really had no negative effects, thankfully. Was it a mistake? Yes. Could it have had negative effects? Yes, but things would have had to go perfectly for that to happen. So instead, they go after the people that were in that chat, and we will push back on that. Watch.
Do I think Secretary Hegseth should resign? Absolutely. Do I think there has to be accountability here from this administration? Absolutely. Do I think an administration that has repeated itself time and again, Director Gabbard 11 days ago saying, if there's any leakers, we're going to
off. All you need to hear is he's calling for resignations. None of these people should resign. You stand firm, you stand tall, and you stand proud on the fact that the Houthis are on the run, many of them being killed as we speak right now. There is no reason for them to resign, and let me tell you why. Signal is an app that has been used for a long time inside the intelligence community, including the Biden administration. I'm sure if we filed Freedom of Information requests, we could find Lloyd Austin and former CIA directors under Biden and Obama using Signal. There has not been one case, at least not that I can find, of a Signal chat ever being hacked in by a foreign enemy. It is a very secure app, more secure than the government can provide on its own. So the problem here is it was Signal. It wasn't going to be hacked. Here's where the problem does arise. If Jeffrey Goldstein wanted to release this information to the Houthis, well, then what could have happened? They could have acted on it. They could have protected themselves, but they would have had about an hour to figure that out before these Tomahawk missiles were landing in between their eyeballs. So that didn't happen. And thankfully, this Atlantic hack did not do that. That is very good news. But this is Greg Stubbe explaining what did happen.
Any sources described in the Signal chat?
No, Congressman.
Were there any methods described in the Signal chat?
No.
Were there any locations?
No.
Therefore, due to the fact that there were no sources, no methods, nor locations described in the Signal chat, it does not make the discussion classified. Is that correct?
That is up to the Secretary of Defense determination.
Who was in on the chat? Now, again, the argument doesn't need to be about what's classified, what's not classified. Sensitive information is sensitive information. A classified ranking just puts a label on it. Doesn't make the information any more dangerous than if it's not classified. The information is what it is. Could it have been useful? Yes, but it wasn't. Terrorists died and American soldiers lived. That is a good thing. So in the end, what I'm here to tell you now is let the hypocrisy begin. Let the rabid Democrats and their media henchmen go after these people and prove just how hypocritic they are. You don't get any more hypocritical than Eric Swalwell. Remember him? He was screwing a Chinese spy while on the Intelligence Committee. I'll remind you that.
Wait, what? Pete Hegseth is still the Secretary of Defense? This moron publicly texts out our war plans, putting our soldiers at risk, and he's not gone?
That's how dumb he is. It's not a public platform. It wasn't texting. It was an end-to-end encryption. And Swalwell wants to ask about who's still in office? Swalwell, as I mentioned, you were doing the dirty with a Chinese spy while on the Intelligence Committee, and you're still a sitting U.S. congressman? That, folks, is the height of hypocrisy. He was asked about it.
Congressman Swalwell, do you plan on stepping down from the committee or anything like that? Or resigning from Congress? Can you tell us anything about your relationship with Ms. Fang? Anything in general? Congressman Swalwell?
No comment, Swalwell. Who's the moron now? And by the way, it was Fang, to be clear. Who could forget that one? Then, of course, there's the real breach of security and protocol. What about Lloyd Austin going into surgery, not telling anyone about it, and literally upending how we would launch nuclear weapons if we got to a point to do that? The guy's in surgery. Ridiculous. What about the 52 intelligence so-called leaders that told us the Hunter Biden laptop was real? And then, of course, there's Hillary Clinton. The Democrats want to yell about a Signal chat that Jeffrey Goldberg was accidentally put into when Hillary Clinton had a server with classified information on her bathroom floor and then ultimately deleted it in the wake of an investigation? Here's Hillary Clinton. Remember this?
It had numerous safeguards. It was on property guarded by the Secret Service, and there were no security breaches. So I think that the use of that server, which started with my husband, certainly proved to be effective and secure.
Effective and secure in your bathroom that your husband was using with all kinds of email addresses, wiped clean. Again, more hypocrisy. Nothing happened because of that. So here's what I love about President Trump. Instead of wilting in the face of all this phony pressure, that's what it is, the media knows this is a phony story. President Trump goes on the offensive. He just declassified the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. This is the investigation into Russian collusion, which we know turned out to be a total hoax. And he egged the mainstream media on to actually look at these files. Will they? I doubt it. We will, though. Here's President Trump.
This was obviously one of the instances of the weaponization of law enforcement powers of prosecution against you and others. We believe that it's long past time for the American people to have a full and complete understanding of what exactly is in those files.
Which gives the media the right to go in and check it. You probably won't bother because you're not going to like what you see. But this was total weaponization. It's a disgrace. Should never happen in this country. But now you'll be able to see for yourself.
You want to see evidence of a big scandal? Let's get into these papers inside the Crossfire Hurricane investigation that's now declassified. You're going to see a big scandal. You're going to see the lying. You're going to see the cheating. You're going to see the concocting of evidence. You're going to see evidence of Democrat corruption, all in these files. And they want to focus on Signalgate. Signalgate, folks, is a blip compared to the Democrat incompetence and corruption. Isn't that so, Mr. President?
But I can only say that the attacks, it's attacks every day, every night. It's not just the one. You're talking about one. The attacks have been very successful, even beyond our wildest expectations. We've hit them very hard, very successfully, and we're going to do it for a long time. We're going to keep it going for a long time.
All right. He talks about a witch hunt there at some point, and it is a witch hunt, and he called it a witch hunt. But he said the main thing is, what I've been telling you, is that the attacks on the Houthis is what really matters. And we're keeping America safe no matter what the mainstream media wants to tell you. I want to bring in now our good friend, managing editor over at Newsbusters at the Media Research Center. Curtis Houck is back with us. Curtis, welcome to the program.
Always a pleasure, my friend. Good to be with you.
All right, so President Trump called this a witch hunt. That it was. We've heard him use that term before. Sure feels that way. Boy, I mean, these are rabid dogs with this story now that really didn't have too much of an effect.
Well, I would say, obviously, it's not great. We shouldn't be talking about this. We should be talking about other things. There was some sloppy work done. Okay, well, now that I've said this, though, we need to move on to the things that you're talking about. I mean, Afghanistan is the biggest thing that I think sticks in my mind, sticks in the minds of a lot of Americans that are out there. One of the most shameful things in our lifetime that happened, the visceral images that will scar us and many other Americans that'll live in those documentaries that our children and grandchildren will watch. The prosecutions of President Trump, the Mueller investigation, those are the kind of things that you're going to read about in history books. I'm pretty sure Signal Chat Gate is not going to end up there. I mean, I would also add, along with Crossfire Hurricane, we also have documents about what happened at the Congressional ball field attack in 2017. More documents declassified there as well. As per a tweet from FBI Director Kash Patel yesterday. So there's a number of different things that are afoot here. Unfortunately, yes, this is the first thing that I think the liberal media are going to try to glob onto. But the American people know that the left and the media showed a fundamental unseriousness when it comes to issues related to Joe Biden, and they're not going to do it now.
I'm glad you brought up Afghanistan, the botched withdrawal. You brought up so many other things. We know the violence of the Democrats that almost killed Republican members of Congress at that baseball game a few years back. All of this needs to be exposed. Yet you get people like Morning Joe. Let me run this clip for you. You're good at analyzing the media, so let's run it and have you analyze it.
The implication here is that the person who may have put classified material into that chat is Pete Hegseth by sharing the operational plans of the attack on the Houthis, on the Houthis in Yemen. So I think you're starting to get this picture from a lot of senior intelligence officials in the Trump administration who are all kind of quietly or not so quietly pointing in Pete Hegseth's direction.
Curtis, they hate the idea of Pete Hegseth as the leader of the Department of Defense. So this is just their one way of getting at him. What do you make of that?
You're exactly right. The left, many parts of the right, and especially the media, I think the media more than anyone else cannot stand the fact that Pete Hegseth, who had a distinguished career in media, and more importantly was, as he said during his confirmation hearing, a guy with dust on his boots as opposed to a suit sitting calmly in an air-conditioned room in the green zone, leading the Pentagon, working out with our troops. It's really jarring to see that. It's such an upgrade from Lloyd Austin's days. I have to say, John Heilman, he's a guy who just in the last week, referring to the Wyoming hoodlums that went after Harriet Hagman, he joked that we need to watch out for the Afrikaner vote in Laramie, Wyoming there, just smearing patriotic Americans. So John Heilman of Puck can go crawl in a hole.
Yeah, good advice to send him back into that hole. This is one of the most disgusting clips I've seen recently. I get a lot watching hearings and when Democrats start spewing off, but I found this right before the program. Check this out.
And a lot of questions were brought up regarding his drinking habits in his confirmation hearing. To your knowledge, do you know whether Pete Hegseth had been drinking before he leaked classified information?
I don't have any knowledge of Secretary Hegseth's personal habits.
Director Radcliffe, same question. Yes or no?
No, I'm going to answer that. I think that's an offensive line of questioning. The answer is no. I find it interesting that you want to. I'm going to answer. You asked me a question. Do you want an answer?
No, listen.
You don't want to focus on the good work that the CIA is doing, that the intelligence community.
Director, I reclaim my time.
They're not facing patsies anymore, are they, Curtis?
No, John Ratcliffe, Director Ratcliffe and Director Gabbard came ready to go. They ate their Wheaties this morning. Props to their comms people and Ratcliffe and Gabbard themselves for being ready for the onslaught that they saw today. Very unprofessional behavior there from Congresswoman Gomez. There were all kinds of nonsense going on in Congress. You add in what Jasmine Crockett's been up to. I mean, the Democrats are completely adrift. With President Trump, it's clear on this story, a conversation was had. So that means a very difficult conversation, a very frank talk was had with National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, and that should be the end of it.
It sure should.
But this attempt to move it to Pete Hegseth is just pathetic, and it's wrong, and we can see it. We can see it from a mile away.
Yeah, we sure can. And the American people see it, too. Thanks in large part for the work you do over at Newsbusters and the Media Research Center. Curtis, always good to see you. Thank you.
Thanks, my friend.
Absolutely. I know John Ratcliffe for years. I knew him when he was mayor of a small town just east of where I broadcast from here in Dallas. He's a very quiet, mild-mannered guy. This is not a guy to fight. So when he fights back like that, he's serious and you ticked him off. Don't get me wrong. He's a very serious man, and he's a formidable man as well. He wouldn't be leading the CIA if he wasn't. But that just goes to show you, do not go after President Trump's men and women. Not now. We are pushing back. I want to tell you about a sad story that I saw, tipped off from a good friend of this program. Mainstream media is not talking about this. Apparently, there are 4 missing service members. They were on a NATO training exercise in Lithuania. Their vehicle was discovered in a body of water. In Lithuania, and the service member's gone. So we're waiting to see whether or not were found. They were in one of these armored vehicles. I'll put it up on the screen. It may have been doing night vision exercises, and this thing is an absolute beast, and it may have gone into the water and they've drowned, but it doesn't explain why we haven't found them yet. With that, I want to bring in former Green Beret and host of Speak the Truth podcast, Matt Tardio, is with us. Matt, welcome to the program.
Well, thanks for having me, Grant. It's good to be back.
Any new information? You're the first one to tip me off to this story. I haven't seen the mainstream media covering this story. You have any new information on this?
No, the only new information that's came out on it so far was a general in NATO that made a comment while he was in transit that said that the 4 U.S. service members had died. And typically the U.S. military isn't going to release those names of the service members until the families get notified. But they did make a press release. The European Command made a press release that said they have been in contact with the families and that they have been keeping them notified and up to date. And the last press release that came out just a couple hours ago had said that they did, in fact, identify the vehicle, that it was submerged and underwater, but the service members themselves were still missing. Those service members came out of 1st Brigade Combat Team of the 3rd Infantry Division, which is, again, 3rd ID has been known for, being a mechanized infantry unit. They were famous for the Thunder Runs in the 2003 invasion of Iraq, and they've done some really good things. It's kind of an unfortunate, what it appears to be is just an unfortunate training event.
This armored vehicle you were telling me about, this thing is a beast, but you're not very impressed with it. Is that right?
Yeah, no, not too impressed with them at all. So I served in the 3rd ID when I was back in the infantry, and that thing right there, we call them the 88s, and they are basically your armored, when an Abrams tank goes down, this is what comes and gets that Abrams tank. So it's manned by mechanics. Now, if they were over in this training area over there, I don't know how long they had on the ground, how much time they had there. They may have been unfamiliar with the area, but it was I would assume to be a NATO exercise, NATO training operation, working joint with like all the NATO forces are in there. So they might have been unfamiliar with it. Those things, when you have, like night vision on inside of them, the drivers typically have almost like a periscope, and it's just really old, crappy generation because of how old the vehicle is. And it makes it really difficult to see, the area surrounding and just everything else. And so it'd be pretty easy to drive into a swamp, some water, things of that nature. And
to me,
soldiers do train in those things, but
is it not odd, and real quick, because I want to get to the next topic here, but is it not odd that if you had 4 service members inside a beast of a vehicle like that you couldn't find them after if they were to drown?
So the information ended up coming out this morning. The question isn't like whether or not they found the vehicle, it was the service members and then accessing that vehicle, because you got to picture it's underwater. So who's going to go in, like raise the hatches? How deep in the water is it? Because you're going to have the water pressure on top of the hatches. And those things are designed to take hits from the outside. And there's certain ways to get into them and certain ways to get out of them. So I would think that they'd end up needing a dive team just to go in there and double check the vehicle, and those assets aren't readily available all the time.
All right. We pray for the service members involved there and their families and hope they're found safely. Anytime it goes on this long, I start to lose a little bit of hope, but certainly our prayers are with them. All right. I want to talk quickly about Hamas. We know that the IDF is now going full on and try to eradicate Hamas. You were telling me now, you've been in some backcountry of enemy territory for a long time, so you know this better than anyone else about what the locals, how they think, how they operate. The people of Gaza are not going to trust the IDF. What is the goal right now of the IDF when it comes to somehow getting a government in place in Gaza that can deal peacefully with Israel?
That's a pretty dang good question, Grant. How do you solve that giant mess that's over inside of Gaza, right? They've been isolated there. They've been raised since children to kind of grow up and hate the Jews and hate Israel and taught all sorts of different propaganda. They find, copies of Mein Kampf and everything else. So how do you take that and how do you deprogram those people? So for that, the military ends up using something called counterinsurgency operations. We have several different manuals that we refer to that lays everything out. But mainly what they look at is 4 different aspects: political, economic, security, and information aspect of it all. Security is always going to be that first and foremost part, but nobody's going to trust the IDF when they go in and say, "Hey, we're from Israel. We're here to take care of you," right? Because they haven't been there. So you end up needing local leaders, and those local leaders are going to need to be the people that are over inside there, your different clan leaders, your mayors, and everything else, and they need to have their national security interest, Israel's national security interest, aligned with them. Those are the people that Mossad, the Israeli intelligence, has likely been talking to and working with behind the scenes, and that's why up in the northern part of Gaza, we're seeing mayors leading some of these demonstrations, and they're growing and they're growing and they're growing all throughout Gaza. That's a huge, huge sign that the people over inside the Gaza Strip, because it's not just in one, particular village, it's not in one little city. I mean, these things were taking place in Khan Yunis, the second largest city over inside Gaza. I mean, you got tens of thousands of people out in the streets right now just marching, getting ready to get rid of Hamas. From there, then you kind of start.
Yeah, real quick, because I'm almost out of time, but that marching you said is a very good sign what we're seeing on the screen. Correct, Matt?
Absolutely. That means that the counterinsurgency operations are going as planned, and it's kind of like a make or break point for Israel. They got to get it right, and they got to do it right the first time, because should they mess this up and those people, those leaders, they start getting targeted by Hamas, or Hamas isn't properly eradicated, then they're going to completely and totally lose the trust of all those key leaders that they've been in engagement with to rise up and start these movements.
Yeah. I put a tall order to you to run through that in a very short period of time. Not many people could do that as well as you just did. Retired Green Beret Matt Tardio, it's great having you on the program. Thank you for your insight on all this stuff.
Thanks for having me, Grant.
Absolutely. And you can remember, you can find him at, I believe his Twitter handle is AngerTab, but that podcast is great as well. All right, folks, the IRS is the largest collection agency in the world, and with April 15th just around the corner, they are more aggressive than ever. If you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns, do not wait for the IRS to come after you. Getting ahead of this now is the smart move, but never contact the IRS alone. Turn it over to the team at Tax Network USA. Whether you owe $10 million or $10,000, Tax Network USA's attorneys and negotiators have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Here's how you get in touch with them. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit, web address is on your screen, tnusa.com/RAV. All right, folks, only Democrats could oppose requiring citizenship to vote, and Wyoming is telling them where to stuff it. Next. back, everyone. I will tell you what, election fraud is still a huge problem. President Trump knows it. Many other red states know it. President Trump issuing an executive order requiring proof of citizenship before voting in a federal election. There's a slew of provisions inside this executive order that would include making it illegal to use machines that have certain QR codes and all of this, and making sure that mail-in ballots have to be collected before Election Day. Now, I'm honestly not sure the president has the capability of doing this from an executive order. I know what he's doing here, though. He's putting pressure on states and the United States Congress to get his executive order enacted in law. Here's the president.
Election fraud, you've heard the term. We'll end it, hopefully. At least this will go a long way toward ending it. There are other steps that we will be taking in the coming weeks, and we think we'll be able to end up getting fair elections. Perhaps some people think I shouldn't be complaining because we won in a landslide, but we got to straighten out our election. This country is so sick because of the election, the fake elections and the bad elections, and we're going to straighten it out one way or the other.
I have no doubt that it will get straightened out with President Trump at the helm and so many red states working to make this happen. In Texas, we have two things that have now happened. One, we had a federal judge that overturned a Texas law saying you have to require ID, a driver's license, for your mail-in ballot. This judge, a radical judge, has already thrown out other provisions related to things like this. Attorney General Paxton is offering up a motion of a stay on that, but why wouldn't you offer up a driver's license or voter ID for a mail-in ballot? We do have to show ID in Texas here where I am when you vote on Election Day. This makes total sense. There is also a bill inside the Texas State Senate now being offered up to require proof of citizenship. That is a good thing, but watch the pushback here from Democrats.
We are in opposition to Senate Bill 16 for a few reasons. Number one, we think it's important to recognize how difficult it is to obtain citizenship documents. Even the naturalization document itself says do not duplicate on the form itself, which is going to cause some people confusion about whether they should make a photocopy. They don't want to submit an original, obviously. The documentation to get a passport, getting out-of-state birth certificates. People who are born on ranches or not in a typical hospital oftentimes have difficulty obtaining these documents. People who were born abroad to U.S.
Somebody shut that guy up. If you want to vote, get the proof, okay? It's like sometimes things aren't easy, but I think you're talking about a very, very, very small minority of people, all right? Now, in Wyoming, they did what Texas is trying to do. They just got a bill through that is now law that will mandate people in Wyoming, if you want to vote, you got to prove you're an American citizen. I want to bring in now Wyoming Secretary of State Chuck Gray. Mr. Secretary, it is great to have you on the program.
Thanks, Grant. Thanks for having me on.
Well, this is a hugely important bill. Wyoming leading the charge on this. Can you tell me, was it difficult to get passed? You have any advice for my fellow lawmakers here in Texas?
Well, once we got it to the legislature, we got it through with veto-proof majorities. The problem was the governor. We tried to do a rulemaking for proof of residency for registering to vote and instituting procedures to stop illegal aliens from being able to register to vote. We tried to do that in late 2023, and unfortunately, the governor vetoed that in early 2024. So we went to the legislature. This was the #1 priority of our conservative election integrity agenda that we launched for the 2025 general session, worked with the Wyoming House Freedom Caucus on this. There's a Freedom Caucus majority in our House, and we brought it through the process, and ultimately the governor backed down. While he didn't sign the bill, he did not veto the bill. And in the Wyoming state constitution, if the governor does not issue a veto, the bill becomes law without his signature. So this is a great moment for Wyoming in terms of having proof of citizenship for registering to vote. And then earlier this week, we got this awesome executive order from President Trump, which requires proof of citizenship for registering to vote. This has been an enormous week for election integrity.
All right, so what I'm so confused at is, Wyoming may be one of the reddest states, if not the most conservative state in the country. You got Oklahoma, which may be close second. Maybe you two battle it out for this. What planet is the governor on in his state? He's not with the people if he's thinking that he would even contemplate vetoing a bill like that.
Well, what happens in these red states is there is an infiltration of the Republican Party, but by what I call insiders, often called rhinos, and they collaborate with the insider media, with the Democrats, and they form a coalition that at times is difficult to defeat. I know we've seen that in Texas as well. So we need to continue to be vigilant as true Make America Great Again conservatives. We need to continue to advance these conservative election integrity goals and these conservative goals that we have throughout government. Scott Rasmussen just released polling that over 90% of Americans want proof of citizenship for registering to vote. So that's not just Republicans, that's just not independents, that's a supermajority of Democrat voters as well. There's a broad consensus for it. And just like you played that clip earlier in the segment, it is just the insider radical left-wing Democrats that are trying to push back against this. President Trump is doing enormous work. This executive order, like you said, is advancing the ball in a huge way.
Mr. Secretary, can you tell me, you oversee the election process in the state of Wyoming. How often do you see election fraud? Do you see it often play out in your state?
We see documented evidence of it, but the other thing is the media tries to create this narrative. They ask whenever we try to bring forward an election integrity measure, and I remember when I brought through voter ID in 2021, they said, well, what's your proof of this happening, a voter impersonation happening? Well, you can't prove it if there is not an upfront measure on the front end to effectuate the goal that you're trying to put forward. So it's the same thing with proof of citizenship. Having that upfront proof of citizenship, just like having voter ID, is how you deter the fraud. Otherwise, there's really no way of knowing whether it's happening unless you have sort of an anecdotal report that you're able to investigate on. So that whole question that oftentimes, and I understand, Grant, you're just putting it forward to try to engage in a colloquy on it, but when the legacy media puts it forward, they're not doing it in good faith. We need to advance these election integrity measures and secure our elections.
Yeah, we sure do. And I can see what you mean. When you don't have the law, then how do you investigate something? You got nothing that it's broken when it comes to that. I do know here in Texas, though, we've seen all kinds of mail-in ballot fraud, which has been terrible. We've seen illegal registrations in this state, now a much bigger state than Wyoming, but it's a problem here. And you got a good buddy here in this state, I know, in Ken Paxton, who's trying to tackle that as well. And Chuck Gray, we appreciate the work you're doing in Wyoming to tackle all of this. I'll give you the last word real quick if you can.
Thanks, Grant, for having me on. Ken Paxton's doing a great job. You're doing a great job. And this executive order from President Trump is an enormous moment for election integrity in our country. And we're working on these priorities in Wyoming, becoming the first state in the nation to have proof of citizenship for registering to vote in all races, and also banning foreign funding of elections, the second state to do that, to close that loophole created in federal law by this Federal Election Commission decision from a few decades ago. So we're advancing election integrity, and the president is doing a fantastic job with this executive order.
It's great stuff. I'm so glad you could share some time with us. Wyoming Secretary of State Chuck Gray, thank you. We'll get you back on real soon, I hope.
Thanks, Grant. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. All of this, folks, just a lot of, even in conservative media, forgets about election integrity just because we got President Trump elected. We're going to have to do this 4 years from now. And that's going to go fast. We got congressional races and you got local races. I'm in Dallas. Got local races come May. And it's a nightmare here in Dallas County, like in many counties across the country. All right. Right now, you can join AMAC the Association for Mature American Citizens, for just $1. I'm a member. That's a full year of membership for just $1. Visit amac.us/grant to activate this limited time offer. AMAC, as I said, the Association of Mature American Citizens, fights for small government, strong borders, election integrity, and your constitutional rights. So for just $1, you get free Social Security and Medicare advice, trusted news from AMAC's Newsline and podcast, plus an award-winning magazine. Enjoy exclusive travel discounts, insurance discounts, and so much more. Normally $16, now only $1. Join today at amac.us/grant or call 888-262-2006. Save America with AMAC. Join today. All right, blue states are ground zero for America and American last policies. Wait until you hear New York and New Jersey's next move. back, everyone. It seems to me we are going backwards in many of these blue states like New York and New Jersey. What you're looking at there is a Patterson, New Jersey police officer who's got a Palestinian flag on his uniform. Now, what in the world is going on where we get to a point where we're allowing police officers to wear Palestinian flags on their uniforms? To me, it's a slap in the face of the Constitution for people who love freedom. Do you know what they believe in so-called Palestine, Gaza? If you're gay, they throw you off a roof. If you're a woman, you got to be covered from head to toe. You have no rights. And that guy's wearing that flag on the streets of Patterson, New Jersey? To me, it is very sad. In New York now, there is a bill being offered up in the New York State Senate to do away with citizen requirements for police officers and firefighters. Now, how are you going to uphold the Constitution? I would think you'd want police officers and firefighters to be citizens of the United States. To show you how bad it's gotten, I'll just play a little clip from you. This is the mayor of Patterson, New Jersey.
Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Mubarak. Patterson is proud to have the largest Muslim population in the state of New Jersey. And we are a better city because Muslims call Patterson home. And as you can see here in South Patterson on Palestine Way, we are proud to light the Hilal.
Look, in my opinion, I don't care how many Muslims live in your city. What I do care about, though, is when you're going to infringe upon the freedoms of American citizens and you're going to start talking about, quote, Palestine. And you know what you're doing is a wink and a nod, really talking about how much you hate the Jews. And that's what's going on in Patterson, New Jersey, and so many other cities, specifically in the Northeast and the Midwest, like cities like Detroit. I want to bring in now the author of the book Supermoms Activated, writer for Substack by the same name. She ran for city council in New York City. Jacqueline Toberoff is back with us. Jackie, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
All right, Jackie, you're the one who tipped me off to this entire story. This is getting out of control in the tri-state area up there.
Yeah, it's really bad. So we see the blueprint. What it is Islamists were really imported, recruited, and brought into America. They were resettled here, and they mass reproduced. And the point of this was to create a lobbying bloc. And now they have walked through all rungs of government at a very local level. And really, we see the police department is a reflection of what is happening, not only in areas that are very densely populated with Muslims, but also in areas that have Muslims really in government.
All right, let me play for you a clip from New York City. This is a New York City Police Department sergeant. This goes back to last year, but let's roll it.
As a Muslim woman, my hijab is just not a piece of cloth. It's my symbol of my faith, of my modesty. It's my identity. It's how I represent me. And you wouldn't know I'm a Muslim woman unless I'm wearing my hijab, right? So that's why I felt that it's very important that I always be an activist of my hijab.
All right. I think the term that gets me there is activist. I don't care if she wears a hijab on the job, so to speak, Jackie. But when you start to become an activist for this and you start to push it on people, that's the problem. Where do you see the problem here?
There are lots of problems. Firstly, the fact that she is an activist. Secondly, the fact that they are openly recruiting Muslims. Why not more whites? Why not more Asians? Why not more Jews? Why not more Christians? That's a problem. And then we see what is happening here in these blue enclaves when you have these Islamist protests that are frequently criminal. You see police really kind of inactive, sometimes even joining in. We now really have to start questioning what is happening within these police departments. Again, Patterson, New Jersey, the internal affairs, his name is Saleh Judeh. So this is becoming a concern. You know, to have people who are counter to the Judeo-Christian American ethos is a problem within the police department. And the truth is, maybe non-citizens should not be able to carry guns. Maybe non-citizens should not be able to arrest American citizens. There should be a federal ban on this.
Yeah. I don't believe that non-citizens have a right to carry firearms in the United States of America. I think you have to be a citizen in order to legally carry a firearm in this country. Lastly, real quick, if you can, we see all the protests on the college campuses, Columbia University, NYU, where they're really wreaking havoc on the Jewish community there. Do you think the police department is going easy on many of those protesters because of some of what you're talking about here? Real quick, if you can.
Yeah, yes, I do. And just regarding whether you can carry a gun as a non-citizen, part of that bill, if they become police officers, they will be carrying a gun. That's the whole point why it doesn't make any sense. It would be like having a Syrian migrant national like Mahmoud Khalil arresting American citizens.
Yeah. Thanks, but no thanks on that front. Supermoms Activated is the book, Jackie. We appreciate you coming on. Jacqueline Toberoff, always good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right, folks, some doctors are raising concerns over GLP-1 weight loss injections. I'm not a doctor. I got concerns over it. You want to eat away at your muscle? Take that shot right there. We'll talk about it next. About the DOGE team and what they're doing. And they're doing a lot, man. I'll tell you what, we're saving money left and right. Back in a bygone era, you may have made the argument that we needed PBS and NPR, these public broadcasting systems. I would argue, as someone who's been in TV almost all of my adult life, there is no need for them anymore. When it comes to documentaries, when it comes to children's programming, you have independent outlets that are literally creating this stuff in such a fabulous way. So the idea now is to stop the funding of NPR and PBS, which, by the way, only hammers away at conservatism in America and it totally acts biased. If you're going to get taxpayer money, you think you'd mandate it being unbiased. It's not. This is in Congress talking about NPR. Watch this hearing.
Do you believe that looting is morally wrong?
I believe that looting is illegal, and I refer to it as counterproductive. I think it should be prosecuted.
Do you believe it's morally wrong, though?
Of course.
Of course. Then why did you refer to it as counterproductive? It's a very different way to describe it.
It is both morally wrong and counterproductive, as well as being illegal.
You tweeted, it's hard to be mad about protests in reference to the BLM protests, not prioritizing the private property of a system of oppression. You didn't condemn the looting. You said that it was counterproductive.
So that is one of the leaders of these public broadcasting systems that's tweeting all about Black Lives Matter and the like. Now here's Tim Burchett, our very good friend, talking about NPR. And do we really, PBS? And does it really have anything to do with Sesame Street? Blows the lid on that fallacy.
Chair Lady, Ms. Carter, is it true that HBO bought the rights to Sesame Street?
No, it did not. It developed, Sesame Street entered an arrangement with HBO for a number of years.
And it was a paid arrangement, correct?
Yes, which allowed us to get the series for free during the period of that time.
How much money was transacted during
I don't know. Sesame Street is a private organization. It is separate from ours.
Oh, really? Well, that's not what the left tells you. They make millions of dollars, Sesame Street, by the way. Tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. What about now the idea of health? I want to turn now to this idea of GLP-1s, this weight loss medication. Not good. It eats away at your muscle mass like you would not believe. There's alternatives out there, like Take Lean from Brickhouse Nutrition. Here's the website, takelean.com. I want to bring in Medical Director Dr. Mike Kim with us. Mike, welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks for having me again, Grant. I really appreciate that.
Well, it's great to have you on. A lot of people taking these GLP-1s, I think doing themselves great harm. There are other alternatives. Tell me about it.
You know, I think that you're absolutely correct. I think what we've done in the past is we've tried to make these quick hits, try to do simple things to fix some of our health issues, including our weight. You know, I created Lean. Really, the Brickhouse kind of motto right now is the Brickhouse way. And it's really creating a pattern, lifestyle foundation type of base for yourself. And if it's a reminder in the morning to take Lean, we've created the Lean product to really help with a few things. One is increasing your basal metabolic rate, so increasing energy. I know when people are trying to cut weight, what they do is they try to decrease their caloric intake, so they end up feeling a little bit slower, have a little bit less energy, so we added caffeine into this in natural ways. Two, we created something that also on the side helped you maintain your blood glucose, and I think, or helped assist with blood glucose levels, which is one of the reasons why people take GLPs, right? Not just for weight, it is a diabetic medication. And so we created one on that. The other one is we wanted to slow down gastric emptying, right, which is the GLP component, and really make you fuller longer so your appetite decreases a little bit. And the other one is we wanted to create an energy product that also helps you use some of the old kind of settled fat, and that's why we created this product. And really, it was a all-purpose product that stayed away from the GLP product, but also helped you build a really, really strong lifestyle.
Yeah, and lifestyle is the key here, because GLP-1s, you go off them, all the weight comes back. You're building a lifestyle with Take Lean. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the thing for us is, you know, being a practitioner, I think what we want to do is we want to see something consistent. We want to see something foundational. We want to see some changes. And really, when we created Lean and the other products that we have, especially this field of greens, collagen, the whey product that's coming out, when we create these things, it's really to assist people in their healthy lifestyle. And if it's Lean in the morning, if you're taking it instead of your coffee, for example, it is a reminder that, hey, look, I'm trying to change my lifestyle. I'm trying to change it for the better and for the future. I'm trying to create these patterns that are going to assist us in making us have a healthier weight loss, building lean muscle mass, and all these things that are going to benefit us for the long run as we create healthy lifestyles for each other.
Real quick, did you say you could put this in your coffee?
No, I said people who are taking it outside of their coffee. Sorry, because there's a caffeine component to it. So okay. Some people replace this in their coffee, so it's part of your morning routine now. You know, and that's what people have been doing.
Got it. Awesome. Well, you know, I'm such a big fan of Brickhouse, and you support so many conservative outlets as well. That should not go unnoticed by our fans out there, that you really are committed to this. And I will tell you, Field of Greens, I take that every day. This product, Take Lean, I got to try it. I'm always for speeding up my metabolism, Dr. Kim. So thank you very much for coming on today. I'm going to tell people how they can get it. Absolutely. All right, folks, right now you can get a 20% discount on your entire order by heading over to takelean.com. That's takelean.com, and use the promo code RAV, R-A-V. All right. As leftists continue their onslaught against Tesla owners, some families just think Teslas are cool. We compare and contrast next.
tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Folks, it's pretty clear we're a 50-50 country. Watch this. This is, well, some dude on a four-wheeler smashing into a Tesla. Now, I wish he would have smashed his face into that Tesla, all right? Because that's not nice, and that's not hurting Elon Musk. Now, that's their side. Now, here's our side, okay? Looking at the joys of a Tesla, the beauty of a Tesla. Now, I'm not sure a Cybertruck is really the best-looking vehicle in the world, but a lot of people think it's cool, like that kid right there. Thank you. See, that's America. I love that these Teslas all have cameras on them, by the way. That's going to do it for us, folks. Thank you so much for watching Stinchfield's Army Rolls. We'll see you tomorrow night.
All right, 8 o'clock, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night, March 26, 8 p.m. on the East Coast, Real America's Voice. Glad you're in, everybody. Busy night. It's going to be a busy show. Slick Rick's right there. He's going to... Well, he just came from the set of Guys and Dolls, and he's going to have some sports tonight. Slick looking good in that tight pinstripe Guys and Dolls suit.
Yep, thank you.
How was your day?
Gangsta. The day was good, just very busy. Very busy?
Very busy?
Yeah, like everybody. I feel bad when I say I'm busy. Everybody's busy nowadays.
Yeah,
you know?
Sure.
I mean, you look up, you get up, it's 7 o'clock. Next thing you know, it's 12 o'clock. And you go, oh my God, I got to go do the show. It's almost 7:30.
Yeah.
Crazy.
All right. Well, Slick will have sports. Anything big coming up in sports tonight?
Well, we're going to preview the Sweet 16. Big tournament tomorrow night. Come on! And I won't be here tomorrow night. I got a very important engagement I have to go to, but I will certainly want to preview the games tonight. We're going to talk a little bit about Michael Jordan's rookie jersey selling for big bucks.
Slick, the question would be, what's more important than me and Rick Delgado?
Yeah. Wow, this is an education foundation gala, Big D. I have to go to. I'm on an advisory board. I got to make an appearance. I make most of the shows, but I'll be there Friday night. We're going to be back at the warehouse Friday night?
Yes, we will.
I'll be there finally for Friday night show.
Well, you weren't there last Friday.
I'm going to bring my TV dinner for that the table you give them, and I want to check out those chairs.
You're not going to have a table.
Uh-oh.
So what do you think of that, tough guy?
No table for all right.
Well, we may lose the tables. I'm
going to be working the floor. I'm going to be working the floor.
Well, yeah. See, Delgado has to do the news. Me and Aaron we're having a bit of discussion on this. Okay. We're doing this to make improvements. But I don't know how they do it without something in front of them to have their computers. Can't hold them on their lap.
Exactly. Well, that's why I call them laptops.
News,
they call them laptops for that reason.
We got to do something. So we're going to figure it out. But
okay.
So no Slick tomorrow night, no Vin tomorrow night, I don't believe, and no Paul tomorrow night. So Delgado, you know what that leaves?
Oh my goodness.
That leaves me and you.
I got to take the night off tomorrow, by the way.
All right, good.
Cage match. He's going to be a cage match.
That leaves just me and the audience tomorrow night. which is well, it is what it is.
Yeah. That'd be a depressing show. 2 hours of that? No, you can't do that to these people.
That's just mean, Slick. It hurts my feelings.
Well, I don't want to hurt your feelings.
Well, you already
I'm
did.
just
So.
calling it what it is, like you do.
Exactly.
That's a good point. Rick Delgado, how are you? Is Aaron laughing at that?
No.
Oh, okay.
Never.
How are you, Delgado?
I'm good. Erin laughs at everything. She's the best.
Yeah. You know who laughed a lot was the audience last night in the first hour and 15 minutes. You guys were great.
Oh, yeah?
Well, I was joking in the audience. I was texting, of course, that I was going to go stop for ice cream because I was watching the show in the car with my son driving, and I didn't feel like any reason for me to be here.
Meanwhile, we kept plugging you were going to be here.
Yeah.
Well, yes.
That was our big tease.
Yeah, that was the big thing in the show.
But I actually thought about it for a second. I thought, well, maybe I should just go take the kid for dessert. They don't really need me because you guys were great.
Yeah, people were waiting for you. They love you.
Well, just take the compliment, Slick. How about that?
No, I will. I mean, I know.
Might be the last one you ever get from me.
I think yeah, exactly.
Well, thank you, David. I'll take
No, I thought you guys were good last night.
Absolutely.
Audience said they were having a great time, and of course, I got the proverbial, the show's so much better when Damon's not there.
There you go. See, there's the depression side.
Yeah, but
tropical depression Damon moving in.
No, it's not. I didn't make the comments.
But they say that when any of us.
Someone said on Twitter. Someone sent it to me on Twitter. They said it was such a nice show with Mr. Know-It-All not there. I said Delgado was there.
Well,
hey,
James Reed in the YouTube chat. He says 2 hours of Damon talking to himself. I'll pass.
Okay, that's fine. There's plenty to watch. You can pass. That's fine. You will not hurt my feelings. I don't blame
James Reed.
So, no, Delgado's going to be here tomorrow night.
Yeah, we'll be here.
You're not taking the night off,
No,
right?
I'm not taking the
No, he's
night
just
off.
joking.
I'm
So it's me and Delgado.
I'll power through.
So it's going to be a night of ancient aliens back and forth. That's all we're going to talk about.
Did you find out?
What?
Big story breaking.
Big story.
I'm going to save it. I'm not going to talk about it right now. Saving it.
Okay.
Because this is big stuff.
I'm sure it is.
It is.
Big D has what? Carvel flying saucers in the freezer? Is that what it is?
No.
Okay.
Actually, it's very ancient.
Colored sprinkles or chocolate?
Ancient.
Oh, ancient. Something ancient?
Oh, ancient Chinese secret. He's doing laundry tomorrow night.
Yeah, exactly.
No, this is oof.
Okay.
If true,
on the edge of my seat.
If true, this could be insane.
Really? Wow,
Yes.
what a tease that is.
Oh, Epstein list?
All right, let's go to our daily Epstein.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Turn the page on that. Yep,
This
there you
bit's
go.
getting so lame. All right, let's now go to our Epstein Daily Update, and here what that is Rick Delgado. Rick Delgado, Epstein file drop update for today is...
Wait.
Ooh.
All right.
There it is.
There it is.
We got... There's a whole lot of that.
All right, thank you, Rick Delgado. There's your Epstein file drop update for Wednesday, March 26th. We'll have another one tomorrow night, March 27th. Delgado, anything else? Well, besides this story that you're teasing, anything else in the news today catch your attention? What's coming up in the news?
It's all Signalgate.
Yeah.
It's all Signalgate.
You know, here's the thing. This is where I'm at with this. At this point, why are we still giving it oxygen in these long debates I'm seeing with administration officials?
Yeah.
These long debates. Why? Move on. It was a mistake. Somebody made the mistake. I don't know if it was Waltz. I don't know if it was Alex Wong. I don't know if it's somebody who worked for Alex Wong. I don't know. At this point, who knows? Maybe they can get to the bottom of it and they can let us know. I think the president probably deserves to know. He's put on a good front. I heard him today saying, that someone brought up Pete Hexes. Pete Hexes. What the hell does Pete Hexes have to do with it?
Right.
He said Mike Waltz has taken this. He clearly, as of right now, is not going to fire Waltz or Hexeth. He hasn't said anything about it. So why don't we just move on at this point? We've all now read, because the slimy Goldberg put everything out, at least put out what he says is just about everything. We've all read it. And if you read it, I think most Americans who voted for this administration read that and see some pretty thoughtful, smart people going about real important business.
Right.
Should it have been out there? No. Should it have been on Signal? No. Was it classified? I would say that has to be considered classified.
Probably, yeah.
And here's how you can judge where you should be on your barometer. If this was the guy who runs that outfit over there, you remember that guy that we talked about for 4 years? Mm-hmm. And he did this. Just think about what you'd be saying if you saw that and said, is that classified? So you got to use the same barometer.
Right. You know what they'd be saying? It's racist to bring it up. That's what they would say.
Right.
right? They'd throw it around. They'd make it a racial thing. They'd be like, you people don't know what you're talking about. And again, no sources or methods were revealed. If anything, they're kind of talking it through. Again, classified, probably. But when you think about what they were talking about, things that were already laid out and in motion. So it's what they call a nothing. You know what, to coin a phrase, at this point, what difference does it make? I believe was once said.
I think maybe it makes a little bit of difference to the president. I think he needs to know the loyalty of the people around him are what he thinks it is. And I mean, not to jump on Waltz. I don't really know Waltz that well, but I thought his appearance on Laura Ingraham was questionable at best to go on and do that. I don't know why he felt like he had a run there. But I also saw today Paul Sperry, investigative reporter, put out something that the FEC records for Waltz. By the way, remember, he's an ex-Cheney aide, Michael Waltz, now Trump's national security advisor, who quote-unquote accidentally, I think, people are not trusting Waltz, accidentally leaked to the Atlantic because he says he doesn't know Jeffrey Goldberg. Right. Now people are pulling pictures of him standing next to him at some event in the past years. He contributed $8,150 to people like Mitt Romney, John McCain, Jeb Bush, Donald Trump, zero. Huh. So when you give $8,150 to Trump haters, never Trumpers, zero Trumpers, and you give nothing to Trump over the last 10 years as they go back and look at the FEC records, it just again raises more flags on just making sure the guy is loyal to the messaging and loyal to what the president wants to get done. And I mean, the president said today in the Oval Office that he has taken responsibility. And you know, the president rightfully is framing this as this slime ball over at this slimy outlet wants to focus on this. And of course, the media is. But why don't we focus on the job that's being done and what people voted for? And the president, his peace through strength agenda. And the attacks are being how successful they've been and then will continue to go on. And that's why I just think, I don't know why they're giving oxygen to this every time they step in front of a mic, some of them.
Right.
And I hope they stop doing it.
Yeah, you would think they would, especially since Trump has come out. He came out with a statement yesterday. Here he is again today talking about it, since you were mentioning it. Here is cut number 7. Here's the president talking about, the aforementioned Signalgate, cut 7.
Well, yeah, Mike Waltz, I guess he said he claimed responsibility, I would imagine. Had nothing to do with anyone else. It was Mike, I guess. I don't know. I was told it was Mike. But again, the attacks were unbelievably successful, and that's ultimately what you should be talking about, I think. Mike he took responsibility for it.
His position over this.
Say it?
Should Secretary Hegseth consider his position over the signal?
Hegseth is doing a great job. He had nothing to do with this. Hegseth. How do you bring Hegseth into it? He had nothing to do. Look, it's all a witch hunt. Here we are talking about some of the greatest business deals ever made. The greatest companies in the world are moving into the United States, and you want to ask about whether or not Signal works. I don't know that Signal works. I think Signal could be defective, to be honest with you. And I think that's what we have to, because you use Signal, and we use Signal, and everybody uses Signal, but it could be a defective platform, and we're going to have to find that out.
Yeah. And again, that goes to something you were talking about last night. Is this the precursor to get rid of Signal? Because as he says, is it defective? Is it something we shouldn't be using?
Well, it wasn't me. It was more Sean from, what's his name, from The Federalist brought it up, that is this some kind of a ploy to get him off Signal and back onto something government that these bureaucratic elites can start to get their hands back in and start leaking to their friends in the media, which I said last night, and I'll say it again. It doesn't seem that far-fetched to me as an idea of what could be going on. I don't know. I mean, Signal just doesn't seem like the place they should be doing this kind of business. I mean, I think it's great for me and you if you want to, not have your girlfriend catch you talking to another girl or something or whatever.
Yeah.
It's encrypted end to end. The things disappear, so someone can't grab your phone and see your whole history of tweeting. I think it's great for that, but is it great to be discussing when bombs are going to drop exactly and this, that, and everything else and weapon systems? And again, if this was Lloyd Austin, just figure out what your response would be. I mean, it really shouldn't be any different because it's Pete Hegseth and this, I mean, somebody screwed up. I think they should find out who it is, and I think they should find out the relationship between whoever it was and Jeffrey Goldberg for sure, so that the president knows. But other than that, just get back to kicking ass, move on, and shut up about it, and stop talking about these long discussions in front of them, every microphone that gets put in front of your face.
And as you see, for some reason, they really they're going after Pete Hegseth. Even though, like the president said, he had nothing to do with it. He was added to the call.
Did you hear this creep who asked, what's his name, if he was drunk, if he thinks he was drunk in the hearing?
Yeah, we have that clip for later.
What a moron.
Yeah.
Just an absolute moron. So, all right, well, this is a break. Josh Hammer's coming up tonight. His great brand new book. We'll talk to him at 8:30. Sports with Slick, news with Delgado, Aaron and Fran holding it down. Of course, you, the live from Studio 6B audience. We'll jump into the chat right now. Just getting started on a Wednesday. We're back right after this.
Sitting right now, it could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being, no matter where you are. Lightweight, portable, and covered in memory foam, Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a healthier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy. With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
From soothing babies to helping with posture, back pain, and stress, we discovered that rocking can truly improve lives.
Sitting is the new smoking. A sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body to just stay in that same position. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion constantly keeps you active and helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time, but with Ready Rocker, I felt relief and I'm in a better mood. I take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking.
My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Call now or go online to get 30% off your purchase. We'll even ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus smart strap to secure your Ready Rocker in place or to carry it hands-free.
Ready Rocker is changing lives one rock at a time.
Now it's your turn to experience the relief for yourself.
Call 1-800-711-9680 or go to buyreadyrocker.com. That's 1-800-711-9680 or go to buyreadyrocker.com. Call now.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Just getting started. Glad you're in. Slick Rick is here. He's going to do sports. Rick Delgado's here. He's going to do the news.
Sure.
I'm just taking my time. Aaron and Fran are holding it down. I want to welcome everybody on social media, watching on Rumble, YouTube, X, Facebook, Kick, Getter. Wherever you're watching, we appreciate you giving us a few hours each and every weekday night, 8 to 10, right here on Real America's Voice. Friday, we'll be back at the America's First Warehouse again as we continue to build towards live audience.
That'll be fun.
Live music.
Yep.
Live Slick in the audience with a microphone.
Talk about a tailgate party, huh? Big D. Look out! Big D will be pulling in with the tailgate.
Food trucks.
Steak
trucks.
Those steak sandwiches. Oh, they would.
Oh man, it's going to be a Friday night party every Friday night.
Oh, and the fresh made donut truck too.
Fresh made donut truck. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Delgado
taco truck.
With the donuts.
Oh yeah.
Delgado bag of donuts.
It's going to be fun. Yeah, it's going to be fun. And the music acts, I mean, we haven't really, that's going to come later. But we've had some great recommendations.
Really?
Yeah. But of course, we have our own Michael Curtis,
Oh, really?
Yes,
Michael,
I think the kickoff, why would we not kick off the first night with
Michael Curtis?
With Gulf of America?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not?
I mean, that'd
be awesome.
And then I'll threaten Michael if I have to. In a nice way, of course, to get him up there too.
We'll take him out. We'll take him out for a nice Italian dinner.
Yeah.
We'll get Garrett out there, and we'll get Michael. And then maybe Michael. I mean,
tell him to take him out to Applebee's.
No, we're not going to do that to the guy. Get out of here, Delgado. That's where you take your dates.
What are you talking about, Delgado?
Hey, how'd you like one of those hurricanes?
So we'll have to wait and see. But I think that's a good plan. And then we've got our friend from American Idol, of course, Emily Brooks. She would be good.
Oh, yeah. Remember her?
She's great.
Fantastic.
I love Emily.
Yeah, she was great.
We could have her. And then I'm working on Danny Goki, as you guys know.
Oh, yeah. He's great.
We're going to have him. And no, we've got great recommendations. We've got some great recommendations to do the okie dokie. So
Moki Goki.
All right, let's do some sports.
We're gonna do line dancing.
Sports. Oh man, you're gonna have so much bluegrass, Slick.
Delgado will have his straw out.
You're gonna have hay in your mouth by the time I get done booking these musical guests. Don't you worry. You're gonna have a hat just like mine. Don't you worry.
Come on,
Slick.
I like that, man.
Don't you worry.
I could be a jacuzzi, a hat like yours. I'll flip it upside down for me.
All right, let's do sports. Sports brought by Mike Lindell and My Pillow. By the way, Lindell's got a great deal. I posted it on Twitter right now because they had another one of these slimy box stores. I guess say they don't want to take their sheets, so they got a bunch of their best sheets. Those you love those Giza sheets, don't you, Slick?
Phenomenal. I still haven't opened up the new package I bought 2 years ago. That first package washes so well.
Yeah, so they've got a new deal because the box store. Whatever the deal is with the box store, but they've got these Percali sheets and they've got their Giza Dream sheets, queen size, normally $140, now $69.99 with our code. Hello?
Wow.
King size only $79.99 with our code. Queen size normally $89.98, wholesale price $29.98 for the queen size.
Insane.
King size $34.98. So go to mypillow.com/LFS6B. I don't know how long they're going to be there. I guess until however many the box store was going to take. Once they're gone, they're gone. Yep. I'm assuming.
Yep.
So if you're in the place for, I better tell my wife this, by the way. Speaking of being in the thing for sheets, because I think we're in the market for another pair of king size sheets for our bed.
Yeah.
So I better tell her before they're gone.
And spring's a busy time of year for changing over linens and things like that. A lot of people do that in the springtime.
If you weren't thinking about it, just think about it because I don't know how long they're going to be there. But mypillow.com/LFS6B if you want to check them out. So
yeah, and you can get them for it makes a nice gift at Easter.
Yeah, Delgado's giving these kids pillows for Easter. Kids want some pillow for Easter.
Speaking of that, someone reminded me today by email that Mike has a bunch of beautiful kids' pillows. They have like religious paintings and stuff, and American flag ones, like these little almost like little travel pillows.
Yeah.
He's got some really nice ones. I think they're over. I don't know if they're on My Pillow or on my store, but they're on one of the two.
Okay.
But our code works at both. So LFS6B is the promo code. Slick, let's do some sports. What's going on?
All right, Big D. Well, here we go. NHL action. We're getting down to the home stretch here. Just about 10 games left in the season, and we're going to be in playoffs. Mid-April already, NHL playoffs. And Rangers and Islanders are both vying for that final wild card spot that's open in the eastern side of the world here. So Islanders and Canucks tied at 0 right now. No scores I should say. End of one. And by the way, we're not on 103.9 tonight because the Islanders are on, Big D. Devils 2-1 over the Blackhawks. End of one as well. 10 p.m. we have the Stars taking on the Oilers out in Edmonton, and the Bruins are in Anaheim taking on the Ducks. That's also a 10 p.m. puck drop. To the hard court we go. Sixers right now trailing the Wizards 76-69. 6 to go there in the third. The Lakers over the Pacers 45-36. 8 to go in the second. Midway through the second, we got the Knicks leading the Clippers 44-38. Knicks also looking for a playoff spot in the NBA. The Raptors 43-29 over the Nets. 8 to go there in the second. Bucks and Nuggets 9 p.m. tip-off, and Celtics Suns, that'll be a 10 p.m. tip-off. I'm going to preview the NCAA men's basketball games tomorrow night. The Sweet 16 kicks off in places like San Francisco and Indiana, and we'll get to that in the next segment or two. I'll run through all the scores. Just want to get to a quick story right now. So, investigation focus in death of ex-Yankee star son shifts to possible food poisoning. This is Brian Lennis and Ryan Gatos of Fox News reporting. The focus of the investigation into the cause of death of former New York Yankees star Brett Gardner's son in Costa Rica shifted to possible food poisoning, a judicial official told Fox News on Wednesday. Miller Gardner, 14, died while on vacation with his family in the Central American country on March 21st. The Gardner family released a statement through the Yankees on Sunday announcing their tragic loss. Marisol Rodriguez Solis, the head of press for Costa Rica's Judicial Investigation Police, OIJ, told Fox News the investigation has shifted to possible food poisoning as the most likely cause, but that asphyxiation has not been ruled out just yet. The results from the forensic and pathology test could take anywhere between 1 to 4 months to come back. We know those take a while. Officials in Costa Rica have yet to interview the Gardner family as of Tuesday afternoon, and with heavy hearts we are saddened to announce the passing of our youngest son, Miller, the Gardner family said over the weekend, 14 years old. And the Gardner family stayed at the Arenas Del Mar Hotel in Manuel Antonio and ate at an Italian restaurant at a nearby hotel on Thursday. All 4 members began to feel sick by 11 p.m. local time back at the facility where they were staying. The Arenas Del Mar Hotel called a doctor to give them medicine to help with the stomach issues. The next morning, Miller Gardner was found dead with traces of vomit. So our hotel protocol at Arenas Del Mar does not allow hotel staff to provide any medication or treatments to guests. Arenas Del Mar said in a statement, the hotel staff dispatched a medical team immediately, including a licensed doctor, which arrived to handle the emergency situation. Any medical attention to the family was done by medical professionals. Our staff did not administer any medical treatment. So a little difference in stories there, as there often are with controversial things like this. So obviously we know Brett Gardner, one of the great Yankees. He played with the team from 2008 to 2021, long tenured in the Pinstripes, and he was on the team that won the World Series back in 2009. So just a very sad story. We'll see how this develops, Big D. We'll keep an eye on it. And that's a wrap in sports. Up with the Sweet 16 preview in the next sports segment, Big D. Back to you.
Ooh, Sweet 16 preview. That's right.
Tomorrow night.
Who am I Florida? I got Florida winning. Who are they?
They're playing Maryland.
Maryland.
Yeah, they're playing the Terps.
Oh, me and my wife are going to be at well, she's not going to watch. She's not going to care, but she's she's a Terp.
Yep. I know she is.
And, of course, I hate her team because they've cost me so much in the past years.
Because they lose.
They're always screwing me when I bet on them. So
one way or the other.
One way or the other.
I know that.
So, yeah, I'm hoping they lose by 100, and she'll be hoping that they win.
Uh-oh. Well, they're playing the Gators. That'd be the number 1 team. So, Big D, I think we're on to the Gators here.
Well, I'm definitely on them because I got them I got them winning.
But look out for Duke.
And I think them winning is the only chance I have to get into like the top 300.
I'm trying to get in the top 100. Come on.
Man, my bracket sucks.
Yeah.
All right, we're back with some news with Delgado coming up right after this.
Hello, this is Mike Huckabee. President Trump said he wants to take back the White House and teach our kids to love our country. That's why my team created a kids guide to President Trump. It'll teach your kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his vision for America. And right now, I want to give it to you for free as part of this free gift bundle.
Order your free kids guide to President Trump, get a free bonus guide, and a free membership to AMAC featuring dozens of money-saving benefits at kidsneedtrump.com. That's kidsneedtrump.com.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post-9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I faced my PTSD, and I'm a better husband and father because of it.
We help warriors get the expert care and support to thrive.
I got involved. I got healthier. I got to be an athlete again.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Prices are going up everywhere. Did you know that the costs associated with auto repairs cost Americans on average $7,500? And let's face it, when it comes to those costs, it's not if you'll need repairs, it's when. Now more than ever, you can't afford to be driving without Ox Car Care. Because with A+ rated Ox, you don't pay for repairs on your car, truck, or SUV. Ox pays.
I really love Ox Car Care because right now I can't afford the costly repairs, and I definitely cannot afford to be without a car.
With Ox, I can take my car to my dealership just like I always have, and they'll take care of everything.
Call the number on your screen right now for a free quote. There's no obligation to find out how low your monthly payments can be. Our Ox Car Care family of customer service reps, coverage specialists, and claims adjusters are all under one roof right here in the U.S. to ensure you always get top quality service from a caring company that stands behind everything we do. And we are the administrators of your claim. We don't farm out your policies somewhere else.
In the past, I had a really bad experience. I was passed around from phone number to phone number just to file a claim. But with Ox, it's just one phone call, one company, and they handle everything.
Today, it's just too risky not to have coverage. And Ox, they make it easy.
Call Ox now and let them pay for your auto repairs. Act now, and Ox will even include free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance.
Ox Car Care is like family. I didn't just feel like a customer, I also felt part of the family.
Just call Ox Car Care now with your make and model and get a free, no-obligation instant quote. But don't wait, or it'll be too late. You need coverage before a repair is needed. Call Ox Car Care right now.
Call 1-800-691-0754 to get a free quote today. That's 1-800-691-0754. Or go online now at oxcarcare.com.
30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's going to do some more news. Aaron and Fran holding it down, as always, on a Wednesday. Real America's Voice all over the country. Glad you're in, everybody. Please welcome back to the show. I want to get right to him because I got lots to ask him. One of our faves, and that, of course, is our friend Josh Hammer. He's the author of the brand new book, Israel and Civilization, The Fate of the Jewish Nation and the Destiny of the West. Josh, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Gentlemen, I'm doing great. Always a pleasure to join you.
It's great to have you on. You were going to be on, I guess, last Wednesday. And the book dropped, last Tuesday?
Exactly right, yep.
And it's doing fantastic, and we're happy to have you on. Before we get to the book, though, and I guess it kind of ties in. There's so much in the news. Obviously, you have Signalgate. You've got what's going on with the judges. I want to ask you about all that. But one of the things that I feel like is flying under the radar is Mike Huckabee and his confirmation hearings. And he said something that, and knowing you were coming on and looking at your book, kind of caught my attention. He said in his confirmation hearings, he said, Israel in many ways is a reflection of our own heritage and history. It's the Judeo-Christian law that there is a right and that there is a wrong upon which all Western civilization is built, but certainly our system of government. There is no country across the globe that more mirrors our own struggle and our own level of democracy than does the state of Israel. And it's one of the reasons that it is a natural ally. The spiritual connections between your church, mine, many churches in America, Jewish congregations to the state of Israel is because we ultimately are people of the book. We believe the Bible, and therefore that connection is not geopolitical, it is also spiritual. And to ignore that, to deny that, would be to make it very difficult for us to ever understand how to go forward in a relationship with them. And when I listened to that, I thought, man, that is such an important point. Is Mike Huckabee going to be a watershed moment for this relationship? What do you think about that?
Well, first of all, what a beautiful statement that you just read there. I was almost getting goosebumps over here. Just a beautiful statement by a beautiful human being. I was grinning ear to ear, frankly, when I heard the news that Mike Huckabee was going to be Donald Trump's pick for U.S. ambassador to Israel, because one, he is that kind of moral fiber. Like, he's a genuinely good person. Two, he's been extraordinarily invested in this particular issue for really the entirety of his adult life. He's led somewhere between 50 and 100, maybe closer to 100 different trips for American Christians pilgrimage over to Israel, really going back 40, 50 years now. So he's all in on this particular issue. And third, and this kind of gets to the quote that you just read there, I actually think it's really important, and I say this as a religious Jew, by the way, I think it's really important actually that the current or the next U.S. ambassador to Israel actually be Christian, not Jewish, because we are currently facing some people out there that are trying to drive a wedge right now through Jews and Christians. There are some people, they're a small voice, but a lot of them are increasingly getting louder. And they're really, really trying to force to convince Jews that the Christians are not good for them, and convince Christians that the Jews are not good for them. This has to be robustly rejected with every fiber of our being there, because Mike Huckabee is totally right. When we talk about Western civilization, frankly, what I argue in my book, Israel and Civilization, is that Western civilization is coextensive. It is coterminous with the Bible. When we speak of Western civilization, we are speaking of the biblical inheritance. We are speaking of the civilization as the word was first revealed to Moses and the Israelites and the Jewish people, but was subsequently built out by Christians, the great offshoot of the original tree trunk, the Jews. So we have to be in this together. I mean, we literally share large swaths of our own holy book together. This is not exactly a new revelation, but in case you're not following along at home there, I mean, the Christian Holy Bible consists in part of the Hebrew Bible there. And Mike Huckabee's an American patriot. He's the former governor of Arkansas. He's run for president numerous times. I mean, he's a historically literate politician as well there, and he's familiar with the fact that the American founders, they all understood this entirely there. So, for instance, Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, they wanted the national seal of the United States to be Moses parting the Red Sea. Abraham Lincoln, my own favorite figure in American history, I'm very fortunate to be born on his birthday, he referred to Americans as an almost chosen people, using this covenantal language. He quoted the Hebrew Bible all the time in his speeches there. So, part of this book, Israel and Civilization, part of what I think Mike Huckabee is being called to do in this moment, and he's a perfect man for this moment there, is basically to just unite Jews and Christians, stand shoulder to shoulder like never before. Let's engage in a joint ecumenical biblical restoration project. That's what my book fundamentally calls for. And Mike Huckabee is the pitch perfect man to help lead that effort in the state of Israel as the representative of the United States there on the spot.
Yeah, I think you call it in the book a Grand Jewish Christian Alliance. Is that, am I correct about that?
Yeah, the final chapter of the book is called The Jewish Christian Alliance to Save the West there. And, the basic argument is that we face the exact same threats. So there's three hegemonic forces, from my estimation, that I identify. Three separate hegemonic forces that threaten to destroy all the biblical inheritance, all of the West. And in no particular order, those are wokeism, Islamism, and global neoliberalism. The latter is kind of referring to basically John Lennon's song Imagine, the whole World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, basically this open society, anti-nation state agenda there. So that Islamism and wokeism, these are dire threats to anyone who believes in objective truth, anyone who believes in value. That necessarily means the two biblical religions, Judaism and Christianity there. And, another key point in the book, and it's right there in the subtitle, The Fate of the Jewish Nation and the Destiny of the West, is that it's important for everyone to understand that historically speaking, holding theology aside, just historically speaking, there has really never been a society where the Jewish population has flourished, where that society has not in turn flourished. And there's never been an example of a society where the Jewish population has been discriminated against, and that broad society has in turn done anything other than just basically fade away into irrelevance or just utter decadence and decline there. So it is definitely true that the Jews are the canary in the coal mine, and that they always have been. And the Jewish state of Israel on the geopolitical chessboard is the canary in the coal mine there for the United Nations, not there, but they're never interested in stopping with the Jews. As it is often said, you start with the Saturday people, then you move on to the Sunday people there. Anti-Semites have always understood this there, and this is a very, very important point to understand, I think, for people that are trying to drive this terrible wedge between Jews and Christians.
We're speaking with Josh Hammer. He's the author of Israel and Civilization, The Fate of the Jewish Nation and the Destiny of the West. It's available, I'm assuming, everywhere where books are available. It's been out for about a week or so. It's been doing great. Obviously, you speak about October 7th and thinking about kind of everything you said, the flourishing of the Jewish people, the state of Israel, and how it's essential to the survival of Western civilization. When you think about October 7th, how do you believe that event has reshaped the West's perception of Israel's role in the broader civilization struggle? Has it? And how, now that we're a little bit removed from it, how do you think it's reshaped that?
Well, I think it's hardened both sides, right? So, I mean, we can think of this as a grand civilizational struggle between Western civilization, meaning the biblical inheritance, and barbarism. I mean, when we're talking here about wokeism, Islamism, and global neoliberalism, we're basically talking various shades of barbarism there. So for the pro-barbarism side there, they unsurprisingly have dug in their heels. They're out there waving the Palestinian flag, cheering on miscreants like Mahmoud Khalil at Columbia University. They're pro-Hamas because they're pro-barbarism, because they hate the Bible. They hate what today we call Western civilization. They're trying to tear it down and destroy it there, whether it's their rejection of the most foundational biblical imperative of all, that God made man in his image. That's what the DEI woke people do. They reject the genuine moral equality of human beings that we can only deduce from Genesis 1:27 in the Bible. Whether it's Islamism itself, they obviously hate not just the Jews, but they hate Christians. They hate all that they refer to as quote unquote infidels. That's the language that Hamas uses, for instance, in its 1987 charter. And then when it comes to kind of the globalist agenda here, they're basically trying to, what I refer to in the book as homogenize all of us, basically stamp out all the various differences that make us human in the first place there. So again, if you're interested in destroying all that we built there, it makes a lot of sense that you start with Israel. On the other hand, I do think that it has been something of a wake-up call for many people who really care about the United States, who really care about the West, to see just the declining support in many ways of Israel in its righteous defensive war. That's kind of what impelled me to write this book in the first place there. But I'll give you just one very brief example. So, a lot of people say, Josh, what does the U.S. possibly benefit from this relationship there? And, I have a very simple answer to that question there. So last year, over the course of roughly 3 months or so, Israel went on this Michael Corleone baptism scene, the Godfather-esque revenge killing spree, basically against its enemies. And that culminated in the assassinations of Hassan Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah in Beirut, and Yahya Sinwar in Gaza. Before they got Nasrallah in Beirut with that large bunker buster bomb, they got two high-ranking Hezbollah jihadis by the name of Fuad Shakur and Ibrahim Akil. I mention those names for a reason. Who are Fuad Shakur and Ibrahim Akil? Well, they are the masterminds of the 1983 Beirut barracks bombing in Lebanon that slaughtered over 240 U.S. Marines, and the mastermind of the U.S. embassy bombing in Beirut that same year that killed 60 to 70. The U.S. State Department had $5 and $7 million bounties on these two jihadis' head for over 4 decades, and nothing happened there until Israel basically just did our dirty work for it and taking them out there. So people say, what does the U.S. benefit from this relationship? Well, I'll tell you exactly what you benefit there. You get a dead Fuad Shakur, a dead Ibrahim Akil, and by the way, also a dead Hassan Nasrallah and a dead Yahya Sinwar if that weren't good enough.
So let me ask you a little bit about your personal journey that's woven through the book, and maybe what you hope readers take out, Christian or Jewish. Talk about a little bit about your personal journey in Judaism and how that shaped your perspective a little bit on maybe some of these broader topics of faith, identity, civilization.
Yeah, so I'm happy you asked. Usually when I do these interviews about the book, most people don't really ask about this, but you're totally right. My personal story is deeply interwoven throughout the book. I would like to think that it's done in a fairly seamless fashion there. And, partially that's my call to my fellow Jews to not just talk the talk, but to actually walk the walk. Judaism is a religion of actions. It's a religion of laws, of commandments there. And, it's one thing to kind of like blithely espouse, from your mouth and say, the Bible, Torah, Israel, whatever there. It's a whole other thing to actually do it there. And what I have found as I've gone on my journey and I've become observant and religious, praise be to God, I found, frankly, that I'm also just happier and more fulfilled, frankly, in many ways there. And that's a lesson that applies not just to Jews, but to Christians, to anyone who has the opportunity, I think, to be in touch with the King of all kings, God in heaven there. And, ultimately, I really do ultimately root the vast majority of America's current woes, the current things that we are not doing right. I really do source almost all of it in declining faith, declining religion, and declining godliness there. I frankly think that if we got more Christians in good Bible-believing churches, if we got more Jews in good Torah-observant, Bible-observant synagogues, this country would be so much better there. So part of the book is definitely kind of a personal call to action. I mean, this is our inheritance. The Bible is our inheritance there. But at a certain point, you can't just talk the talk. You got to walk the walk as well.
Great stuff. Josh Hammer is the author of Israel and Civilization, The Fate of the Jewish Nation and the Destiny of the West. It's available where all books are there. And you want to spend a weekend, that's a great read right there. Go pick it up and read it. Josh, I got about a minute left. Just quickly, let me get on to a couple of topics. Number one, the signal thing. Should the administration just stop giving oxygen to this and move on? What's your take?
In theory, that's my instinct. My instinct is always don't give these guys an inch. I mean, I'm very much kind of like a double down, triple down kind of guy. But I don't think the crisis comms is going very well, honestly, for the administration there. So I would like to see a fall guy. I'm not saying it should be Mike Waltz. I happen to like Mike Waltz. But whoever the staffer was that added Jeffrey Goldberg, make someone a fall guy, say, vow that you will learn from this mistake going forward. And then I think once that happens, I think people will basically forget about it.
All right, there you go. Josh, always love having you on the show. Good luck with the book. We'll have you back soon. Again, Josh Hammer, the author of Israel and Civilization, The Fate of the Jewish Nation and the Destiny of the West, available where books are available now. Go pick it up. Josh, thanks again.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, we're back live from Studio 6B right after this.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Weber, CEO of AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is at a crossroads, and the first 100 days of President Trump's administration will be critical in shaping our nation's future. That's why AMAC is proud to introduce the first 100 Days Tracker. Our tracker will monitor the administration and Congress as they work to deliver on the Make America Great Again agenda, ensuring progress on critical issues like sealing our borders, protecting your freedoms, and strengthening our economy. As an AMAC member, you'll receive daily updates and opportunities to take action. Together, we will hold our leaders accountable and celebrate the victories that make our nation stronger. Join the AMAC family today and be part of a movement driving real change. I look forward to welcoming you to AMAC.
This is our last chance to help save thousands of Holocaust survivors who are suffering in the former Soviet Union today. The needs that these forgotten Jews have are something beyond anything you can imagine.
Have you eaten this morning?
I ate the carrot, so I ate half of it yesterday, and I had it today for breakfast. And this is what she ate in 2 days, 1 carrot. Please pray for me.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews began this ministry to help elderly Jews living in horrible poverty around the world. We urgently need your gift of $25 now to help provide one survival food box with all of the foods they critically need for their diet for 1 month.
I am very proud to partner and align with the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. This trusted ministry is giving Christians like me a way to bless elderly Jewish people who live in extreme poverty around the world.
I believe in God, but I sometimes feel maybe He forgot me. Perhaps you could tell my story, and I would find a matching soul that would understand. I face hunger again.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now to help rush one survival food box to a Holocaust survivor who is suffering and in desperate need.
This is what God wants from us. Just feed the hungry.
If you hear God's voice, I'm asking you to act now. Do it when it's on your heart. I pray that they'll know in their final months that they're not alone.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday, March 26th. I want to thank Josh Hammer for joining us, giving us a few moments. His book is great, and it's available where all books are sold. And you should, if you have an interest in that, we all should, right? When you think about Judeo-Christian values and how this country was founded, combination with the principles of the Enlightenment, that's how we founded our country. That is how we founded the country. And so much of it is under attack. But I think Mike Huckabee, which is why I wanted to start with that, because I happened to hear that part of his hearing, and I thought, man, this guy could be a real watershed moment for this relationship and just in 4 years what he could do if he stays the whole 4 years. I think Mike Huckabee will be, if not, he's just going to be right up there with one of the best.
He was kind of made for it.
He will take it head on, man. He is not afraid to speak truth when it comes to this relationship, and I think he'll be fantastic. So, Josh is great. All right, let's do some news. I feel like we haven't done any here.
Yeah, it's true.
12 minutes till the hour with Rick Delgado. News is brought to you by our friends at Freedom Force Nutrition, available live from Studio6B.com, where I'll be giving away loyalty points tonight. Rick Delgado, what's going on?
All right. Well, of course, Signalgate being the big story. Let me ask you this real quick, Damon. Are we going to be doing sports in this segment? Because I don't want to take up.
No, you go ahead. You haven't done any news, so you do it, and we'll do sports in the next segment.
Yeah, we got a big preview coming up.
All right, very good. So Signalgate being the big story. I don't know if you caught this as things got a little crazy up on the Hill. CIA Director Ratcliffe blasting off at Representative Gomez for a question regarding Secretary Hegseth and what he was doing, and if maybe something was affecting his judgment. Basically, check this out. Here is cut number 5 on Signalgate with Ratcliffe, and I believe Tulsi Gabbard starts us off.
To your knowledge, do you know whether Pete Hegseth had been drinking before he leaked classified information?
Oh, God. What a moron.
I don't have any knowledge of Secretary Hegseth's personal habits.
Director Radcliffe, same question.
Good for Radcliffe here, by the way.
Yes or no?
No, I'm going to answer that. I think that's an offensive line of questioning. The answer is no. I find it interesting that you want to. I'm going to answer. You asked me a question. You want an answer?
No, listen.
You don't want to focus on the good work that the CIA is doing, that the intelligence community.
Director, I reclaim my time. Director, I reclaim my time.
Yes, he reclaims his time because, he's afraid that the answer that will come, it will directly destroy his narrative.
I don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
I'd say, hey, pipe down, you jerk. You asked, now I'll answer.
Yeah,
Shut up.
You want to reclaim your time?
Oh, my God. I couldn't.
Reclaim it out of your you-know-what when I'm done with it.
Dealing with a fool, an absolute fool like that.
Yeah, the House Intelligence Committee, of course, the hearing today devolved into a fury after that question about Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's drinking habits. Democrats, of course, are using this hearing to grill the officials about the highly sensitive details about the military operations that are being carried out against the Houthis. And the hearing, of course, comes as a growing number of Democrats, for some reason, they are just laser focused. They want Hegseth. Even though he was added to the call, he wasn't in charge of the call, so it wasn't his person. He didn't choose to have this Goldberg on the call. He was just on the call, assuming that everybody on the call is supposed to be on the call, receiving this information. Of course, that was Representative Jimmy Gomez, the dirtbag from California.
What a jerk.
It says D next to his name, so I'm assuming that means dirtbag from California.
Yeah, I can tell you what it stands for. What a jerk.
Of course, Tulsi Gabbard
was your wife drinking when she married you, you jerk? Should we ask her? What a moron.
Yeah. Tulsi Gabbard, of course, you saw responded, and of course Ratcliffe decided he wasn't going to be standing for it, so he went right after him and attempted to take care of business before, of course, Gomez reclaimed his time because he doesn't want to hear a real answer. Here is more from Secretary Ratcliffe debunking more fake news coming from this the Signalgate controversy that's going on. Here's cut number 2. Check this out.
There's so much talk about this Atlantic article and about things that were said and that could have happened instead of a focus on what did happen. So my responsibility as CIA director, one of its responsibilities is to kill terrorists. And that's exactly what I did along with President Trump's excellent national security team. That's what we should be focused on. With regard to that article, I also would appreciate the opportunity to relay the fact that yesterday I spent 4 hours answering questions from senators as a result of that article that were intimating that I transmitted classified information because there were hidden messages. Those messages were revealed today and revealed that I did not transmit classified information, and that the reporter, who I don't know, I think intentionally intended it to indicate that. That reporter also indicated that I had released the name of an undercover CIA operative in that signal chat. In fact, I had released the name of my chief of staff, who is not operating undercover. That was deliberately false and misleading, and I appreciate the opportunity to reflect that my answers haven't changed. I used an appropriate channel to communicate sensitive information. It was permissible to do so. I didn't transfer any classified information, and at the end of the day, what is most important is that the mission was a remarkable success, is what everyone should be focused on here, because that's what did happen, not what possibly could have happened.
Yeah. Of course, the Atlantic editor-in-chief, Jeffrey Goldberg, is who they're all referring to about his article. And of course, that was revealed that National Security Advisor Mike Waltz had added him, or someone in his Mike Waltz's office added him to the Signal chat in which the high-level national security officials discussed the strikes in Yemen. Here is cut number 1, Representative Stubbe asking Tulsi Gabbard some questions about the plans that were discussed on Signalgate. Here's cut 1.
Were there any names in the Signal chat?
No.
Any targets?
No.
Any locations?
No.
Was there a unit name or location of that unit?
There was not.
Were there any routes described in the Signal chat?
No.
Wouldn't an operational plan contain that type of information?
Every operational plan I've ever seen has contained that information.
Yeah. So there you have it.
And that's the point. Let's just move on. Say it was a mistake. We all know it was a mistake. You've pretty much said that. Get to the bottom of who got the guy and who's got the relation. I said this the first night. The most troubling thing is who's got the relationship with this slime ball.
Right. Who knows this guy?
Right. Who has this guy well enough to have JG have them in their contacts? That's the most pressing issue. Who's dealing with slimy, gold-plated, phony, Trump-hating media personalities? That's the main pressing issue.
Or who put that person in there as JG to conceal the name, the actual name?
If that's in fact what happened, yes.
Because and I'm sure they probably all know who this guy was in terms of the reporting that he's done throughout the years. I'm sure they would have seen that name and been led to ask, is this the same Jeffrey Goldberg from the Atlantic? They probably would have stopped in their tracks, seeing this guy's name. Instead, they see JG. They figure, it's just short for somebody else in the administration that is privy to this, that is supposed to be in this chat. So there you have it again. Some more stuff as a House hearing erupted over of course, the stupid question from the dirtbag out of California, Mr. Gomez.
All right, quick hour 1, hour 2, coming back.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
What if you could tackle your dog's itching, mushy poops, and low energy? Millions of pet parents are raving about Dr. Marty Nature's Blend.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues.
I'm Dr. Marty. I've been a veterinarian for more than 50 years. The dangerous ingredients added to many pet foods could be impacting your dog's lifespan. That's why I formulated Nature's Blend.
Now you can feed your dog wholesome cuts of real meat, vegetables, and fruit with no artificial preservatives or fillers. Try Dr. Marty risk-free. Go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular.
My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing. Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month, very simple.
It's been amazing.
I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it too.
Call 1-800-726-2125
to switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Hey, Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day. So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
On the East Coast, Real America's Voice, and on my end, we've got some big breaking news to get to tonight. You're just joining us for hour 2 and you're not in the chat. You don't know what I'm talking about. Breaking news tonight. Everybody get excited. President Trump has a new endorsement out tonight, and I want to read it to you. Senator Lindsey Graham is working incredibly hard for the great people of South Carolina, a state I love and won big in 2016, 2020, and 2024. Lindsey has been a wonderful friend to me.
Lady Lindsey.
And has always been there when I needed it. As the chair of the Senate Budget Committee, Lindsey is fighting tirelessly to grow the economy, lower taxes, and eliminate government waste. Lindsey is also relentlessly focused on helping us secure the border, stop migrant crime, strongly support our great military vets, promote American energy dominance, defend always under siege Second Amendment, and ensure peace through strength. Lindsey Graham has my complete and total endorsement tonight for the re-election. He will not let you down. Everyone in South Carolina should help Lindsey have a big win next year.
Great.
Not him. There's got to be, like we said, there's got to be something he brings to the table that
He must be a lot of fun on the golf course or something, man. He's just got to be. There's got to be something else going on.
Maybe he makes a good chicken fry. I don't know.
Don't they have that screwy way of voting in South Carolina for these things anyways? Don't they have this open, where all the Dems can go vote for Lindsey too, their favorite guy?
Sure, why not?
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know. It's not as baffling as when he endorsed McConnell. But when we could have got rid of him, but it's right
he had to endorse McConnell at that point because it was either McConnell or the Democrat, and you don't want to lose the seat.
I would have taken the Democrat.
You don't want to lose the seat.
The Democrat would have been better.
You don't want to
convince me otherwise. You can't.
You don't want to lose the seat because then it's harder to get it back. Yeah,
I would have taken the Democrat over McConnell.
It is because
wouldn't have been as bad.
Still, I'm just saying, you just don't want to lose.
It was worse. He's worse than any Democrat could have possibly been. Worse.
You just don't want to lose the seat.
That's not enough reason.
No,
not for what we put up with that. Let's move on before I start cursing.
All right,
don't do that.
Yeah. 3 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Slick's got sports coming up. Speaking of Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell, that's actually a perfect lead-in.
Oh, boy.
To this article. It's a perfect lead-in.
Okay.
Because you can never underestimate how weak these people really are, most of them. And it's this headline in The Hill tonight. GOP lawmakers press for investigations now of Trump cabinet group chat. Let me read it again. No, I didn't say DNC. I didn't say Democrat. I said GOP lawmakers press for investigations of Trump cabinet group chat. I've told you about these people for as long as I sat behind this microphone. And I always get the obligatory, no, you're wrong about this guy. You're wrong about this guy. Who, you know who's been on the radar besides McConnell and Graham and some of these others? Roger Wicker. How many times have you heard his name from me? Many. Republican senators are now calling for the Trump administration and congressional committees to investigate the disclosure. So we're going to investigate our own. The disclosure of sensitive national security information over Signal. Senate Armed Services Committee Chair Roger Wicker. Now, has Roger Wicker opened up an investigation into that, the guy who sits next to him, who during the confirmation hearings on Hegseth's was pulling all that funny business? No, of course not. He has not. When he all of a sudden had these we got a new witness here we got to bring in. Oh, geez, how'd you know how to get her? Don't worry about it. Has Roger Wicker opened an investigation into him? No, of course not. But here he is. He wants to open an investigation into Trump's people. Senate Armed Services Committee Chair Roger Wicker said Tuesday that his committee will investigate the matter, but also called on the Defense Department's Inspector General to launch a probe. We'll certainly be asking the IG to look into it, Wicker told The Hill of the incident, which has sparked concerns among Republicans over the frequency which senior Trump officials are using Signal to hold sensitive conversations. The topics discussed extensively when 5 senior officials, including DNI Gabbard and CIA Radcliffe, testified before the Intelligence Committee on Tuesday. One Republican senator who requested anonymity, of course, because he's a wuss too, to discuss the sensitive matter said many Republican colleagues are concerned. The security lapse could become a significant political problem if not addressed in a credible way. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Never underestimate how pathetic these people are, especially when they're in power. Especially when they're in power. The source said that hopefully the administration would investigate the security lapse thoroughly, but added that the armed service and intelligence panels will conduct their own investigations. Oh, another name you might recognize. Senator Lisa Murkowski said if senior officials in the Biden administration had made the same similar mistake, Republicans in Congress would be blowing their tops. If I recall, the Secretary of Defense gave you many reasons to blow your top, and none of you had any interest in doing anything. Yeah. If I recall, Mark Milley said that he would warn the Chinese that we were going to do something before we did it. And I think he's still roaming out there pretty much free. And you didn't have any interest in that, Lisa. But here they are now with their own. Ooh, we got to get on top of this. Inadvertently looping in a journalist into a text chain discussing military planning is really bad, Murkowski said. This is what happens when you don't really have your act together. Really? Asked whether Republicans should hold hearings, Murkowski said, think about what we would do if Biden were president and this came out. We would raise the roof, she says. Senate Majority Leader John Thune on Tuesday encouraged the Armed Services Committee to delve into the issues. So Republicans are all in on this. This is in the Hill. This is in the Hill. So
what's interesting is that line about looping in a journalist for a discussion like this, they're only mad because we actually see what happens when you loop in a journalist. They usually, you know what it is? They're upset because normally they do it on the down low where nobody finds out who's looping it in, who's looping the journalist in. So they're a little put off by that. They're like, usually we keep this, pretty well under hat, and we'll just have statements released by anonymous sources. But now we actually have a journalist who was there and heard everything.
And one more name in this article that you should know is there because you've heard him from me before: Senator Mike Rounds. Oh, he's only from South Dakota. A member of the intelligence panel said the Trump administration should take the lead in investigating to what extent a discussion of military strategy may have compromised national security. This is Mike Rounds from South Dakota. This is what he's worried about now tonight, voicing it to the Hill. Voicing it to the Hill. Let's see if there's any other phony names in here. That's about it. The usual suspects for weak sauce in the Republican Party. When you think fake, phony opposition when we're not in power, you think of these names. When you think of rhino, pathetic, weak people when we are in power, you think of the same names. And here they all find their way into this article because now they're all very worried. Crazy. Just crazy. All right, let's do some more news with Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right, well, I'm going to get to my story. Snakes.
There we go.
Got to be snakes, Damon.
Yeah? All right, hammer it out.
Secret CIA files claim the Ark of the Covenant has been found.
Really?
The location of the chest believed to contain the 10 Commandments has long been a mystery, but CIA documents claim that the Ark of the Covenant, believe it or not, has been found. According to the Bible, the Ark of the Covenant was built by the Israelites shortly after they fled Egypt around the 13th century BC. Moses then placed the 10 Commandments inside. This is coming from the Daily Mail, by the way. The CIA conducted experiments in the 1980s with individuals who claimed that they could perceive the information about distant objects, events, and other people. These people are known as remote viewers. Have you heard about this guy? His name is Joseph McMonagle. He was like the most famous CIA remote viewer. Had a lot of interesting stuff that he was able to give to the CIA. It was a long-running program for them, actually. The report details on one of these tests where the remote viewer, only number 32, was given the coordinates to locate a target, and they described the Ark of the Covenant hiding in the Middle East. Some historians believe that the Ark was originally kept inside the Holy of Holies, the innermost chamber of the ancient Temple of Jerusalem, before it was sacked by the Babylonians. There's also legend that the artifact was taken to Ethiopia. I've seen a lot of information on that, and now resides in a local church there. The target, according to the remote viewer, is in a container, Damon. This container has another container inside of it. The document states the target is fashioned of wood, gold, and silver, and is decorated with a six-winged angel.
This is not all like in the end zone at MetLife Stadium, is it?
No.
Oh, okay.
This is in the Middle East, not in the Northeast.
Okay.
The remote viewer continued to say that the coffin-shaped object is located somewhere in the Middle East and saw people in the area speaking Arabic. The remote viewer, however, was not told that they were searching for the lost covenant before the experiment began. And again, these are coming from recently resurfaced declassified CIA documents. And of course, according to the story of biblical history, it's a sacred gold-covered wooden chest constructed sometime around 1445 BC. And the Ten Commandments, of course, given to Moses by God. So according to this CIA document, a remnant of the mysterious sun streak suggests that the U.S. government has known where the Ark is for years. Pretty crazy, right?
Can we send Nicolas Cage there to go get it?
No, it's not Nicolas Cage. It's Harrison Ford.
I thought Nicolas Cage was the guy in the movie on the government Book of Secrets and stuff.
That's Book of Secrets. I'm talking about Raiders of the Lost Ark, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. We can send him too. Maybe they could go together.
That's it.
Go together.
Big D's hungry. Wants to go to the Golden Arches right now. Oh, Big D.
I have a little more interest in that, I think.
Give me a Big Mac.
This is coming from what? The Daily Wire?
This is coming from the Daily Mail.
Okay, if it was the Daily Wire, I'd be more inclined to believe.
According to the CIA, they tapped these psychics for a wide variety of operations, from locating hostages kidnapped by Islamic terrorist groups to tracing paths of fugitive criminals within the United States. The project, known as Sunstreak, gained public attention after it was featured in a recent episode of the Ninjas Are Butterflies podcast. Interesting stuff. Supposedly, they know where it is.
13 past the hour?
That would be something.
That would be something.
That would actually be something. That is very historic.
This is Mike Huckabee. President Trump said he wants to take back the White House and teach our kids to love our country. That's why my team created the Kids Guide to President Trump. It'll teach your kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his vision for America. And right now, I want to give it to you for free as part of this free gift bundle.
Order your free Kids Guide to President Trump, get a free bonus guide, and a free membership to AMAC featuring dozens of money-saving benefits at kidsneedtrump.com. That's kidsneedtrump.com.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. But here's the good news. 4 Patriots is offering a special buy one, get 2 free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. Hurry, go to 4patriots.com now.
What if you could tackle your dog's itching, paw-licking, mushy poops, and low energy with a simple 3-minute change to their diet? Millions of pet parents are raving about Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, the anti-kibble breakthrough that's helping dogs act like puppies again.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues.
He's healthier, he looks better. This is my way more energetic dog.
I'm Dr. Marty. I've been a veterinarian for more than 50 years. The dangerous ingredients added to many pet foods could be impacting your dog's lifespan. That's why I formulated Nature's Blend.
Now you can feed your dog wholesome cuts of real meat, vegetables, and fruit with no artificial preservatives or fillers. Unlike fresh food, Nature's Blend is gently freeze-dried. This means extraordinary health benefits, but with zero prep, zero fridge, and zero mess.
I just feed her right out of the bag. She's obsessed with this food. Thank you, Dr. Marty.
And for a limited time, get up to 54% off with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular.
My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month. Very simple.
It's been amazing.
I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it too.
Call 1-800-726-2125.
To switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
All right, sound like the blues. 17 past the hour. Let me talk to you about our friends at Birch Gold. Tariff wars, recession fears, and stubborn inflation. No wonder gold has been routinely hitting all-time highs here in 2025. In volatile markets like right now, don't sit on the sidelines with your head in the sand. Take control and safeguard your savings. That's why so many Americans today are turning to the Birch Gold Group. They've helped tens of thousands convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in physical gold. Is it time for you to hedge against inflation and economic instability with gold? I think it could be. To learn how to own physical gold in a tax-sheltered account, text the word America to 989898. Birch Gold will send you a free, I said free, no obligation information kit. Again, text America to the number 989898. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, countless 5-star reviews. You can trust Birch Gold to help you protect your savings with gold. It took decades to get into this tangled mess, and they're going to try to unpack it now? How long will that take to get out of, and at what cost? Well, you won't have to worry about it if you hedge against inflation. Text America to the number 989898 and do it today. America to the number 989898 and do it today. All right, 18 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell, who I was right. I believe you have to, if you want the $29.98 queen size, it's the Percali sheets, not the Giza. There's two different types of sheets. So if the Giza ones you want, I told you the prices on those. That's the queen size, normally $139.98, now $69.99. King size only $79.99. On the Percali queen size, normally $89.98. Your wholesale price now is $29.98. King size only $34.98 for the Percali sheets. So again, if you put in LFS6B in your promo code, then go shop, you should see these prices. This is what Mike sent directly to me. So and again, they may be gone. I suspect these are not going to last, if I had to guess. So but that's what they're supposed to be. So, all right, let's do some sports. Sponsored by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is that promo code to get those great prices on sheets and anything else you want. Slick, what's going on?
All right, Big D, let's preview the NCAA Men's Basketball Final Four Sweet 16 regional round here. We got big games going on. We're going to start with BYU and Alabama. That'll be the East Regional. That will be played in Newark, New Jersey, the Prudential Center. And number 2, Alabama hosting BYU. Big D right there. Alabama, 5.5-point favorite. I'm liking Alabama in that game. I think they're going to roll, and they'll beat BYU, who's been playing good. They got a good team, play good defense, but that's a 7:09 tip-off on
Alabama's a 5.5-point favorite only in that game.
Yeah, I still think they're going to pull it out.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah, well,
that's not a big line. 5.5.
Oh, the lines are tight also with Florida and Maryland. Florida's a 6.5-point favorite over Maryland. That'd be number 1 Florida taking on number 4 Maryland. 7:39.
Doesn't Alabama beating BYU seem a little easier than Florida beating Maryland?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Okay, so I once again say Alabama, I put on upset alert.
Okay.
Just by what the odds maker's telling us on that line, that game's going to be close.
Duly noted. And like I said, we got the West Region, Big D. That'll be at the Chase Center out in San Francisco, your favorite city, of course. And number 1, Florida taking on the Terps, Maryland, and they're favored by 6.5. The Florida is, and we got it. Florida. They don't win. Our brackets are toast. We got number 1 Duke, Big D, Cooper Flagg and the crew, 9.5-point favorites over Arizona. That's a 9:39 tip-off in the East Region, back in Newark. And then the last game, the nightcap, would be Arkansas taking on Texas Tech. Calipari, right? No,
give me Calipari in that game.
Oh man. Texas Tech is a 5.5-point favorite. Big
That's a dangerous team right now. Mm-hmm. That's a team with momentum, that's feeling confident, that's got a coach that's been there. I would not want to be facing Arkansas.
I agree.
Nope.
Yep. And then we're going to go to Friday night's games. We got Ole Miss taking on Michigan State. Mm-hmm. That's a South Regional. And the South will be played at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. 3.5-point favorites, Michigan State University there.
Yep.
And then we got Kentucky and Tennessee. Rick, the Vols, there you go. They're going to be playing in the Midwest region. Midwest is at the Lucas Oil Stadium, Indianapolis, Indiana. Big arena there.
Yeah, Kentucky's another team you don't want to play.
Yeah, and Tennessee's only a 4.5-point favorite.
I see 4.
4.5. That's a tight spread right there. Number 1, Auburn, who a lot of folks like. A lot of people are getting on the Auburn wagon, including Charles Barkley. You know, that's his old team there. They're taking on Michigan Friday night, 9:39, tip-off in the South Regional as well in Georgia. And they're 8.5-point favorites to win that one. Michigan's been playing good, but they may run out of gas here. I think they've been playing a little over their head last weekend, and they got in there. They were a 5 seed, which surprised some, but I don't know about that one there. Purdue and Houston is the nightcap on Friday night, 10:09. That would be the Midwest region, again, in Lucas Oil. Houston, 8.5-point favorite. A lot of people have Houston in their brackets. So do you think all the number ones get out of Dodge there, or what do you think?
I don't know.
I mean, they got to play again on the
I've already put Alabama on upset alert because of that line, so I don't think Duke is going to have any issues. I don't know if they cover 9.5, but I think they win the game. Houston, again, probably wins the game. I don't know if they cover 8. I mean, Matt Painter's he's a great coach. Yep. I mean, I don't think you can ever laying double digits against a great coach is always tough. So, but I'd probably, if I had to guess, they probably all do.
And then we'll talk about Friday night. We'll see what the Thursday night results are. And then, of course, the Sweet 16 gets reduced to a field of 8, which then takes you to the Final Four, Big D.
Yes, it does.
It's wrapping up pretty quickly next weekend. So looking forward to that. And that's a wrap on the brackets. If I have another minute, I just want to get to one quick story, if I may.
Sure.
Former NFL running back arrested in FBI's largest dog fighting bust. 190 animals seized. Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. Yeah, LaShawn Johnson. Many folks will remember that name. A former running back for the Green Bay Packers and Arizona Cardinals was arrested as part of the largest FBI crackdown on dogfighting in the history of the Bureau. Johnson, 54, has been charged in the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Oklahoma with violations of the dogfighting prohibitions of the Federal Animal Welfare Act. Specifically, Johnson is charged with possessing, selling, and transporting 190 pit bulls and other dogs similar to pit bulls for dogfighting. Federal authorities raided Johnson's property and seized the 190 canines in October of 2024. Animal abuse is cruel, depraved, and deserves severe punishment, said Attorney General Pamela Bondi. The Department of Justice will prosecute this case to the fullest extent of the law and will remain committed to protecting innocent animals from those who would do them harm. The Green Bay Packers drafted Johnson in the 3rd round of the 1994 NFL Draft. He played in the NFL for 5 years, including stints with the Giants and Cardinals. In his career, he rushed for 955 yards and 5 touchdowns. Not exactly a superstar player. Johnson profited, though, from the dogfighting trade, which saw him run kennels under at least 2 names and supply and breed dogs for fighting rings nationwide. And the FBI will not tolerate criminals that harm innocent animals for their twisted form of entertainment, said FBI Director Kash Patel. So if convicted, Johnson faces a penalty of 5 years in prison and a $250,000 fine on each count. So he'll have to reset himself a little bit in prison. And I don't know, that might be a little like those terms. I think you should be doing a little bit more time than that for doing that to the animals. But, you know, big fans of the animals. And that's a wrap in sports. Big D, back to you.
All right, Slick, 25 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Breaking news tonight, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has decided they will not clear the way for the mass firing of probationary employees at 6 key federal departments, leaving in place a lower court's order reinstating thousands of terminated workers. So the judicial tyranny continues, and now you have the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which I believe is the D.C. Circuit, the Ninth, or is that the one out west? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Thanks, John Roberts and the Supreme Court for clearly not wanting to still get involved here. And so tyranny abounds in these courts, and they all got TDS, and they're gonna. As I've said all along, this is clearly the new Russia strategy to slow down the Trump administration. All right, we're back. Dr. Peter Galuli from the Wellness Company will join us right after this.
FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
You push it. You try to slide it. You even try to hold them shut. But your doors just won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Brand new ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. And now may be your last chance to get them at a low price. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. So forget drawers that won't stay closed. Every drawer stays closed. It's so fast and so easy. Even large sliding doors or cordless window blinds. Everything stays closed with Monkey Magnets. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet that's powerful attraction keeps your doors and drawers securely shut. These magnets are so strong they can hold this hammer that's nearly 5 pounds. Plus they're super thin. They'll fit just about anywhere, and they stay out of sight. Even screw them in for a more permanent solution. Monkey Magnets are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, accordion doors, and more. They're made of ultra-durable metal, so even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Use them anywhere outside the house, even on that stubborn mailbox that won't stay shut. Monkey Magnets can stick anywhere, from drywall to all types of wood frames, metal surfaces, and more. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of Monkey Magnets for only $9.99. Monkey Magnets are guaranteed to last 10 years or your money back. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Monkey Magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 full house pack per order while supplies last. So order now to keep all your doors and drawers shut tight with Monkey Magnets.
Call 1-800-519-4810. That's 1-800-519-4810. Call or visit GetMonkeyMagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4810. Order now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Real America's Voice. Glad you're in. Slick's going to do a little more sports. Delgado's got more news to do. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Right now, please welcome back to the show, Peter Galuli. He's the CEO of the Wellness Company, and he joins us again. Peter, how are you?
Thanks for having me back, guys.
It's great to have you back. Lots going on, obviously. I'm going to focus on the CDC here for a second. Representative Weldon, Dave Weldon, was supposed to be the nominee. His nomination got withdrawn, and he basically put out a 4-page letter basically accusing a couple of the Republican, weak sauce rhinos that we've become used to, basically saying he got pushed out for his vaccine stance. Does Big Pharma still have an outsized impact on how Washington works?
Follow the money, guys. We all know exactly where it goes. I mean, you remember when Bernie Sanders was being drilled by RFK during the nomination hearings. The amount of money that flows into the pockets of our congressmen and senators is just astounding. And we know that as well, the mainstream media networks are on board too, because I think I saw a study the other day that 75% of their advertising revenue comes from those goofy pharmaceutical commercials where the people are, dancing on screen before they read you 30 seconds of side effects. So we should not be surprised that this happened. We know that Big Pharma has long had their thumb on the boys in Washington.
So President Trump has nominated a new CDC director, and I don't want to have you weigh into politics if you don't want to, but do you have any, I don't know if you know her background, but boy, she does not seem like, I mean, given Joseph Lebedo sitting down there in Florida was available, this nomination, somebody who worked for Biden and worked for Obama, how do you think they came up with her?
Career bureaucrat, and I think Trump plays a momentum game. So he knows that he needs to constantly be on the move and moving forward, and if he stalls, all of his agendas get blown to pieces. So the big thing that Trump wanted to do is get somebody in there that he could get through the process, but most importantly, get somebody who is obedient. And I think that's what we got with Director Menarez, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly. Yeah. And look, she's been the acting director of the CDC now for a couple months. To her credit, she has done everything that Trump has asked her. She has withdrawn funding when she was told to withdraw funding. She has removed LGBTQ++ pages from the websites when she was told to. So if nothing else, at least Trump has learned from his last go around his administration, actually knows that he has the power to hire and fire these people. He needs somebody that will do his bidding and RFK's bidding. And perhaps in the situation we're in right now, that's what Trump needs to focus on, because he has bigger battles to fight abroad.
Okay, so there you go. A little different take on it. And I heard that RFK maybe had given her name to the president and said, maybe we run with this. And I was kind of surprised. Seems like a disaster to me, but what the hell do I know? Nothing. So getting back to our first point, though, on Big Pharma. So is there anything that RFK can be doing? Is there anything Congress can be doing? How do we start to meaningfully rein in the power of Big Pharma, other than maybe cutting off their ability to run commercial ads?
Honestly, I don't think the commercial ads are really the way to do it. Let them have their commercials. Who cares? There are two things that we need to be doing. Number one is that we need to stop this cross-pollination that we're seeing between Big Pharma and government agencies. For too long, taking a tour of duty within the FDA or the CDC has been part of the career path for Big Pharma executives. And that's a massive conflict of interest. We can't allow these corporate executives to have their best buds running these agencies and pushing their products through. And then secondly, and this is perhaps the most important thing, the biggest lesson from COVID, we need to insist that there's actual valid science behind these studies that the FDA approves. We've seen time and time again that Big Pharma has their fingers on the scales. They will manipulate and stack the studies in ways that proves a data point that they're trying to bank on being able to commercialize a product. But that data point not necessarily is the best data point or even something that's fully researched. I mean, we all can remember Safe and Effective from 5 years ago, right? So I think if we can promote those two agendas, the prevention of Big Pharma executives from taking jobs in the government, as well as the insistence that we actually have real science-based researchers and protocols installed when we're running these randomized controlled trials for our drugs, we'll have much better outcomes.
Speaking with Peter Gillooly, he's the CEO of the Wellness Company. Of course, you can go to twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice. Use promo code VOICE for one of their great kits. Speaking of COVID, I heard you say, are we ever going to get a reckoning on COVID is one of my questions to you. And number two, are you surprised RFK has not dealt with mRNA vaccines, maybe pulling them off the market? Would you like to see him do that? Does he have the ability to do that in this environment that we live in? Is it realistic to see RFK maybe limit access to the vaccine if they're going to keep it on the market? What would you like to see there?
Well, there's two things. Number one, I think right now, any American with an IQ over 60 is not getting a mRNA shot for COVID, right? So it's almost irrelevant if these vaccines remain on the market at this point, because the Americans that actually matter and care are well aware of the consequences of that. So I do think that they probably will pull them off the market at some point. I mean, when you see some left-leaning outlets start to go and say, hey, we were duped, that's usually a pretty good sign that the bureaucrats finally have permission to tell the truth. But in the meantime, I think the big thing that RFK needs to focus on is our food supply. We've seen all the headlines about bird flu and the culling of cattle and chickens and the resulting egg prices at the grocery store. But what we really need to be also focusing on is, are we going to be giving our food supply the same types of mRNA vaccines that we gave ourselves 5 years ago to a disastrous effect? Is that really what we want in our body? Personally, I think within 5 years, we'll have mRNA-free stamps on groceries just like we have organic and non-GMO today.
Peter Galuli is the CEO of the Wellness Company. Again, you can go to twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice. Use promo code VOICE. Always great to have you on the show. Thanks for a few moments.
Thank you.
All right, live from Studio 6B, 36 past the hour. Let's do some more news and hear what's that. By the way, people loved his chair. That was a pretty cool chair.
Yeah, it was.
Looked pretty cool.
Yeah.
Looked pretty comfortable.
It looked like a spaceship chair.
Yeah, looked pretty cool.
Of course, I noticed.
I didn't think I need to have one of those to sit in because this one stinks. Harry bought. 37 past the hour. Let's do some news. Here with the news is Rick Delgado. What's going on?
All right. Well, I don't know. Did you see Tucker Carlson's father passed away?
I did see that, yeah.
And he put this really, really well written and very heartfelt post on X, calling it the obituary for my father. I don't know if you want me to read some of this, but it's pretty in depth. Talks about when he was born back in February 10th of 1941, Massachusetts General Hospital. A 15-year-old Swedish-speaking girl and placed in the home for little wanderers in Boston. I mean, just it goes through and details his father's life. Very nicely done. Very, very an extensive read. So I suggest you go check it out for yourself from Tucker Carlson. It's called "The Obituary for My Father," and we send out condolences to him and his family at this time. I mean, I believe he was a extremely. I guess he was a kind of a. He was kind of one of those guys that kind of introduced his son into the world that he's in now, right? Because he worked in the Reagan administration, from what I understand.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. So he was. He spent 5 years as director of Voice of America, and then moved on to be a U.S. ambassador. 92, he became CEO of a corporation for public broadcasting, and later ran a division of King World Television. So, I mean, the guy's been, he's had quite the life. And of course, his son, now everybody knows who his son is, and that is the great Tucker Carlson. So send condolences to the family there. Terrible. I don't know if you saw this, Damon, as well. Believe it or not, there's an uprising in Gaza. Hundreds of Gazans actually marching through a northern town there, carrying white flags and chanting anti-Hamas slogans, according to videos posted from the scene. This is coming from Breitbart, which showed participants calling for peace, press coverage, and the release of the hostages. It's a rare public uprising against Hamas's rule in Gaza. Demonstrators took to the streets outside the Indonesian hospital in northern Gaza. Footage shown on social media captured the crowd of protesters demanding an end to what they called the tyrant rule, with chants of out, 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 Hamas out, and we want to live, echoing through the streets. Protesters also waved white flags and held signs reading "Stop the War." We refuse to be the ones who die, as they marched in what is dubbed the Intifada of the North. One speaker at the protest declared, "We are a people of peace. We demand a secure peace for this town. We will be the ones who decide who is in control." Normally, when these types of things happen, historically, Hamas has responded to anti-government protests with swift and often violent crackdowns. The Iran-backed terror group, which seized control of the Gaza Strip back in 2007, is designated a foreign terrorist organization by the United States and the European Union. And this latest protest, however, signals that people maybe finally, the Gazans there are growing desperate and tired of everything that that Hamas has pretty much laid at their feet. So we'll see what happens. Meanwhile, President Trump's renewed vision for Gaza, entailing voluntary resettlement and economic revival, is gaining even more traction, with polls showing more than half the Gazans expressing a desire to leave. So as Hamas struggles to maintain control, protesters are demanding change from within. The stage is being set, and we could see a historic shift happen in the Middle East. So, some good news coming there. And again, it all starts with, Donald Trump laying out hey, what about this? What if we do this? What if we take over? What if we move in? We're gonna fix it. And all of a sudden, people are starting to kind of cobble together the people that are supposed to be in charge of that area, the place that they live, actually deciding maybe we're going to take control of this. So we'll see what happens. Speaking of Donald Trump, I don't know if you caught this at the White House today. Couple clips from him. Here is Donald Trump talking about. He was talking about what do you call it? The what do they call it? The Women's Month or something, right? Yeah, whatever they call it.
Women's History Month, right?
Women's History Month.
Yeah, Women's
correct.
History Month. It's March, this month.
Right, the whole month of March.
Yeah.
Here he is talking about two genders. Here's cut number 8. Check this out for yourself.
On day one, I made the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. So,
makes sense.
Is there anybody, seriously, is there anybody that disagrees with that in this room? I was thinking maybe somebody from the press might raise their hand. I don't think so. There aren't too many people. You know, it's amazing. It's got to be like a 98% issue, right? So what are they doing, Marjorie? What are they doing?
So there he was talking about that. Of course, only two genders, men and women. And here he is, cut number 9, talking about some of the things that have been going on in the economy on lowering energy costs and lowering prices. Cut number 9.
But the chart looks great. It's Biden like this, and then we're like this. But we also, by the way, we lowered energy costs really like tremendously. Energy's way down. Cost of gasoline's way down. The cost of groceries, a word that I used a lot on the campaign. It's like an old-fashioned word, but it's a beautiful word, very descriptive word. And the groceries are coming down, Brooke, at a level that we're finally getting costs under control in our country. And people don't like talking about it because it's so good, it's so positive. I haven't seen one story on eggs plummeting by 50%. But someday they'll get around to writing it.
So there you have it. President Trump at the White House today.
I will wrap it up. A little more news, sports coming up when we get back right after this.
We're in a very holy time of the year. We think in terms of a deliverance.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time. This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
This Passover, if you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials and matzah. For the Passover Holy Day, call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Let's do a little more sports and news before we wrap it up. Slick Scott Sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell, MyPillow, mypillow.com/LFS6B. For all the deals, including the sheets I've been telling you about all night for the LFS6B audience. Slick Scott Sports, promo code there is LFS6B. What's going on, Slickster?
All right, Big D. Well, we talked about NCAA. We got the Sweet 16 regionals kicking off tomorrow night. We also have the Frozen 4 puck drop tomorrow as well.
A lot of people have been asking about this.
Oh, yeah, Farmer Brook, this one's for you. He said I didn't cover it. Well, I said, well, it didn't start yet. It's going to start tomorrow. I have no big preview for it, but obviously we'll be tracking the games. They'll be playing in Allentown, Pennsylvania, St. Louis, Chicago, D.C., Fargo, North Dakota. Dying to take a trip there right about now, and good stuff. So we should have a lot of fun there with those games. I'm looking at that to be exciting. So Frozen 4 and Major League Baseball, Big D, first pitch tomorrow in the Bronx. The Brewers visiting the New York Yankees as they embark on what Delgado hopes is a World Series year. So we got several games kicking off. Tigers at the Dodgers, 7 p.m. for the folks out west. And
you guys want to have a little bet between the two of you, Yankees versus Reds?
No. Are you kidding me? No way.
Why not, Slick?
Reds open up against the Giants. Season begins to end about 4:30 for the Reds tomorrow, right? About the second inning, maybe the first, late in the first. This season, that team has.
What kind of fan are you?
They haven't come a sniff since 1990. I think they won 4 playoff games in the last 33 years. So please don't get me crazy now. All right, Big D, and so we're excited about that. But let's get to the scoreboard. I got to update the folks because we got some scores going on. Islanders are in trouble in the UBS Arena. They're losing 4-2 right now to the Canucks. 11 to go there in the third. But they're good at blowing 2-goal leads. So maybe they'll come back and win one.
Sixers stink.
I know.
Cowboys going to trade Dak.
I told my wife I can't find happiness in sports anymore. I really can't. Devils 4-2 over the Blackhawks. 6 to go there in the third.
You should find a favorite dog in the Iditarod. You'll be fine. Yeah. You only have to worry about it like once every whatever.
Right. I only have to get dogged by you guys for once every so many years. And Big D, moving on, we got the NBA. Well, NBA, what are you going to tell you? Sixers lost again tonight to the Wizards, 119-114. Boy, all I see is emojis of tanks in all the Twitters and all the different Sixers chats. You got the Knicks right now. Oh, Clippers came back. The Knicks are trailing 119-111, 134 to go in the fourth. Could be all over, but the crying there, Rick. Raptors blowing out the Nets in Brooklyn, 110-80, 239 to go there in the fourth. One quick story, Big D. NFL Competition Committee proposes expansion of replay assists for certain penalties. This is Dylan Gwynn at Breitbart. The NFL Competition Committee has proposed expanding the scope of replay to allow review of specific objective aspects of a play. What does that mean? If adopted, it means that for the 2025 season, penalties for hits on the defensive player, grabbing the face mask, horse collar tackles, tripping and running into or roughing the kicker will be subject to review and could be overturned. The proposal would only extend to penalties called on the field, not to review penalties that were missed or calls that teams would believe should have been made, like fans in the bar. Oh, they should have called that. So very interesting. We'll see. There's got to be a vote. Obviously, I believe it's 24 teams have to, 24 of 32 teams have to agree on that, Big D, but they might be reviewing penalties. Imagine the drama
That's great.
of that.
Will they start the games 2 hours earlier, too, so they can get done before midnight?
Now they're talking about the kickoff as well, moving the goalpost there. They're moving the goalpost all over, Big D. That's a wrap in sports, though. I'm going to turn it back to you.
Are the Cowboys going to trade Dak?
That's the rumor. That's a big rumor that the Cleveland Browns are interested in acquiring Dak Prescott. They wanted to retain Myles Garrett, their superstar.
What would you think about that?
I would be very happy to see that happen. I am not Dak's time has come and gone. Jerry offered him a way too large of a contract. The man's afraid to run and get hurt, and I think he's a liability for the Cowboys right now. I go on record saying that.
But who are they going to get?
The real deal
I could care less. The cap money that they'll save after they burn off whatever the penalty they have to have.
The real deal for Cleveland to make and for you to make is them to take Dak and Jerry.
Come on now, Big D. They got some good strip clubs over there in Cleveland, right by the Hard Rock. And I mean, Hard Rock, the hotel there, right? They at the Rock. Hey, they got the Hard Rock. What is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame there, right?
Slick, I'm going to hit the strip clubs in Cleveland now.
I'm going to hang out with the Rolling Stones. Come on now, Big D. That's a rap in sports. It's about time to tank the sports right now.
All right, Slick, very good. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Delgado, wrap us up with some news. What's going on?
All right, two quick stories for you. As President Donald Trump revokes former U.S. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas' Secret Service protection as he joins a growing list of Biden administrations and family members who have lost the protection of the Secret Service, and it couldn't happen to a nicer dirtbag than Alejandro Mayorkas. The Secret Service confirmed to Fox News, per an executive memorandum from the president, the protective detail for Mayorkas was discontinued. No other details provided to ensure the integrity of the Secret Service's operations. The former secretary security protection was revoked a week after President Trump announced he was revoking Secret Service protection for former President Biden's adult children as well. Trump made the announcement in a Truth Social post saying Hunter Biden, of course, received Secret Service protection for an extended period, blah, blah, blah. Also losing protection, Hunter's sister. And, of course, now we can add one Alejandro Mayorkas to the list, and he doesn't need Secret Service protection, right? He's so loved because he did such a great job. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Who cares about that guy?
Exactly. Nobody.
You owe me a beer.
Moving on, my final story, and I'm including this because so many people were trying to guess what story I was going to cover when it ended up being the Ark of the Covenant story. There was another story from that part of the world that needed to be addressed, as experts are now even more confident, Damon, that a vast city exists underneath the Giza pyramids in Egypt. This coming from the Daily Mail as well. Scientists on a mission to prove a vast city sits more than 4,000 feet below Egypt's Great Pyramids. Last week, a team in Italy presented bombshell research that claimed to have had discovered multi-thousand-foot tall wells and chambers under the Khafre Pyramid. If true, it would turn the Egyptian and human history on its head, though independent experts said the discovery could be completely wrong. Of course, they're going to say that because they don't want to change anything that's happened, and all of a sudden it calls into question everything that they've been telling us about human history.
Wow,
researchers have said they've determined a confidence level of above 85% that there are structures identified beneath the pyramid, as well as those beneath other pyramids on the Giza Plateau. The wells and chambers identified using high-frequency electromagnetic waves into the subsurface, and the way the signals bounce back allows the researchers to map structures located beneath the pyramid. So we could be seeing the tops of, the pyramids could be the top of actually other structures.
You're digging deep tonight, huh? Literally.
Yeah.
Artifacts and all.
A little bit. Wow. So there you have it.
Have you been watching Nicolas Cage's movies?
It's not.
He's been watching National Geographic.
He doesn't go near the pyramids.
That's what he's been watching.
He doesn't go near the pyramids.
No, I know, but you know those movies, the Book of Secrets?
I know the movies, yes, the Book of Secrets. It was the presidential Book of Secrets. It had nothing to do with the pyramids, though.
Instead of the Sphere, he wants to go to the Luxor.
I'll go to the Lux.
Sure. Right now, Big D.
So there you have it. Responding to those in the chat, wondering if I was going to cover the pyramid story, there you have it.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Who knew?
Have you been to the Luxor?
I've not.
The magician, floated over the top of it.
The Egyptian magician.
I thought you meant the real pyramids.
The Luxor in Vegas.
I would like to go to the real pyramid.
Maybe you could stay there when you go to the Sphere.
Yeah.
Oh, if we ever get to the Sphere.
The Sphere.
Not if Damon doesn't.
The Sphere, the Sphinx. Neither one's happening, trust me.
All right, anything else in the news, Delgado?
Yes,
but
I don't have time for it.
You don't have time for it?
Nope.
Got to go to 3 hours. 3 hours.
I got a bombshell memo from JFK probing the CIA regarding UFO files. I'll cover that tomorrow.
Oh, boy. I'm glad I'm off tomorrow night.
Shut up, jackass.
Where'd you dig that one up?
Where'd you unearth that one?
Oh, man. Come on. Come on, say the words. Thank Thanks, everybody, for watching.
All right, as always, we salute.
We got to salute our military. Get in there, baby.
Yes.
Come on, pull it right through it.
All right, we salute our military, active and active police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines protecting us. Thanks, guys, on the show. Aaron, Fran, great job as always. Most of all, thank you to live from Studio 6B audience. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Are you sitting right now? It could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being, no matter where you are. Lightweight, portable, and covered in memory foam, Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a healthier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy. With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
From soothing babies to helping with posture, back pain, and stress, we discovered that rocking can truly improve lives.
Sitting is the new smoking. A sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body to just stay in that same position. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion constantly keeps you active and helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It actually releases endorphins in the brain. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time, but with Ready Rocker, I felt relief and I'm in a better mood. I take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking.
My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Call now or go online to get 35% off your purchase. We'll even ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus seat cushion.
Ready Rocker is changing lives one rock at a time.
Now it's your turn to experience the relief for yourself.
Call 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. That's 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. Call now.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post 9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I realized I could be successful in a civilian career.
We stand by warriors and advocate for their needs going forward.
They were by my side in the hospital, and they're still with me today.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
President Trump signed an executive order that mandates something that you're going to be like, wait, that's not something that was already mandated and we're all in agreement on. Also, the libs in California are pushing for tax decreases, which is a first. Find out what they're trying to decrease the taxes on, and a bunch more here on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Joe Bob, and together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Thanks so much for tuning in. This is Turning Point Tonight. Remember, you can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. You can email whether you agree with us or whether you're wrong. You can email just belligerently irresponsible nonsense. And, well, we probably won't read that, but if it is abhorrent and gross and terrible, there's a chance that we will read it in the fourth segment of this show. Now, before we get to our panel to discuss the news of the day, I think a lot of attention is being driven to NPR. NPR was on the Hill, the top leaders of PBS and NPR in a subcommittee hearing in which they were grilled on whether or not their money is being spent effectively. Now, we can talk about all that stuff, and I'm sure there's going to be highlights that have trickled through the various shows day to day and probably into tomorrow, but I want to outline how NPR makes its money. The argument from the libs has constantly been, well, NPR doesn't receive federal funding, or less than 1% of the NPR budget comes from federal money. And that's technically true, but they're leaving out a massive caveat. In 1967, there was a Public Broadcasting Act passed by Congress, which established the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting gets about $500 million every single year from Congress. Then there's about $160 to $180 million, depending on the year, that goes towards issuing various community service grants for radio specifically. Those community service grants then go to the local radio stations, and the local radio stations then use that money to purchase syndicated radio, in this case, talk radio, and in most cases, NPR. Now, you may be thinking, well, why can't they purchase other news outlets or syndicated conversation radio talk show pieces? Well, they can't, because by default, it has to be, according to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting guidelines, nonpartisan or educational, and happens to be that NPR falls in that category. All I'm trying to say is this. Does federal money go from the federal government to NPR directly? Not exactly. No, instead, they issue grants through the Corporation of Public Broadcasting that goes to the local radio stations. The local radio stations then circulate that money back to NPR. So the people that are saying, well, NPR doesn't receive government funding, it's less than 1%. Yeah, get out of here with your crap. A lot of that money comes from taxpayers and then gets funneled in a sort of circular way back into the national public radio, or as some of my favorite radio people like to call it, nakedly progressive radio. Here to comment on that and so much more is Ivy Van Dusen, conservative commentator, and Chris Hand, host of the Chris Hand Show. Guys, thanks so much for joining me.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Happy to be here.
Chris, I want to start with you on this one because you are a public radio host, or not a public radio host. Sorry, I don't want to cast you as an NPR.
Don't put that on me.
Yeah, you have a radio show that can be heard by the public. Now, your local station may get some of this federal money in terms of grants, but they can't use it to purchase your show because you're a partisan hack, of course. But of course, NPR is not. How does this make you feel, this whole circular money going around the way NPR kind of funnels money back to themselves, the feds funnel money to NPR?
I mean, the thing with NPR is they may be evil, but they're not dumb, and they understand where this money is coming from. They're funneling it via proxy, and we see this so many times in so many other government institutions. But if NPR had to monetize themselves the way private radio does, they would fail, and this is causing them to shake in their boots. I mean, think about it. How many left-wing radio personalities do you know that are even moderately successful? I can think of one, and it's Jimmy Dore, and I think the left has completely disowned him at this point because he speaks too much truth. The problem is that there's no appetite for this left-wing talking point. It has to be forced down your throat. Therefore, the government has to subsidize it, and that's why we're seeing issues today. Some of the quotes, though, that I saw were NPR chief Catherine Morris making statements. They were calling her out on her past tweets. This is who's in charge of NPR. This is nonpartisan, by the way. America is addicted to white supremacy. She said that. America believes in black plunder and white democracy. She said that. And she was also on record for yes on reparations. That's who's in charge of NPR currently. Does it sound nonpartisan to you?
Yeah, that sounds very down the middle, completely nonpartisan. There's no sway there at all over at NPR. Ivy, so this sounds like I don't know if you have kids, and I don't know how many kids you have if you do have kids, but it sounds like your daughter has a cookie, and you tell your daughter, hey, don't give that cookie to your brother. And then she gives the cookie to her sister, and then her sister gives the cookie to her brother. And she says, well, I didn't give the cookie to the little brother. Would that fly in your household? This again, kind of circular way of funneling money or cookies in instances?
No, Yeah, absolutely not. So I have 2 kids. I have another one on the way. So I'm used to the BS and I know how to read right through it. And I think, like Chris said, this happens all the time in the government. This reminds me of Planned Parenthood. I know they talk about abortions and how they say, well, it's not really funded by taxpayers. It's not, and they just ignore it. Or it's just 1%, or it's just this. We're not that stupid. Dig into it. Go look. It is funded by the taxpayers. They know it. That's why they're worried about this. That's why they don't want to talk about this. Yeah, I just think it's very easy to see right through it.
Yeah, speaking of things to see right through, is the libs trying to alter elections by not having anybody show proof that they are eligible to vote in elections? This is apparently not a federal thing, which it's crazy to me that it's not. And we knew that it's not, but the fact that this is even a topic of conversation is nuts to me. President Trump yesterday signed an executive order that on federal forms would require proof of citizenship. In other words, you have to prove that you're able to vote. A bunch of big media outlets, including the Apple News daily podcast that I listen to because, I need to punish myself for my sins and listen to that garbage. But they said, well, this is going to be met with lawsuits. So apparently there are libs out there saying, hey, we don't want the proof of citizenship. Now, we know this is happening, but Chris, why is it that this is a hill they're still willing to die on when Americans want election integrity?
I mean, I could do this very, very quickly. Kamala Harris won 13 states with no voter ID required. She won 4 states where just a photo ID where no photo ID was required, and only 2 states where photo ID was required. This is really the crux of the issue. The Democrats know that they're pulling a fast one on the American people, and they want to keep doing it. I mean, it's as simple as that. But they'll scream racism. Yet on the conservative side, if there's a white Norwegian who is an illegal alien, I don't want him voting either, to be perfectly honest with you. It's not a race thing. It's a citizenship thing.
Yeah, it doesn't. And also, by the way, every country in the world effectively does this sort of thing. And a lot of countries don't have well, if you were born here, you're a citizen. You have to earn your citizenship in some way, shape, or form. Ivy, is this going to get a bunch of pushback, you think? Do you think Speaker Johnson will try and get this through the House and make it an actual federal law?
Yes, I think he will, and I think he should. I think it's one of those things that's just a no-brainer. There's a lot of those things that are coming up right now that it's like, why hasn't this happened this entire time? Why hasn't? Of course, and even a lot of Democrats agree that voter ID is important. People, like you said, all across the world, every civilized democracy across the world requires some form of voter ID. And I think it's ridiculous. And they kind of say the quiet part out loud when their excuse is that a lot of minorities can't access voter ID and they don't know how to figure that out. And I think the people who say that voter ID is racist are the actual racists. We're saying that certain marginalized groups, they're unable, they're too dumb to get voter ID. Yeah. It outs their racism, and it's so flat out just blatant for everyone to see. I think it's a ridiculous argument. It's all
that has been my contention for the longest time of, oh yeah, you poor minorities are too darn stupid to go get a government ID. That's a very belittling and in fact racist. Speaking of things that we were wondering, how was this not a thing already? RFK and Brooke Rollins are trying to make it so that you can't buy unhealthy food, i.e. soda, sugary candy stuff, with food stamps, or the SNAP program, effectively, food stamps. Chris, considering the fact that if you're on food stamps, the likelihood of you also being on some sort of government subsidized healthcare plan, meaning that, well, okay, we're going to pay double now. You think this is a pretty solid win for the overall American demographic?
Yeah, I mean, it should be a slam dunk. It should be open and closed, but it won't be. You know how the Democrats are. They're going to push back on it. And even conservatives were taking the change to taking some money to post against this online, which I don't fault the company for that. I fault the conservative influencer not having enough integrity to keep it 100 with their audience personally. But when it comes to these SNAP benefits, I mean, I lived in Richmond when I was about 20 years old, and we would go down to this convenience store. It was kind of a dicey neighborhood. And outside the convenience store, I'd bump into a gentleman and he'd say, hey, what are you buying in there? And I'd say, well, I'm getting a few snacks. He'd say, hey, you can spend $15 if you give me 10. And I think you have to understand how much this system is completely being gamed by individuals. And it was CJ Pearson on Twitter. CJ Pearson said, if the soda gets you mad, wait until you find out about the lobster tail and crab legs.
Ooh, yeah. Ivy, I mean, I think, there could be a case to be made that nobody should be drinking soda or eating any of these super sugary stuff that'll end you up in the hospital, especially if we end up moving to a single-payer healthcare system. But that's a different conversation for a different time. I don't know. What are your thoughts as a mom of, do you give your kids this stuff? And if you don't, then should the government be?
Well, if I'm being honest, every now and then, of course, we'll get little treats, we'll get snacks, it'll be a birthday party, we'll have a cake, all that. That's me being honest. And a lot of the people who are against anything being cut from SNAP, they'll use that as an excuse of, well, people should be able to buy their kids treats. People should be able to do that. They need, we shouldn't restrict that. And I think that's just ridiculous, because if you're doing that, that should be a small amount of what you're doing. And the entire purpose of the SNAP program was to supplement your food. It wasn't to take over and, cover everything and every birthday and every treat. That's not what it was ever meant to do. So I have not heard a single argument in favor of not regulating it further. And it's already been regulated for years. You cannot buy tobacco. You cannot buy alcohol. You can't even buy vitamins, because those don't count as part of what they claim is a nutritious food plan, right? So I don't understand why soda, candy, the things that are purchased the very most, I don't know why those are even still being paid for. I don't know what purpose that serves.
Yeah, we will see if that gets all the way through with RFK and Brooke Rollins over there at the federal government. Ivy, Chris, we'll be back to talk more about, some surprising libs in California want taxes to go down, but only on a specific thing. Also, we'll check in with White House correspondent for Turning Point, Monica Page, right after the break. Don't go away. We'll be right back. back to Turning Point Tonight, where we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Let's bring in Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, to talk about things going on in the day. Monica, there was just a press briefing that you came out of, a very brief press briefing, as you had put it. Can you tell us about it? What went on in the press briefing room?
Yeah, Joe Bob, great to be with you as always. Well, I think this may have gone down as the shortest press briefing, at least with me being here at the White House. I haven't seen a press briefing any shorter than this, but it was 22 minutes long. Caroline came out of the gates really looking to highlight some of the accomplishments that President Trump has under his belt. Record investments, record job numbers, an explosion of jobs in the private sector, at least. Women's History Month being celebrated today, a surprise announcement about tariffs on automobiles that the president is speaking about today, 4 p.m. Eastern time. But a lot of the reporters in that room just wanted to keep talking about Signalgate. And that was really what dominated the entire briefing room. And it was just a bunch of different questions. Well, it was all the same question asked a bunch of different ways. And it was really frustrating for Caroline to try and articulate, anything more than what she could possibly say. And, she highlighted that President Trump stands by Mike Waltz. Mike Waltz took accountability for what had happened and, trying to kind of push the conversation in a different direction. I mean, I wanted to ask about the Tesla protests that we're going to be seeing this Saturday. It's supposed to be a nationwide protest. And I wanted to know what the administration's response would be to to some of the violence that's been incited. We've heard from Democrat Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett saying all she wants for her birthday is an Elon Musk takedown. I would love to know what the White House thinks about this kind of rhetoric and what their message is to those who are thinking about inciting violence this weekend. So it's kind of frustrating, especially I can't imagine how she feels as well. But nonetheless, it was a very short briefing, and I know J.D. Vance is at Quantico today making some remarks as well. So she didn't want to counter program, but that's also why it ended very quickly.
No, since everybody is talking about the whole signal thing and the leaked, I don't even necessarily know if it's leaked necessarily because it happened kind of in real time. But there's a bunch of talk, especially in conservative media circles, about, okay, well, remember when you had mentioned 13 U.S. service members were killed in Afghanistan and nobody was held accountable for that? This is a successful operation. There's also Hillary Clinton's private email server that was also the talk of the town when it came to, well, is this secure and all that sort of stuff. Now, a bunch of people, call conservatives, well, this is whataboutism, which the clear and obvious answer is, well, you mean consistency? Like that's like a thing that we need to have. I don't understand that term, but I guess overall, how do you see this story going if nothing really changes from the administration? Is it going to continue is the story growing or is it shrinking, I guess is my question, in your opinion?
That's a great question, Joe Bob. From this perspective here from the White House, I can really see this staying stagnant as of right now. And I think that the White House's solution to this has been what it has been doing for the past 2.5 months, which is just keep securing wins from this White House, whether that's jobs, whether that's border, whether that's mass deportations, whether that's, just big wins for the economy, big wins in the women's sector as well. I mean, obviously this White House honoring Women's History Month today. And I can see that definitely trying to kind of overshadow this news cycle. If anything, I think we'll get more answers at the end of the day. But you raise a lot of good points. I mean, where was the media outrage? Where were the questions in the briefing room when, 13 service members were killed in Biden's botched Afghanistan withdrawal? Where was the outrage when Benghazi happened? Nobody was held accountable for that. So there's a list of things that, this media sphere here at the White House is really just missing the mark on. And I think it's important to note that this administration has been very consistent in what it's been doing. And if anything, you take a look at what the Atlantic posted, they said, or that what's his name, Goldberg said, these were war plans, but then changed its rhetoric to attack plans. So it's playing this word game here as well, which I also think is important to note that, it's just trying to make this administration look bad. But at the end of the day, you see what this White House has been doing, you're seeing what's coming out of it. I think at the end of the day, the American people should know that this has been the most transparent White House in history, and we can obviously see that. But as far as, whether this is going to be a story by next week, I don't know. It's going to be tough to tell.
Yeah, it feels like, this is not necessarily condoning any sort of negligence on the administration side, but at the same time, it's difficult for the libs when there's been no consistency when the shoe is on the other foot. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's bring our panel back in to discuss something that I I've never thought I'd see the day where libs in the state of California are pushing for decreasing taxes. Ivy Van Dusen, Chris Hand is here to comment on this. So Ivy, let's start with you. The story here is that, the fact that California legalized marijuana, and I use air quotes there because still federally not okay. The fact that California legalized marijuana, they now have figured out that, because the taxes are so high, 40% when you factor in all of the taxes in some places, now they're saying, it's promoting the underground marijuana market. How ironic is it, Ivy, that it appears that libs have, according to the Wall Street Journal, found the Laffer curve by accident?
I think it's really interesting. I think that it goes to show a lot that they finally are starting to understand economic policy and the consequences of economic policy when it comes to their favorite vices. That's when they'll really start to understand and really start to learn when it's something that's really important to them. Not when it's small businesses. I wish they treated small business owners the way they would treat, drug dealers or people involved in this and.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're not lobbying for weed to be included in SNAP, given the fact that the other things that they allow that those food stamps to buy. Chris, your thoughts on California libs finally saying, yeah, we got to lower the taxes here because people aren't buying it and they're turning to the illegal markets.
Yeah, I mean, I have many thoughts on this issue. First, taxes are bad now. Oh, all right, cool. Welcome to the club. We'll take you in here. That's fine. Yeah. My initial thought is, wasn't the main argument for legalizing marijuana the tax revenue that the local governments and the state governments could get off the marijuana? So you're now arguing against the argument that was for legalization in the first place. My second thought is the street dealers are cutting in on your business. If you enforce the laws at the local level in some of these states, you wouldn't have to worry about it in the first place, right? Like if you had police allowed to do their job, well, then that issue would be solved. And then my third thought is, how come they don't have this problem with moonshine bootleggers in California? It's just weed dealers. How does the alcohol industry deal with this issue that the marijuana industry can't in the same way? There's many different avenues that we could go down with this issue, but California not liking taxes, I don't want to bang on them too hard. You know what I mean? Like, hey, come on, taxes are bad. Let's explain everything else to you guys too.
Yeah, hey, Chris, the sane speak like that is not welcome here in California. We specifically go for insanity, but I love that point about the whole taxes. Yeah, the whole thing was, oh, look at this, we should make it legal because we're going to benefit from the tax revenue. Yeah. And now all of a sudden there's too much. Well, there's not too much tax revenue. The taxes are impeding the legal sellers, and people are turning elsewhere. Which then you go, okay, well, they wouldn't be able to if you enforced the freaking law in your state. A lot of great points, Chris. Really appreciate your insight there. I would love to get your insight on Lee Zeldin, the head of the EPA, rolling back a lot of the restrictions. EPA stands for Environment Protection Agency, which Charlie Kirk says, well, the Employment Prevention Agency is also what it could stand for, because they have been pointing to things like the 2009 endangerment finding that refers to a bunch of the different EPA findings regarding clean air. That has obviously led to a huge amount of restrictions and red tape for U.S. companies all over the place, which obviously limit and impede employers from hiring people to do jobs that the company would like to hire people to do jobs for, including doling out a bunch of money. There was a story a couple weeks ago that an NGO, a nonprofit that was involved with Stacey Abrams, got $2 billion from the Biden administration after having only received $100 the year prior to that. Basically, Lee Zeldin is saying, hey, we're kind of doing what DOGE is doing, where we're cleaning up a bunch of the waste, but we're also going to eliminate a bunch of red tape. How welcome of an operation do you think that'll be for the American people, Chris?
I mean, I guess it depends on what side of the aisle you're on, right? Like the leftists will have an absolute hissy fit over it, and conservatives will say promises made, promises kept. But I mean, the reality of it is this is what we campaigned on: less regulation, less government oversight, less government overreach, and that's what Lee Zeldin is doing at the EPA. Every time the topic of climate change comes up, you can just point to two countries, India and China, and say, what about them? And why are we limiting our country when we're actually doing a pretty good job. I don't know if you've looked around lately, but Los Angeles is actually pretty nice. We don't have the smog that they had back in the days. And I say pretty nice. Ignore the poop on the streets and the needles. But if you look up, it's not as bad as it once was. And you can point to so many different areas and say the exact same thing, whether it's in Appalachia or Los Angeles. Promises made, promises kept. We got to rein in some of this regulation, and that's what Lee Zeldin is doing, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I think a big thing with conservatives, too, myself in a huge part, is I don't hate the environment. I love the environment. I would like to keep the environment as clean as possible. But the problem is the EPA is not actually doing that. Instead, they're doling out money. Ivy, is that true on your end? Because, again, conservatives like the environment. We want to conserve the environment. But the EPA just hasn't been doing that. That's not the lane that they've picked. Instead, they're just doling out money. And I don't know. Do you think the American people are going to accept reining that stuff in?
Well, like Chris said, it depends what side of the aisle you're on. If you're a team, just throw money at it, and then we can check that off the list. As long as we throw money and call it environmental protection, then I'm doing my job. So people who are for that are going to be upset by this, but I love what he's doing. I think that cleaning it up and cutting all the waste and stopping the pretending of, well, this is going to the environment. That's not what's going on. You look into each of these bills and how much money and where the money is actually going and how much of it is actually going to the environment. It's not what you think. Again, it is just like Planned Parenthood. It's like NPR. You need to dig in deeper. It isn't just what they're saying. And so I think he's doing a good job of digging deeper, cleaning it up. And that is exactly what a lot of us voted for.
Yeah, I will say I personally love the fact that they're gutting the EPA and not doling out free money. But there is a small part of me that if a lib president gets back into power and the EPA starts doling out money again, I may want to start Joe Bob's Clean Air facility, in which I bill the government $1 billion to clean up the air inside my studio.
Count me in. I want it on that.
Yeah. I'll send him an invoice. Ivy Van Dusen and Chris Hand, thanks so much for joining us today. Really appreciate the insight and the commentary.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Coming up next on Turning Point tonight, we've got an amazing clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast. You're not going to want to miss it. And also, segment after that, we're going to read some emails, have some fun, look at some Instagram Reels, TikToks, whatever you want to call it. Don't go away. All that and more coming up next. We'll be right back.
true or false, some people are just overweight because they're big boned.
False. I was big boned as a kid. I was a chubby kid growing up. And yeah, that is false. You had another guest here.
Justin Gelband?
Yes, absolutely. I totally agree with him in the sense that you do have to treat your body according to your body. You can't just do what everybody else is doing and be like, well, I'm supposed to see the same. I did that, right? So on my fitness journey, I started off and I'm like in Flex magazine, I'm seeing what Jay Cutler's doing. I'm on YouTube. I'm asking the guy in the gym, what should I be doing? And I'm doing what everybody else is doing. You know when I actually got in shape? When I actually started thinking about like what my body felt after I ate meals and like how my body responded when I did more cardio versus less cardio, and like how I felt when I got good sleep versus not good sleep, and you know, hydration. I started thinking about what is my body. I started listening to my body. That's when things changed for me, instead of listening to everybody and their mother. Then on top, then it got solidified because I went back and forth. It got solidified when I placed Christ at the center of it all. It really just takes you figuring out your body, and you know, you can get help with that, but you got to do it.
Is counting carbs, macros, or calories a surefire way to lose weight?
I don't know if it's a surefire way to lose weight. Like, it definitely helps to be aware of how much you're taking in, the balance of your macronutrients for sure. Because you could easily just overindulge on carbs and fats and stuff like that. So I think most folks today, it is helpful to do it short term. And you know, as a coach, I have people do this for periods of time throughout their process with us, because I love calorie tracking for the sense of the awareness that it brings to a person. That being said, I don't think it's a healthy thing to do long term, right? And so this is where you get folks that like, they obsess over the numbers. And I'm just thinking about the whole person. God wants you whole. He doesn't necessarily need you skinny. So like, obsessing over those types of numbers can really ruin your relationship with food. And in terms of wholeness, I think you got to have a good relationship with food. If this is going to be something that, like, if you're going to be healthy 20 years from now versus just in the next 6 months, you've got your beach body, then we need to work on your overall relationship with food. So I'm kind of going beyond your question to, yeah, it absolutely can help with you losing weight. And I have used calorie tracking on and off throughout my years in this industry. That being said, I think you should use it the right way, and, you know, just be careful not to go too far with macro and calorie tracking.
When I think about the American church, I think about all of the different activities and events that are built around food, from the food that we're giving families right before service starts to whatever's being served at youth group, small group food being served, whatever we're giving toddlers in the nursery. In Sunday school class, all of these different things. What does food look like in the American church currently, and what should it look like?
Well, it looks like America, like largely, right? Like, we were instructed not to conform to the patterns of this world. Well, we have in many ways. When it comes to nutrition, we have, right? And so we see a lot of fried food. We see a lot of, you know, just junk food, and the youth events, it's always pizza and, you know, chips and soda and stuff like that at our lock-ins. And even sometimes in the nursery, it's just whatever will get the kids to be quiet, you know. But if it really should look like we represent the kingdom of heaven. It should look more like the Garden of Eden and what he instructed Noah to do. So we should see more whole food items. You know, put out the donuts. So people are like, we have donuts at the beginning of every service. Fine. Have donuts, but also have oranges and apples. Like, at least give people the option. I'm going to have a donut periodically. Great. I'm not going to say that I never, ever, ever have anything. And I think that's like where people get into like legalism with this. I have 2 little kids. I've got almost 12-year-old, and my daughter's going to be 10 this month. Every once in a while, we're having ice cream. Come on, man.
And guess what? Ice cream can be a health food. You look at the ingredients. If it is just, you know, milk and cream or and honey or whatever, a little real sugar.
You ever get to make it in school in elementary?
Yes.
It was so great with the ice bag and the salt, and like, that was good. It was just cream and like cane sugar and vanilla extract. Like, great.
Exactly.
I think in the church, we should have multiple options. And I think the majority of our food should look like our lifestyle should look, which is that 80, 20, 90, 10 mentality of most of the time I'm eating what God created because it's what God wanted me to be eating.
Everybody that thinks they're 80-20 are really probably like 60-40.
Or 50-50.
Or 50-50 or worse.
Dude, most folks that are like trying to live a balanced lifestyle are just kind of they're saying that, kind of justifying the fact that like they don't really keep a track of what they're doing, but generally in their minds are healthy. But it's like 12 years of coaching, folks forget what they snacked on. Folks forget stuff left and right. And then you have the conversation like, well, I did have this. And then, oh, well, yeah. And like, you know, it's like, okay.
Some Christians believe that suffering, and that includes with health issues, is part of God's plan or a test of faith. So what do you say to those people?
Yeah, that's like asceticism, like you suffering physically. And that's what he was talking about in 1 Timothy 4:8. Like physical training is of some value, but godliness is a value for all things. There were a group of people who thought like, if I just put my body under torture and suffering and don't eat and do all these things, that's a way I can get closer to God. We are saved by grace through faith in Christ alone. And so we're not going to work our way closer to God or work our way into being more righteous. We're made righteous through Jesus.
That's right.
And so physically, there's not a whole lot you can do to make yourself righteous or more righteous, because our good works are as filthy rags, right? That being said, you can live intentionally to be a better vessel for the works God has given you to do. So, you know, how I think about that, I do not think that you should approach health and fitness as this rule that you've set so that you can bring yourself to a higher state of righteousness, holiness. These are all things that come through Christ and with God. And at the end of the day, the way that you treat your body just needs to represent your devotion to God. That's it. That's all this is about. This needs to represent my devotion to God, for me, my relationship with him. And then also because of I have an impact as an ambassador for Christ, as a city on a hill, right? We have a responsibility on this earth, whether we categorize ourselves as introverted or whatever it is. You are, as a believer, now a disciple of Christ. Like whatever you had going on prior to is kind of irrelevant. You are now called to be that gospel sharing, witness, representation for the kingdom of heaven.
Do you think somebody who is struggling with being physically healthy could hurt their witness? Is that what you're insinuating?
That is exactly what I'm insinuating. Yes. And I say this not assumptively. I'm saying this from the side of talking to non-believers of like, how can I listen to you and you're telling me this and that, but like you clearly don't even care about yourself. Like you're talking about like you serve God and all that, but like you're a glutton. Like I have a friend who's like going through the process and whatnot, and he had a kiosk in one of the malls where he's selling like shirts and all, you know, just Christian things. And person walked up and was like, dude, like, well, how can I like take you seriously, bro? Like, look at you, like you're just as bound up as everybody else.
And it's hard to hear.
That's hard to hear, and it's not right. Like that's very shallow. Like I have amazing brothers and sisters in the Lord who truly love Jesus Christ and are doing a great work for him, but they're not physically where they should be because of like their lifestyle and whatnot, you know?
Think about, you know, the pastor who's great and his wife's great and all that, but then their kids are a mess. You know, the kids are out partying and drug addicts, and it's like, what's going on in that house? He's obviously plugged into church and leading his congregation, but he's not leading his own family type of a thing.
And that's in scripture. Like that's the qualifications of an elder. Like he must like be a good leader. Like, he has to be able to manage his own home.
Yeah.
Is what the scripture says. So yeah, like people do look at our life and they say like, okay, well, you've got these parts straight, but like, are you doing something about this? And like, there's nothing wrong with being overweight or struggling in that way. If you're doing something about it, like you don't have to have a six-pack to be honoring God.
Right.
Like he doesn't care about whether you have ab lines or snatched waists or whatever the case may be. But God does want you living in a way that it, like if somebody were to imitate your life, they would be in a good place mentally, spiritually, and physically 5 years from now. Like when I think of Paul saying, follow me as I follow Christ. The great mindset to take on is if somebody were to imitate my life, the way I live it now, where would they be next year? Physically, mentally, and spiritually. Where would they be in 5 years? Where would they be in 10 years? If somebody were to actually be discipled by me, and like that's what discipleship looked like. These 12 followed Christ and they did what he did. They imitated him, right? And then they became the people that others imitated. And now we're supposed to do the same thing. Like it's each one teach one. Like this is how the church has grown over the years, is that we disciple others. We follow Christ and then folks follow us and then we introduce them to him and then they do the same thing for other people. Well, the way that I live my life, I can't be conformed to the world in any way. I can't be like prone to binge watching Netflix, because if you were to imitate my life, then you might find justification in that. And instead of doing things for the kingdom, spending more time with your family, I'm like stuck on football all Sunday instead of like discipling my kids, or I'm overeating Oreos at the end of dinner because I have to have something sweet. And then my family's following along with that. Like, I need to make sure that I'm being a good disciple and a representative, because I do have a responsibility to witness and demonstrate that for other people.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Joel. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Remember, you can always email the show, tpt@tpusa.com. Glenn, our producer, reads every single line of every single email. So send that email to tpt@tpusa.com. We have a nice one today from Irene. Irene said, Joe Bob, I wanted to tell you I'm 72 years old, and now that you guys have taken over the 10 p.m. slot, I stay up every night and watch you and Charlie after. Irene, really appreciate you doing that. We love doing the show for you, and really appreciate the nice note. There's several people that have emailed some very gross and disgusting things, and maybe we'll read tomorrow. But again, Glenn goes through every single one of them, tpt@tpusa.com. But without further ado, it is Wednesday, which means today is Woke Wednesday. There's nothing that we love more than making fun of and mocking the woke. This is actually very difficult to present to you, but we are on Nazi alert. We have another clear Nazi, judging by this photo. Go ahead and click that first graphic. This clearly is Jasmine Crockett, the congresswoman from the lib side of the aisle, clearly doing a Nazi salute. Therefore, she is in fact a Nazi. No questions asked, no context whatsoever. That's, of course, the standards that the left uses. So just want to alert all of you fine folks that, this clearly is a National Socialist which, interestingly enough, funny words that are used there, but clearly a Nazi. No other reason why anyone would be doing that with their hand. Excuse me. Continuing on with Woke Wednesday, there's so much that we want to play, and some of it is just so weird, and just, if you're squeamish, I guess don't close your eyes, but go ahead and play clip 2 on Woke Wednesday.
Hey, my fellow ladies out there. So men think they own you. Take it from somebody that used to be a man. You got boobs. You got a vajayjay. Guess what, honey? You own them. Trust me, they want it. Make them earn it.
No comment. To be honest with you, being a married man, there's some truth to the message there. Maybe not the right messenger. I'm not sure how often that dude is, approached, for lack of a better term, in that way. Man, what happened to the mental institutions? Maybe we need to bring this back. Here's another Woke Wednesday before we leave you tonight. Go ahead and play that last clip.
Women, when we do the same diets as white women, we lose less weight and we lose it slower. The racism that you're experiencing and the struggle to make ends meet actually means the diet don't work for you the same.
I don't know if that was our team that clicked that confused little kid in there, like, what in the world are you talking about? But yes, calories are racist. If the diet doesn't work exactly the same for all races, I guess, then it's racist. By the way, if you eat less calories, you will lose weight. It doesn't matter what race you are. It's kind of just a scientific fact. Especially talking to the crowd that loves the science. We got to trust the science. Well, trust that science. Less calories equals less weight gain. It doesn't really matter what your skin color is. But that's going to do us for us here at Turning Point tonight. Really appreciate you sticking around, tuning in. Remember, you can email the show anytime, tpt@tpusa.com. Stick around. Charlie's going to take us out of this episode, and then you see the re-air of the Charlie Kirk Show. We will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. God bless America.
For those of you that have not been closely paying attention to the news, over the weekend there was a military strike against the Houthis in Yemen. It is part of the ongoing Yemeni civil war, a Saudi proxy war. President Donald Trump authorized a military strike. And now we have learned more and more about the background. This is an ongoing story, and it gets more and more suspicious and urgent the deeper we dive into it. We have new signal text messages from The Atlantic. And of course, the big story is, how did the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic magazine, the anti-Trump hoax peddling Atlantic magazine, how did he end up in a very private discussion with the Secretary of Defense, with the Director of National Intelligence? How did that happen? Well, first, I want to read all the new text messages that we have. I want to read all of them piece by piece, and you can be the judge of whether or not this is war plans, attack plans. So this is from Pete Hegseth. These are some new signal messages. Team update. Time now, 11:44 Eastern. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are a go for mission launch. 12:15 Eastern. F-18s launch. First strike package. 13:45 trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch. Now, let me just pause. I'm going to say the obvious, that Jeffrey Goldberg being involved in this group chat, seeing this, had a little bit of a heads up that a military strike was going to happen. Thankfully, this could have been a lot worse. That it could have been somebody that would have live tweeted and potentially thwarted a military operation. Thankfully, that did not happen. 14:10, more F-18s launch, second strike package. 14:15, strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop, pending earlier trigger-based targets. 15:36, F-18 second strike starts. Also, first, and that message cuts off. Michael Waltz writes in the group chat. He continues. Team, you should have a statement of conclusions with taskings per the president's guidance this morning in your high side inboxes. State and DOD, we developed suggested notification lists for regional allies and partners. Joint staff is sending this AM a more specific sequence of events in the coming days, and we will work with DOD to ensure Chief of Staff, the Office of the Vice President, and POTUS are briefed. JD Vance responds here. Team, I am out for the day doing an economic event in Michigan, but I think we are making a mistake. 3% of U.S. trade runs through the Suez. 40% of the European trade does. This is a real risk that the public doesn't understand this or why it's necessary. The strongest reason to do this, as POTUS said, is to send a message. But I'm not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is with the message on Europe right now. There's a further risk that we see a moderate to severe spike in oil prices. I'm willing to support the consensus of the team and keep these concerns to myself. But there's a strong argument for delaying this a month, doing the messaging work on why this matters, seeing where the economy is, etc. Pete Hegseth responds, but we can easily pause, and if we do, I will do all we can to enforce 100% OPSEC, operational security. I welcome other thoughts. Michael Waltz responds to JD Vance and says, the trade figures we have are 15% of global and 30% of container. It's difficult to break down to the United States specifically because much of the container either going through the Red Sea still or around the Cape of Good Hope are components going to Europe that turns into manufactured goods for transatlantic trade to the United States. Whether we pull the plug or not today, European navies do not have the capability to defend against the types of sophisticated anti-ship cruise missiles and drones the Houthis are now using. So whether it's now or several weeks from now, it'll have to be the United States that reopens these shipping lanes. Per the president's request, we are working with DOD and state to determine how to compile the costs associated and levy them on the Europeans. Michael Waltz then added Stephen Miller to the chat. Very important. We only have evidence of Michael Waltz adding people to the chat. As we stated in the first PC, we have a fundamental decision of allowing the sea lanes to remain closed or to reopen them now or later. We are the only ones with capability, unfortunately. From a messaging standpoint, we absolutely add this to the horribles on why the Europeans must invest in their own defense. The last of the chat that we have from The Atlantic continues from Joe Kent. There's nothing time-sensitive driving this timeline. We'll have the exact same options in a month. The Israelis will likely take strikes and therefore ask us for more support to replenish whatever they use against the Houthis, but that's a minor factor. I will send you the unclassified data we pulled on BAM shipping. John Ratcliffe then chimes in. From the CIA perspective, we are mobilizing assets to support now, but a delay would not negatively impact us, or additional time would be used to identify better starting points for coverage on Houthis' leadership. Pete Hegseth says, quote, Vice President JD, I understand your concerns and fully support you raising with POTUS important considerations, most of which are tough to know how they play out: economy, Ukraine, peace, Gaza, etc. I think messaging is going to be tough no matter what. No matter who knows, nobody knows who the Houthis are, which is why we would need to stay focused on Biden failed and Iran funded. Waiting a few weeks or a month does not fundamentally change the calculus. Two immediate risks on waiting. One, this leaks and we look indecisive. Two, Israel takes action first, or Gaza ceasefire falls apart, then we don't get to start this on our own terms. We can manage both. We are prepared to execute, and if I had a final go or no-go vote, I believe we should. This is not about the Houthis. I see it as two things: restoring freedom of navigation, a core national interest, and reestablishing deterrence, which Biden cratered. Okay, that is the latest messages out of The Atlantic. The Atlantic never should have had eyes on this. And we are still trying to figure out exactly how on earth this occurred. And I want to reiterate what I said yesterday on the program. Behind the curtain, we see a robust, open debate. We see that J.D. Vance is actually America first behind closed doors as he is in public. That is refreshing. That is authentic. That is a good thing to see. But it does leave us with a more fundamental question. How did this happen?
Accuse me as a Democrat of not caring about national threats. I very much wanted to talk about those. In fact, had prepared questions in advance of this hearing about those threats, specifically about biosecurity and bioterrorism, but I don't have time to ask those questions because the threat is in the House. The threat is across the dais, and I need to ask these questions. It's my job to ask these questions of you. Because when I served in the military, and I served in classified environments, had this happened to me, I would have walked my resignation in immediately. This is not okay. Communicating these sorts of things in Signal is not okay. Targets, times, those kinds of things are absolutely classified, and we all know it. I know it. These people know it, you all know it. And the fact that we're having to have these conversations now means that I can't ask the questions that I need to ask about things like bioterrorism and biosecurity. And so I'd like to put you in check as well, sir, because you can't assume who I am any more than I can assume who you are, sir. I would like to move my questions, however, over to Director Gabbard, because you are the DNI. You do have an obligation and a responsibility. I'm going to speak to you specifically about the fact that you have spent much of your 40 days talking about the importance of making sure that we don't reveal classified information, making sure that we don't leak information. You're a former battalion commander in the Army. I don't think that you would have necessarily appreciated the kind of leaking of information that I believe absolutely did happen in this Signal channel and is worthy of a further investigation. In fact, this committee established something called 50 U.S.C. 3235A, and this committee, on a bipartisan, apartisan basis, requires you, the DNI, to swiftly notify Congress and the Intelligence Committee if you're aware of any sort of significant unauthorized disclosure or compromise of classified information, which I would argue this has all of the markings of being that. And so if you, as the DNI, see such a thing anywhere within your organization's purview, you have the obligation to begin an investigation to report back to us on that. Would this seem to qualify to you as something worthy of that investigation?
Thank you for your question, Congresswoman. In this situation, Secretary Hegseth has the classification and declassification authority over DOD information.
This chat did not have the auspice of being a DOD chat. There's no such thing as labeling it as DOD. This was a chat amongst a great variety of people, and you, according to our law that we passed here bipartisanly, have an obligation when you think there has been a tangible, significant leak of information to instigate an investigation. Do you not think it's important to do such a thing?
Well, the National Security Council is investigating this inadvertent leak. And again, I point to Secretary Hegseth as having the classification.
I would argue that Secretary Hegseth, if he had the dignity that he needs to have, should be walking his resignation in, because I believe that his probably is heading toward being relieved of his duty based on what I think are significant and illegal leaks, most likely. I would like it if you would please commit to this organization that you will follow the law, and I would like it if you would also investigate what is likely to be more than just this chat, because if there's one, there's more than one. If there's smoke, there's fire. Would you please obligate yourself and your organization to that investigation?
Yeah, Congresswoman, yes, I will follow the law.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And Director Patel, I learned just recently that you only heard about this yesterday, which blows my mind since I heard about it 2 days ago, and I'm just a low on the dais, junior chipmunk here. Did you really only hear about this yesterday?
The exact timeline I'm not aware of, but yeah, I think it was yesterday or the night before.
And now that another day has passed, do you believe...
Actually, it was the night before the hearing.
Now that another day has passed, do you believe that it's now time potentially for the FBI to open an investigation into this?
I'm not going to comment on that.
Because you're the director of the FBI, you don't believe it's appropriate to comment on that?
Because there's a process in place, there's an ongoing litigation, and the National Security Council is reviewing this matter. And I'm not going to discuss any open or closed investigations.
That ongoing investigation, literally, the lawsuit happened today or yesterday afternoon, and the idea that you don't have an opinion on this at this point is frustrating to me.
No, it's not. I'm not going to prejudge any matters, and the men and women of the FBI will call the balls and strikes.
Reclaiming my time,
not
sir.
you.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have...
Gentlewoman's recognized. You have 4 seconds remaining.
No, I have more than
you
that.
Have 2 seconds
Mr.
remaining.
Patel would not add.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, were there any sources described in the signal chat?
No, Congressman.
Were there any methods described in the signal chat?
No.
Were there any locations?
No.
Therefore, due to the fact that there were no sources, no methods, nor locations described in the signal chat, it does not make the discussion classified. Is that correct?
That is up to the Secretary of Defense determination.
The Democrats are obviously making the assertions that what was in the signal chat was classified and claiming that Secretary Hegseth put this war plan out to the world, which he clearly did not. Were there any names in the signal chat?
No.
Any targets?
No.
Any locations?
No.
Was there a unit name or location of that unit?
There was not.
Were there any routes described in the signal chat?
No.
Wouldn't an operational plan contain that type of information?
Every operational plan I've ever seen has contained that information.
Thank you. Shifting to the real threats to America, the southern border. Due to the previous administration's open border policies, they allowed over 10 million illegals into our country. And during that time, there was 1,511 terrorist-related encounters at land border ports of entry, according to CBP. As someone who fought in the war on terror, I find this deeply offensive that the previous administration would sacrifice the security and safety of the American people in the manner in which they allowed terrorists, criminals, and rapists into our country. In your testimony, you state, and I quote, based on the latest reporting available for a year-long period ending October 2024, cartels were largely responsible for the deaths of more than 54,000 U.S. citizens from synthetic opioids. A lot of those citizens are from my home state of Florida. Cartels, narco-terrorists, and other violent transnational criminal organizations have violated the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the United States and have also fueled human trafficking and the opioid epidemic that many of my fellow Floridians have witnessed for far too long. I applaud President Trump and his swift decision to designate the narco terrorists and Mexican cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I want to thank each of you for making this a priority to fight against Mexican cartels, traffickers, narco terrorists that have been responsible for killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. For every narco-terrorist and cartel member violating our sovereignty, poisoning the American people with fentanyl and other illicit opioids, know this: your days are numbered, and know that the full force of the U.S. government will soon address your atrocities once and for all. Director Patel, it's no secret that there is a growing presence of Mexican cartels operating fentanyl synthesis labs just over our border. Just last year, the CBP estimates that more than 21,000 pounds of fentanyl was seized at our borders. That is enough to kill more than twice the population of the world, of our country. What actions are you taking to strengthen the FBI's fight against illicit fentanyl within our borders?
Thank you, Congressman. It's good to see you. We have made it a priority at the FBI because fentanyl and illegal narcotics kill an American citizen every 7 minutes. That is a national security crisis, not just at the southern border, but at the northern border. And the Mexican cartels, along with their illicit partners in the CCP and other adversarial countries that are doing harm, are not just taking the fight down south, but they're bringing it up north. So we need to be more vigilant as to what's coming in through our northern border as well. Known and suspected terrorists are flowing in through our northern border more than they are our southern border, I would say, because of the successes we've had in closing the southern border. But when it comes to specifically to fentanyl, we are making, to date, since January 20th, 383 kilograms of seizures of illegal fentanyl, which is enough to kill 29 million Americans.
And other than enhancing border security measures, what would be the most worthwhile action the United States could take to eliminate the cartels and stop the flow of illicit fentanyl?
I got one answer for you. They're making the precursors in mainland China, and we don't have the authorities to go after that fight there, and we need to take it head on, because without the chemicals and precursors, there is no fentanyl, and they are moving that material around the world and into the United States too freely.
Director Gabbard, I'd like to reemphasize the threat that our adversaries are exploiting via fentanyl and other illicit drugs that are entering our country through the border and poisoning millions of Americans nationwide. It's essential that all components of our national security apparatus are united in their efforts to protect the American people and our communities from such harm. Is there any reason to believe that the Mexican government isn't doing enough to finally eradicate the cartels and other transnational criminal organizations operating just over the border?
Congressman, I can only speak from my vantage point. As was stated previously by Director Ratcliffe, we have already been introduced to and begun collaborating with our counterparts in the Mexican government. Could there be more done? I would say absolutely yes. I know that the Trump administration across his cabinet are looking at opportunities to be able to do that.
And Director Patel just hit on this with CCP and precursors, but to what extent have we seen other malicious actors worldwide partner with the cartels to infiltrate and target the United States?
Related to the production of fentanyl.
Yes, ma'am.
India is one of those countries that is providing some of those precursor materials as well as equipment.
Thank you for being here today. My time's expired.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know it's all us who are worried about this only, but apparently the Senate Armed Services Committee Chair and Ranking Member requested Inspector General report on this chat. So I'll tell you why more people are worried about this than you might think, and that's Director Gabbard, your position was created post 9/11 because of the horrible intel failure that took place there, where we weren't sharing information. It wasn't adequately shared within the community and between our allies. We have to believe that our allies look at this as a colossal mistake and will at least hesitate to a certain extent, wanting to share sensitive information with us that keeps us safe, because they're worried about their sources and methods as well. Wouldn't you be at least somewhat concerned that our allies would look at this and say that wasn't the perfect way to communicate?
Congressman, thank you for the question. If that information that was put out in the chat by the Secretary of Defense had included specific sources and methods and targets and names, then the answer would be yes, but that was not the case.
Let me stop you there because we have such a limited time. Generals, look, you're here because you got tough spots, so I have to put you on the spots. You're passing information like this just within your agency, and you know that it's going to include We are go for mission launch. Houthis, sea lanes, the information about the weapon systems, that gets to the Houthi military commanders. Doesn't it make you think they're at least going to say duck?
Thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on the issue. Yes, if we were collecting this on our adversaries and we're able to get this information as was asked of General Hawk earlier, we would consider that classified, but it's classified under the collection piece. The data that we're talking about here is the operational data, not the intelligence data.
Respectfully, sir, just because we have limited time.
Secretaries.
The Houthis military leader is going to duck when he hears this, or he's going to take some action, or he's going to try to shoot our planes down, right?
If he has actionable intelligence, he will certainly use it. I'm
talking about this intelligence. You don't think he can figure out? Houthis is mentioned a couple times, sea lanes. They show the weapon system. At least it's a credible warning to him.
I would offer the Houthis' defensive position has been constant since the 15th of March.
All right. General, I'll just take a whack at it. You're the Houthis' military leader. You get this information passed on to you. It doesn't make you at least take warning?
I would, Congressman, I think from the Houthis' perspective, they do have air defense equipment, and they would be able to detect aircraft when they're entered into the Red Sea, and certainly when we have our intelligence aircraft operating over top their country. They'd be able to detect that activity.
But being forewarned is extraordinarily important. I'll take another stab at it. If just language like this in a different context, okay? But just within your department, sir, your people are passing this information. Do you advise that maybe they don't use Signal on this? Are there other forms? Obviously, they're going to be more secure.
What I would offer is the data that we would be passing would be the full target packages and the full set of operational information.
Okay, but even if it was just this, do you really want to give the possibilities that they could be breached, hacked, and they would get this information? Wouldn't you, even with just this, sir, respectfully, wouldn't you want to use a more secure means of communicating?
I think what I would offer are two things, and hopefully they're helpful to you. One of them would be, in addition to that full package that we would talk about, when the Secretary extracted individual details from that and provided those on Signal, whether individually or in aggregate, that is his decision of what is classified and what is not from an operational aspect. And that's probably the most important relevant piece to there, and I would echo what we've said before. It's the Secretary's authority for the
just give me, there's more secure ways of communicating any of this, right?
There are, and our adversaries have
General, there are, right?
To intercept.
There's much more secure means that you use, even if you don't think that this is, or you don't want to stick your head out.
What I would say is the full packages were transmitted within classified, within traditional classified.
But this could have been transmitted in a classified way as well. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Arkansas, the distinguished chair of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Hill, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me say, Director Gabbard and Director Radcliffe, it's so great to have you back in the Longworth House Office building. The food's the same, but you're welcome anytime. Director Radcliffe, we've served for 10 years together. I'm certainly aware of your extraordinary service at the DNI and here in Congress. And I just have a couple of follow-up questions on this topic of the Signal chat. Were there any war plans distributed in that Signal chat?
No, Congressman.
And were sources and methods that would compromise our intelligence system or your agents in the field around the world, were they discussed on the Signal chat?
No.
I appreciate that. I just think that's an important thing to have on the record. Director Patel, I co-chair the Americans Wrongfully Detained American Hostage Task Force here in the House, and I just in fact left Tigran Gambaryan, a former FBI official who I helped get out of prison in Nigeria last year. I just left him a few minutes ago. You've you know this issue very, very well, and President Trump's made such a commitment to bring Americans home. There's some 30 Americans still wrongfully detained or held hostage abroad. Is the FBI committing to work through its officials in our embassies around the world to bring those Americans home?
Thank you, Congressman. And as you know from my prior service in the prior administration, President Trump brought home over 50 hostages and detainees worldwide, and that effort is being redoubled now until every single American is home. And the FBI, from my perspective, has been given a directive that any wrongfully detained or captured person overseas is a priority to bring back.
We're so grateful to the President for making this a priority. We don't want our citizens that hold a blue passport to suddenly be a target in all their interactions around the world. That's wrong, and I'm glad President Trump's made a priority. I look forward to working with you on that. Since November of 2023, I've been pursuing aggressively in this committee the U.S. government's policies and procedures for handling border encounters, specifically known or suspected terrorists. To quote former FBI directors, testimony before the Senate, they're blinking lights everywhere of concern. But despite my numerous attempts, including multiple briefing requests, letters, legislative provisions, a GAO report requested, the prior administration refused to provide requested information and data on what the public now knows was a very dangerous situation along the U.S. borders that President Trump now has as a priority of fixing. In January 2024, there were 176,000 encounters along the southern border, with 51,000 occurring at ports of entry and 124,000 between ports of entry. Comparing that to the work just in the first few weeks of the Trump administration, total encounters are down to 61,000 along the border, with 32 at ports of entry and 29,000 between ports of entry. For the record, that's a 60% reduction. Director Patel, since President Trump took office in January, as we've seen these plummeting border encounter numbers, has the country seen a drop in known or suspected terrorist encounters at the border?
Thank you, Congressman. It's one of the issues I really wanted to address today. And I think the country deserves to know that known or suspected terrorists, KSTs, are coming in with much less frequency at the southern border. In fact, if my information is correct, 2 since January 20th. And they are coming in with much greater frequency in the northern border. And since January 20th, that number is 34. And those metrics carry out over the last year in terms of ratio. So what it tells me is that known or suspected terrorists, the individuals that want to do the most harm to this country, are utilizing the northern border, and we got to refocus assets up there.
Yeah, which I think is good. And I'm glad the prior administration did declassify the ISIS arrests in Philadelphia and did declassify the citizen that was coming across the northern border to do harm on Election Day. That's good, but we have much more to do. And Director Gabbard, I need your help working with your colleagues here. It's this idea of requesting coordination between Director Patel, Secretary Noem, and the committee with fused data on known or suspected terrorists. Whether it's TSA data, BPP data, FBI internal data, we want to have that coming to us. Where are these people? What's been done with them? What is the government's position on? Will you commit to work with us as OD and I to get this information from across the government, IC?
Absolutely, Congressman. And as you know, our National Counterterrorism Center was really created to fulfill exactly that task, so that we're not dealing with multiple vetting systems that are coming up with different results, that we have this central vetting database to be able to identify those known or suspected terrorists who may be trying to come into our country, or who may be one of the tens of millions who illegally crossed into our border, may have come into our country during the last 4 years.
We look forward to working with you. Thank you for your answers, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Tinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much to all of you. There's so many great questions that I have to ask, but I want to start with Director Patel, and I just want to first, before I get into a couple issues, thank you so much for your outstanding service and your recognition and focus on the northern border. My entire district is the northern border of New York with Canada. I just want to first jump into this issue for, Hamas attacked October 7th. The world watched in horror. Designated a foreign terrorist organization in 1997, killed over 1,200 civilians, and including American citizens, and many remain hostages. only slightly less disturbing, we had a myriad of seemingly coordinated pro-Hamas demonstrations that have taken place all over the United States, in my state of New York, on college campuses, in Washington, D.C., universities. Director Patel, does the FBI have any open investigations into the organization, the leadership, and the funding of these pro-Hamas demonstrations with students such as, and groups such as Students for Justice in Palestine?
Thank you, ma'am. And I'm limited by what the Attorney General has already publicized, but as you know, there are open investigations based on what's been made public.
Okay. Has the FBI uncovered any evidence of foreign support for these Hamas demonstrations, including, other than Iran, any of these groups I might mention, like Students for Justice in Palestine, anything that's open source that we can talk about?
That's still ongoing.
Thank you. Director Gabbard, thank you so much for your service. It was great to serve with you in Congress as well, and works on so much on wonderful veterans issues. My son's also a Marine major, and so we appreciate the service of everybody here. Let's keep in mind, I obviously we're in open session. Do you have anything or ongoing intelligence to suggest there's foreign support from governments, non-government groups, and individuals that have helped these pro-Hamas demonstrations all across America, including on university campuses?
Congresswoman, there are some assessments that reflect that, and we can talk about that in the closed session.
Great, thank you so much. And now I want to get back to Cash, Director. Great work on the northern border. I'm one of the co-founders of the Northern Border Security Caucus, and your information has been tremendous. Once I got the district that I represent now, this sprawling, long district, the entire northern border is Canada. And as you say, 358 suspects on the terror watch list. Almost 90% of the suspects on the terror watch list are coming across our northern border. I'd love to talk to you. What is the FBI doing specifically dealing with this northern border, and what access point are you? Who are you working with? Is there a way that we have got a way to handle this with the foreign terror threats? And I say this in light of my district specifically, where New York State, led by Democrats, by the way, is notorious for their unwillingness to work with law enforcement. Under Governor Cuomo, we cut off the ability. I know Congressman Quigley talked about working together after 9/11. The state hit hardest by 9/11, and Governor Cuomo put in a law that prohibited law enforcement from working together in 2019. What are we doing so we can work with New York, the government and others, and to make sure that this doesn't happen across our New York northern border?
Well, one, and this is out of my lane, but what we need to be doing is working with the Canadian government because they sit on top of our northern border. We do have the problem of tyranny of distance and sheer geography as compared to the southern border, but when we were told that the Mexican government would not work with us, we overcame that hurdle, and we've seen the immediate results, as I highlighted to your colleague, about northern border contacts with KSTs versus the southern border. The other thing we can be doing is working across every northern border state who has a geographic border with Canada and their local and state affiliates, which we are doing at the FBI. But it is such a vast enterprise that we would need a huge increase in resources to cover down on that the way we do in Mexico.
Right. In addition, thank you for that. In addition with working with the Canadians, are you also working with the New York State government? Because we do have a number of interesting assets, a sprawling Akwesasne Mohawk Reservation that kind of goes across the northern border with New York and Canada, or those types of things. Ways that you can work with the New York government and also in coordination with the Canadian Royal Police.
Absolutely, ma'am, and you highlight a great point. A lot of the northern border touches upon tribal lands, and we need to work with tribal leaders throughout the country as effectively as we do with state and local governments, and at the FBI we're doing just that.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate all of your service, and I yield my time back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Director Patel, many of us had grown, increasingly alarmed at the sheer number of foreign nationals we're seeing caught spying on our critical infrastructure or, near sensitive sites in the country. One example is a Chinese national who's flying a drone, allegedly flying a drone over Vandenberg and taking pictures of the base. He was arrested in the San Francisco airport not that long after. Director Patel, would you agree that the two most dangerous nation states to our homeland and our interests are China and Russia?
Yes, Congressman.
So it would stand to reason that we should pay particular attention when foreign nationals from these two countries, who we've already established are the greatest threats to our country now and in the future, when they try to sneak into our country illegally.
Absolutely, sir.
Can you speak on the illegal migration we see from Russia and China and the differences that we saw from the first Trump administration to the Biden administration?
Well, one, the problem you have when you have an effective resolution to that set of issues is that the enemy adapts. And what they've done is utilize, as we were just discussing with your colleague, the northern border to shift their resources and affiliations to pour in known or suspected terrorists through the northern border. They haven't stopped through the southern border. They just know that we are setting up a pretty monumental effort down there to stop any known or suspected terrorists from entering the country. But the thing is, the Chinese, the Russians, Iranians, and other adversaries are utilizing their partners, just like they are doing in terms of how they move illicit fentanyl precursors into this country. They're moving humans in the same fashion, and we need to treat it as such.
Did you see an increase from the first Trump administration to the Biden administration on Russian and Chinese nationals crossing the border? Did it increase or decrease?
Yes, actually, so the PRC nationals crossing the southern border from 22 to 25 was 178,000. And I don't have the number for the northern border, sir, but I'll get that to you.
So, well, yeah, what we found was that there was actually a market increase, alarming, with the Chinese illegal migration increasing 527% all in, and Russian 2,400%. And if just 1/10 of 1%, some tiny fraction, 1/10 of 1% are actually asset sleeper agents loyal to Moscow or Beijing, they could wreak havoc and mayhem in a free and open society. It's very dangerous. And then those are the ones we know about. What about the ones that snuck across and we never found them? The unknown gotaways, if you will. So, Director Patel, there's also great concern about the increasing number of counterintelligence threats that are penetrating all levels and branches of government, both local, state, and federal. The number of elected and appointed officials willing to betray this country is becoming increasingly pervasive. Last year, we saw a former senior aide in the New York governor's office, Linda Sun, and her husband, Chris Hu, indicted on charges of money laundering and acting as foreign agents to the People's Republic of China. Ms. Sun used her position to block Taiwanese representatives from access to New York State officials. Instead, we're rolling out the red carpet for those PRC officials to have those meetings. I mean, that's some scary stuff. So when we have someone like Sumi Terry, who also worked covertly spying on Korea while working simultaneously with various think tanks, and she had been a national security official, and she'd worked for the CIA and the National Security Council. Because of her job, members of Congress and their staffs had access to these Korean intelligence officials, and she was paid with, thousands of dollars in luxury gifts. But Director Patel, I get that these investigations are ongoing and sensitive. But to the extent that you can, could you please briefly highlight the severity of these counterintelligence threats, including a rough estimate of the number of open counterintelligence cases that are pending?
We have many, and I'll get you the exact number, sir, in closed session. But what it highlights is that the enemy is not relenting. They're actually doubling down and tripling down on their efforts, and there's no sector in government that they won't go to and try to infiltrate and penetrate access and turn people in this country against our own nation. So that is a national security threat of our time, as is the terrorism threat and as is the fentanyl threat. It needs to be treated as such equally, and at the FBI we're doing that.
Thank you. And Director Patel, will you commit to providing this committee with classified briefing on the severity, the FBI processes and procedures, including defensive briefings related to counterintelligence threats involving elected and or appointed officials?
For defensive briefings, Congressman, I commit to you that the FBI will give you everything we have in our holdings. I can't comment on other people's.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I want to thank all the witnesses for being here, particularly Mr. John Ratcliffe, Congressional District 4 says hello. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Just got notice that the baseball shooting report discussed by Vice Chairman Kelly earlier today has been delivered to our SCIF, and I appreciate, Director Patel, your responsiveness to that issue. Thank you so much for your commitment and the appropriate transparency demonstrated in that. We appreciate that very much. Since each member has had an opportunity to question our witnesses, I will now close this portion of the hearing, and we'll reconvene in closed session at 2 p.m. in the HIPSI spaces. I ask the public and staff to please remain seated until our witnesses depart. Thank you.
All right, so that hearing is adjourned. That was the annual threat assessment hearing involving the House Intel Committee. Obviously, lots of conversation happening there about the Signal debacle involving top administration officials. We'll, of course, be continuing to cover all of this throughout the day. But for now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show, which is already in progress.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
To human nature. More importantly, they can show us that faith, family, and friends are worth fighting for. Maybe you read these books a long time ago in school. Maybe you've heard others talk about them.
Things too. I mean, people have asked, like, how do you do it when
American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, I want to tell you about Patriot Mobile. Then we have Speaker Newt Gingrich with us, the great Speaker Newt Gingrich. While we may have won this election, the fight to restore America is only beginning. As America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality or convenience. Patriot Mobile isn't just about providing exceptional cell phone service. It's a call to action to defend our rights and freedoms. With Patriot Mobile, you get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all three major networks. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie, patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Joining us now is Speaker Newt Gingrich. Mr. Speaker, thank you for taking the time. Mr. Speaker, how are you processing and thinking about this Signal story and the strange and bizarre development that the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic found himself in a private military group chat? Mr. Speaker.
Well, I mean, I think there are two different parts to that. One is, you said it just right, the strange and bizarre fact that of all the people who might have ended up in there, one of the most anti-Trump journalists from an anti-Trump magazine happened to be the guy there. I think that's so weird, you wouldn't have put it into a novel. The other fact is, they probably shouldn't have those kind of discussions on Signal. When I was Speaker, we routinely used the most powerful security systems. We had somebody who would come to me, wherever I was, carrying a secure phone so I could talk to the president on a line that the Chinese and the Russians couldn't possibly hack. So at one level, I would say, there's an underlying lesson here that's important, and that is that they need to tighten up their own security provisions, just in general, not because of the Atlantic Monthly, but because of the Chinese and the Russians and the North Koreans. All of them are very good at hacking into things. The other is, my advice to them is just get it over with. This is not an issue that helps Donald Trump at all to sit around and wallow in it. A mistake was made. We don't fully know why the mistake was made. The best thing they can say is, we're looking into it, and when we understand it, we'll report to you. But until then, we have nothing more to say, and just move on. What the left loves, now they found something where they can pick at the Trump team and pick at the Trump team, and people will have different answers because they have different memories. They come from different places, and then each contradiction will become its own story. And the left would like to do nothing more than hide from the underlying realities of what Trump is doing to fundamentally get America back on track. And if they can find some story, any story, that lets them avoid covering the successful things, they're going to go there. So the best thing that the Trump team can do, in my judgment, is just shut up. Say, we understand it was a mistake. It clearly was a mistake. We have an investigation underway. And when we know enough, we will report to you. But until then, we have nothing more to say. And just move on.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I do think, though, that privately there needs to be some understanding of how he ended up in this group chat. Either,
well, I mean, there should be a real investigation.
Yes.
Okay. They should assign somebody competent with whatever team they need to find out, one, why were they using Signal? Two, who put the chat together? Three, how did this particular person end up on the chat? And four, why did they have a procedure which didn't surface this person the minute they were on the chat? And all those things need to be done. But I think that's clearly important for the country and for the next 3.5 years of the Trump administration. But there's no point in trying to do that out in public until you know something. And frankly, it should be real. It should be serious. They shouldn't just cover it up. They should methodically, seriously understand what happened, share with the American people what they're going to do to fix it in the future, and move on. But wallowing in it and getting involved in who said what to who, and did you really put it on? Did your staff person put it on? How did it get there? That kind of stuff the media loves. It gives them something to talk about that doesn't help Trump. But first of all, the average American will get tired of it pretty quickly. And I think the things that Trump is doing and the things that the House and Senate Republicans are doing are so big, so historic, that we want to get back to communicating those.
So I completely agree. And this is probably the first hiccup or glitch of what has been a flawless 2 months.
That's right.
Speak about that, because the president is best on offense, not taking the terms of the media.
Right. And Trump understands this instinctively. That's why I said it was a glitch. And he was going back on offense. And then, unfortunately, several of his team went up and testified in the Hill and didn't quite have their act together. And I think that's where you want to have a single sentence or 2-sentence answer that basically explains why you're not explaining until you know what you're going to say, which they clearly don't currently know. But I mean, Trump has had an astonishing run. From everything we're seeing right now, he's likely to continue to have an astonishing run. And you look just at what they've done on the border. I mean, in my wildest days, I would never have thought you could control the border that quickly. And it was just literally overnight. Everything Biden had done collapsed. People around the world figured out they're not going to get in. Illegal immigration has literally collapsed. The amount of investments being announced in the United States are breathtaking. So you have a lot of good things happening. And frankly, the fight over the shape and structure of the federal bureaucracy is a fight that people know we have to have. In our project that you know about, Charlie, the America's New Majority Project, our polling last month indicated that 82% of the country think that Washington is corrupt, and they think that it makes it harder to solve things because it's corrupt. So if the president will go out there and be the advocate of honest, clear reform, and if that's the basic theme that Elon Musk and DOGE take, they're going to have huge popular support for fixing this thing. And people are going to accept that there's going to be some turmoil, there's going to be some confusion, but that on balance, it's really a good thing.
And there is widespread popular support. I want to play a piece of tape here. We've played this prior in the week of Ezra Klein sitting down with David Shore from the New York Times. Ezra Klein is like the chief explainer of data for the left, a smart guy, but terribly wrong on the issues. And he's trying to understand, how is it, and this is, I would love to get your take on this, white men over 75 actually supported Kamala Harris at a significantly higher rate than white men who are 20 years old. This is a generational realignment that we're living through. Let's play cut 75, please.
One of the things you can see here is if you just look at 18-year-olds, 18-year-old women of color are the only of the four that actually, voted that Harris won. Trump narrowly won, non-white men.
So I do find this part of this chart shocking. I sometimes talk about narrative violations, and I think if we knew anything about Donald Trump 8 years ago, it's that young people did not like him. But if you look at this chart among white men who were 75 years old, supported Kamala Harris at a significantly higher rate than white men who are 20 years old.
That's exactly right.
That's a real shift.
It is a real shift. This is the thing I am the most shocked by, I think, in the last 4 years, is that young people have gone from being the most progressive generation since the baby boomers, and maybe in some ways more so, to becoming potentially the most conservative.
What is going on, Mr. Speaker?
Well, I mean, first of all, the left failed. You know, you're a young person, you're out there, you're thinking, what can I do? Can I afford to buy a car? Can I afford to buy a house? Can I find a job? Do I think the future is going to get better? And under Biden and Harris, every signal to young people was that their lives were going to be poorer, more miserable, with fewer choices than their parents. And so at one level, they're saying this isn't working. Second, I think that there's a common sense when you get into some of the weirder issues, should men compete in women's sports, for example? I think there's a common sense view among younger Americans that this is just stupid. Why would you, in fact, even think that this makes any sense? And so they haven't been brainwashed enough to believe in things that aren't believable. And they're faced with a Bernie Sanders AOC Democratic Party, which is still moving to the left, despite all the election evidence and everything else we've seen. And I think that means that younger people, plus I think younger people have a deeper sense of how really corrupt and out of touch the government is, and that it really needs profound change.
And where the Democrat Party does not seem to want to moderate themselves. They seem to want to double and even triple down on their wildly unpopular views. I mean, Jasmine Crockett. Yeah, please go ahead.
I was going to say, I actually think there are two wings of the Democratic Party, and I think you're likely to see the beginning of sort of a civil war between those two wings. If you watch what happened with Schumer, the Senate Democratic leader, he finally decided as a practical matter that he didn't believe the Democrats ought to be the party that closed government. So from the standpoint of the left, he sold out. Now, he took about 10 senators with him, and they're now facing really angry crowds back home. And so what you have is the people who are trying to accommodate reality are being isolated from, if you look at the AOC Bernie Sanders roadshow, they're getting huge crowds. So the intensity of the hard left, which is doubling and tripling down, is growing, while the people in the middle who know that this is not going to work are finding themselves squeezed by the reality that the energy and the money and the drive in the Democratic Party is all on the hard left, and that if you try to be rational and moderate, you're almost certainly going to risk a primary campaign and may well get defeated in the primary because you'll be seen as a sellout. I mean, it's exactly what happened to the Republicans under Franklin Roosevelt in the 1930s, and that's part of why the New Deal became the dominant coalition for 90 years, because the Republicans just shattered and couldn't figure out what to do. And Trump has done everything right to be a coalition builder in the tradition of Jefferson and Lincoln and Roosevelt. And he continues to both deliver things people want and to define his opponents and to set up the kind of fights where his opponents rush in to just be mildly crazy. And you started to mention the woman who I hope they're going to censure this week because as a congresswoman, she has said things.
Jasmine Davy Crockett. Yep, that's right.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the things she's been saying are so vicious. And we do have this problem right now that you have a very substantial militant group on the left who are willing to burn cars, firebomb dealerships, talk about getting Elon Musk, talk about other kind of things that involve violence. I mean, the real threat to violence in America right now is from bitter left-wing extremists who just can't cope with what's happening.
Mr. Speaker, I'd love to keep you for another segment if we can, if you have another couple minutes. Great.
For you, of course.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greatly appreciated. Our audience loves you. We all know how challenging it can be to get the quality sleep we need. Whether it's falling asleep or staying asleep, so many people are not getting the sleep or the Z's that you need. Z-Factor from Relief Factor has the formula to help change that. Z-Factor goes beyond melatonin and uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients. Z-Factor is 100% drug-free, so it's safe to take regularly. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Call 1-800-4RELIEF to get the sleep that you need, better sleep without drugs. See how Z-Factor can get you the Z's that you want. Go to Z-Factor. That is relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back, everybody.
You're listening to The Future of America, and the future is bright. Here is Charlie Kirk.
Okay, everybody. Mr. Speaker, we have about a minute in just this segment. Please plug your upcoming projects or the way that our audience can support you, please.
Well, listen, the biggest project we've got is the America's New Majority Project, which they can see at that title. And then I have a new book coming out this summer called Trump's Triumph, which lays out both how he won, but also what it means for the future of America and the great things we can accomplish. And as always, Charlie, it's great to be with you. You were a major factor in the victory last year, and you're going to be a major factor in winning this cultural fight over the future of America.
Well, thank you. I deeply appreciate that, and we appreciate it. And that is the most important thing we're focusing on, is the cultural fight. We've seen a movement with young people, and if we can give some permanency to that, boy, things are not going to be very hopeful for the Democrat Party.
It would change America.
Everything. That's right. It would change it fundamentally.
It'll change America, and then that'll change the world.
That's right. And we would not do a fundamental transformation. We'd get us back to our roots, not the Obama transformation. Stay right there. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't have the tape handy, but I will do my best to paraphrase it. President Trump actually won immigrants. That's right, immigrant voters in the battleground states, something that completely blows the mind of Democrat strategists. How do you explain that? that Donald Trump, who's been positioned as anti-immigrant and xenophobic and all that, won the immigrant vote in the 7 battleground states, Mr. Speaker?
Well, Calista and I did a documentary that was on PBS called Journey to America. And we took 9 people who came here legally and who made America a better country. Because we want to make the point that while we're against illegal immigration, that legal immigration often makes America stronger. I think everybody I talk to who's a legal immigrant is really angry at the idea that people just plain broke the law.
That's right.
They didn't wait in line. They didn't obey the rules. They are, in effect, in their minds, illegitimate. And they don't want that rewarded. Furthermore, a lot of people who came here from countries that have dangerous gangs, like Venezuela and El Salvador, really don't want the gangs here. That's part of why they were attracted to America. So I think the left has always misunderstood the nature of legal immigration in America and the fact that, for example, when you deal with most Latinos, you're dealing with people who are very often devout Christians or Catholics or Pentecostals or fundamentalists, but very, very Christian, believe in very traditional values. You go talk to them about having boys engaged in girls' sports, they think you're just nuts. You go talk to them about the importance of welfare. They think you're crazy. They think people should work. And we've done a ton of polling at the America's New Majority Project. And every time we poll it, people believe that everybody who gets money from the federal government should work. And that unless you have a severe disability, and they believe that people who are able-bodied and take money without working are committing fraud. So nobody on the left understands these things. That's why Trump going to McDonald's was an act of genius, because 87% of Americans go to McDonald's every year. 40 million people have worked at McDonald's, including Jeff Bezos. And on the left, of course, they used to say, you don't want to take some hamburger flipping job. And of course, on the left, they don't serve Chablis at McDonald's. They don't serve French food. It's a hard experience. So Trump understood where the American people were. Nobody on the hard left has a clue where the American people are. And they have a kind of an elite snobbishness that just puts them totally out of sync with the American people.
If you were to develop a battle plan for the Republican caucus for this midterm election, what would that be? Midterms are goofy. You've had a lot of success in midterm cycles before. How would you develop the messaging and the strategy coming into 2026?
I would say 3 things. 1, work as a team. You're now the governing party, so you have to work together. You have to find good reasons to vote yes. When you're the opposition party, you find good reasons to vote no. Well, that ain't your role now. Your role is to be a team to work together. That's number 1. Number 2, you have to pass the tax cut bill and the deregulation bill ideally by May, no later than mid-June, because it has to be in effect in time for the economy next year to be taking off and for people to say, Trump's delivered, I feel better, I have more money in my pocket, I want to keep it going. And 3, I think the key issue next year is going to be a very simple question. Is it working? If they decide it is working, and certainly we have right now one of the highest right track numbers on polling that we've seen in decades. If they decide this is all working, they're going to reelect the Republicans. The Democrats are going to shrink to being a tiny minority. And we have a real chance, I think, to make America great again and to create that golden age that Trump has talked about.
Very well said, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And just remind our audience of the website, the way that they can support you.
Well, they can find everything I do. 3 podcasts that are free, 3 newsletters, books and things at gingrich360.com.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time.
Thanks.
God bless you. Thank you.
I'll be with you.
Okay, email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Tonight, I will be going to Pastor Jack Hibbs' church, Calvary Chapel, Chino Hills. I'll also be joining the Jordan Peterson podcast today for a couple of hours, so that is a great honor. In addition, next week, we'll be going to Stillwater, Oklahoma, at Oklahoma State University. That's a fun little curveball. We had a different campus cancel on us, so we decided to kind of go to home country. It's my first outdoor campus event. It's actually my first ever campus event in the state of Oklahoma. I think we're going to have a big, big crowd in Stillwater. I'm told those are some good folks out there. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. Coming up next hour, we have Sean Spicer and Connor Baylock. And I'm going to play around with this idea a little bit further. Was Signal compromised? Is this potentially an intel operation? I still give that a low probability, but I'm not dismissing it entirely. Second hour coming up.
To this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. We've recently talked a lot about home title theft. In short, thieves are pretty much stealing people's homes from right underneath them. In many cases, the victims don't even know their home or their title information has been compromised until it's way too late. Well, this morning, we're helping you protect yourself. Investigative journalist John Summer joins me now to introduce you to Home Title Lock. John, always good to see you. Good morning.
Great to see you again, Terrence, too. Good to see you.
Before we get into Home Title Lock, let's talk about this disturbing trend of home title theft because it's something that's so insidious and it happens without someone even being on site to steal something. And as I mentioned in the intro, oftentimes you don't even know about it until it's way too late.
You're exactly right. And let me give you an example. By the way, the term has varied from title theft to deed theft to the FBI used to call it home stealing. But my new favorite term is title pirates. And actually, this was a term that was just used in an article in, of all places, House Beautiful magazine. So, Terrence, now you know that it's kind of gone mainstream as far as being aware of this crime. But I love the term title pirates because it's very descriptive, because the way that this works is the thief basically comes out of the fog. They steal, like marauders, and they steal the title to your home. They ransack it for its value, and then they go back into the fog. And you wake up and you will never know that you've been hit until way too late when the loan company or whoever comes calling and says you haven't made payments on a loan that you never took out because you didn't know the title to your property. Doesn't have to be a home.